Like,
Um,
how would they form? How would they form? Do you think they would form through the workers to create capitalism? I don't think that would exist. Like, I don't think so.
what are
A
you
bunch
trying
of
to
workers.
ask?
Well, I'm trying to ask. Do you think um, there's like some form of third position mainly, but we've kind of sidetracked to like, is there different
Do
forms of
I think there's a
socialism and
third
capitalism?
position? Not. I mean, you could be a feudalist. I don't
That's not
like.
the third
There's
position.
obviously
That's
different
just
positions
capitalism.
economically, but like
I
between
mean, I think
socialism
feudalism
and
is capitalism.
capitalism, you've just presented two options, which is inherently a dilemma. Obviously, there's not going to be a third position in there, but I do think there's different types of capitalists. I think there's different types of capitalistic systems. I think we could all agree on that.
Yeah, okay, but they're not fundamentally different. Right? It's a capitalist is a capitalist.
How
Just
else would
because
they?
you put
What do you mean by fundamentally different?
okay, well, so how would you say a capitalist economy could vary like economy, not like social policies? I don't give a shit about that.
How could a capitalist economy vary? You could have variance on the, for example, you could have variance on the minimum wage of certain workers. You could have variance on
Yeah,
which
but those are
types,
state
which
imposed.
whoa, no, you could have variance on different things. For example, you could have like the state controlling certain different types of economy, or what would you call it? Different types of industries, right? There's
Yeah, sure.
obviously different ways that you can have a capitalist economy vary. For example, I
Okay,
think
so do
there's
you agree that
for example, I think there's
the
a large
state was
difference
created
between,
by a
for
capitalist
example, I think there's
worker?
a large difference between something like China and something like the United States of America. I think there is a large difference between those two. I think those are fundamentally
What?
different.
Do you think there's an actual fundamental difference
I
between
think there
America and
is.
China?
I do think there is a fundamental difference between the way that people are treated within China as far as the economic system goes, and the way that people are treated within the United States of America as far as the economic system goes. I think the workers are entitled to a whole lot more within the United States of America. Yes.
But okay, that's stupid. But I'll explain why.
Would you contest
But
the idea? Do you contest the idea that workers within the United States of America are treated better than those within China, legally speaking?
I think I could probably contest that. Okay, so um,
You
well,
would.
okay, worker. Okay, do you believe in like? Do you think workplace democracy like exists in China? Like, do they
No,
say they have it? You don't believe that? Okay, then I
I
can't
don't.
really argue that point. Like, if you don't think they have workplace democracy, like, I guess it's like it's an arguable point. But if they do have it, then it is better than America. If they don't have it,
I don't think they
then
have it. I genuinely don't think that there's workplace democracy within China. I think that if
yeah,
there
and
was
also I believe
workplace
that
democracy within
50%.
China, then it would be a socialist system.
Okay, so would okay, well, then it then it would be if there was.
But I just like
You
I
see
don't
my
I'm sorry
conundrum there?
I just really don't believe that people would be trying to throw themselves off of like roofs and you'd have like safety nets to catch them if this was like a place where the workers really controlled things. Does that make sense? I don't
Yeah, that
know.
makes sense. Sure, but I mean, again, like it's more feudal democracy. Like I okay, so there's many forms of democracy, but I like and like
Okay,
they're
I
all
don't think.
sort
Okay,
of
whatever
good.
part of democracy that they have, I don't think it's actually what you'd be referring to as a democratization of the workplace in any kind of leftist literature. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. I would relatively agree with that if I knew the specifics of that, maybe I could argue it, but again, I
Sure.
don't. They say they do. If you believe they do, then I would argue that they um would be I guess more on the socialist scale.
Yeah.
I don't really know.
Yeah.
But
I
yeah,
don't.
I would argue that. Okay, but yeah, sorry, we got sidetracked again.
Sure.
So, okay, the state and the role of capitalism. So, do you believe that all modern states have been created by capitalists, right, to defend themselves against workers? Right. This is why we have the police force. This is why all cops are bastards.
That's a bit of a loaded question, but I would tend to agree with it.
Okay, so what would be the inherent difference between the state controlling things and the workers controlling things?
What
There
would be the
wouldn't really be
inherent
because the
difference?
state was yeah. What would be the inherent difference? Because the state is just one big capitalist, really. If you look at it,
What do
right?
you?
In fact,
No, what you're saying doesn't make any coherent sense. I don't
well,
like. Can
why
you
isn't the
rephrase
state
it?
a huge
Because this doesn't
capitalist?
make any. This is you just said there's no difference between the worker controlling the state and a
What?
capitalist
No,
controlling
no,
the state.
I did
Yeah.
not say that. I
No,
said
that is what
that
you said, verbatim. If you want to like, if you like didn't mean it, then like yeah, you missed
I
well.
didn't mean. Okay, well then, if I said it, I did not mean it. So
Yeah.
I said that. Okay, so states are created by capitalists, and you said
Yeah.
that if there's restrictions on capitalists by the state, that like it's somehow a variant of capitalism.
I
But
think
I
that
would
there are
argue that it's
fundamental difference between individual capitalists and the system of itself. Does that make sense?
no.
You don't do you recognize the difference between an individual and the state?
Sure.
Right. So would you say there's a
Okay,
difference
okay,
between an
sorry.
individual imposing restrictions upon themselves and the state imposing restrictions upon the individual?
Um. Okay. So, well. Okay. Say it again. Say it again.
Would you
Sorry.
say there's a difference between an individual imposing restrictions upon themselves and a state imposing restrictions upon an individual?
I would argue that there's not much of a
You don't think
difference.
that there's a difference between those two?
Well, okay. I'm talking about modern states here. Let's remember this.
Yes, we're talking about
Modern
do you
capitalist state.
think, and again, we're using the colloquial definition of state, do you think there is no difference? And I want you to be very clear on this point because this point is like, if you bite the bullet on this, like, I don't even know where we're going from there. But I think it's very important that I emphasize that you believe, and I'm like, please think this over before you say it. You believe that there is no difference between the government mandating that somebody do something and their own individual choice to do
No,
something.
there's a difference between those two things.
Okay, well, if the state and a capitalist are the same thing, then how is there a difference?
Okay, so okay, do you agree that tax? Like, so what would your definition of a capitalist be?
Someone who has control over capital, to an extent of which they can make profit off it. Probably. I don't know. That's a really broad question.
I'm not talking more like bourgeois. Like, okay, so
Oh,
do you believe?
so you mean like someone in the high upper class? Is that what you mean by it?
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean like
sure.
that. That's what I mean by the capital. I'm not talking about like people that believe in capitalism economically. I'm talking about like.
Okay. Yeah. No. So we okay. Yeah. I'm on.
Right.
I'm on
That's
page
right.
with you.
Yeah, I understand. Like sometimes people get confused by that when I say that too.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing. I understand. So yeah. So okay. So if the state owns a private or a public industry, like let's say like Medicare, like I have in in Canada, sorry,
Mhm.
and do you think like that's actually like public property, or do you think that's like more state-owned property?
If the state owns it, well, it depends on how we define public and state-owned property. Like, I don't know, is there even a such thing as like public property? That's a really hard question to answer.
Yeah, well, there is. I mean, that's what
Okay,
communism is built upon.
what is public
Foundation.
property? What is public property when you use it? What does that mean?
Well, like, what do you mean? What when I use it?
Yeah, what do you mean whenever you say public property?
Well, communal property, like people that have that, like in a society that is collectivized, right? There is no private property. There's private ownership, but there's no private property, right? Everything's in the public sector, I guess is how you would say it in like a more capitalist way, right? The USSR had this, so for example, like they had like everything was in the public sector, nothing was like a market or like something like that. It was centrally planned.
Like, what point are you trying to get at then?
I'm saying, do you think there's a difference between this USSR, like a USSR collectivized society? Let's not talk about Gorbachev, but like let's say like USSR under Stalin, and like let's say Canada. Like let's just say fucking.
Do you think
like,
there's a difference between the USSR
do you think there's a difference between the USSR like owning health, like giving out free healthcare in the USSR, or Canada giving out like the healthcare in the USSR in the Canada? Do you think that there's a fundamental difference between those two?
I don't know enough about Canada or the USSR to make that.
Okay. How would I explain it then? So, Okay. Well, okay. So maybe you should define it then, just so I could maybe work within that.
Right.
Like, yeah.
Define what?
Define like what would you think would be the difference between a state-owned thing and like a public, more things and more in the public.
I think that something can be both state-owned and a public thing. I think public item kind of describes its usage, you could say, and I think that state-owned kind of what would you call it, relegates it to legal ownership. For example, if I own something and then I say that anybody can go on that and anyone can use it as they please, I think that is public. I think it is a publicly owned, like it is public property to an extent. But like I would own it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, sure, that makes sense. Okay, so so now that we've distinguished that there's something like inherently different than that, would you say
Yep.
like that they're like the state would be more of like in the form like of a capitalist in that because they're giving out wages, right? And they're like okay, so you agree that the like let's say a doctor in like the healthcare system, like a publicly like a state owned like health thing would be given money from the state, right? And this is from the
Sure.
taxpayers, right?
Sure.
Okay, great. Um, and obviously, this is not arguing that like healthcare from the state is like inherently bad or something. Like obviously, I don't think it's like the greatest thing, but like for like from an actual like communist perspective, but whatever. Um, but what's it called? I've lost track. Oh yeah, okay, sorry. So okay, so do you think the state owning the property and giving doctors like money from the people is not inherently like more capitalist? Like, do you think that's a capitalist thing? Do you think that's like bourgeois? Like the state would be the bourgeois in that scenario?
It depends on what you specifically you mean by bourgeois. I don't know if you're defining like the state as anything like or bourgeois as anything that is upper class or anything that is capitalist as in
Anything
it
just
owns a lot of
owns
capital. It has a lot of
the
it as in it has a lot of power within a given system of like a capitalist system. Then I would agree with you that it's the
yeah,
bourgeois.
sure, okay.
But I do think there's still a difference that we like fundamentally make between for
Okay, well,
example
what would you think
the
that
state.
difference would be?
For example, we could have different like economic policy, different like tax policy. We could have different social like what would you call it? Social safety net policy. I don't really know the technical term
Yeah,
for that.
welfare.
Yeah, but these all would be different variations on capitalism. Even if it was like a single capitalist themselves, like even if we were to make the idea that it was a single capitalist themselves making that decision, it would still be a variant on capitalism.
So you would consider that like significant enough to be like a different form of economics?
Not really a different form of like basic economic philosophy, but definitely a different like subvariant. But I do think like any kind of different variant or significant enough, I think that is a normative choice that has absolutely no rationale, no matter how we slice it.
Okay, sure. Okay. Well, I guess we
Yeah.
agree kind of. Okay. That's fine. So, okay, but would you it's not a third position though, is what I'm getting at, right? You would not agree that that's a third position
I
or
think
like
that
anything.
I think by that definition, I think that there's like an infinite amount of positions. Does that make sense? I think people can hold like an infinite amount of positions. I don't think like but you're trying to boil it down to like very simple labels, but I don't think people are like that simple to the point where we could have like this is definitively like the two positions economically. I think that like I could, for example, say that there's actually a difference between any given like capitalist system, and these are all their own unique systems, and there'd be no like actual rational refutation of that past I don't think it's different enough.
Okay.
And
Okay.
then my defense of that would be I think it is different enough, and then we're at like a fundamental disagreement that we can't overcome. So I don't think there's any rationale between that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Sure.
Well, yeah, me personally, I just would argue that it's not that different, and like it's still exploiting workers. In fact, it's probably exploiting workers more because you're being taxed, right? The lower class is getting taxed, and obviously the taxes are low, but it's like just paying like you're basically just paying for somebody else's medical bill.
All right. Let's say we have what would you call it? Even disproportionate taxes, but they're put more so on the bourgeois in a given scenario. Let's say I set up that economic system. Would you say there's a difference between that and a system where the lower what would you call it? The lower class is more so taxed than those of the upper class? Would you say would be more or less of exploitation?
I think it's more or less exploitation. I think it's the same amount of exploitation.
You think it's
like
the same amount of exploitation to take more taxes from the working class
Oh,
as
no,
it is
no,
to take
no.
taxes from the
Comparatively,
ruling class?
no, obviously not. But
Okay, so they're not the same amount of exploitation then, if I heard correctly?
if you're saying like if you're okay, so you're implying inherently like there's like taxes, right? You're inherently like saying that.
Yeah, I just presented you two systems with taxes, so I suppose there would be taxes in this scenario. Yes.
Okay, so two systems with the same amount of tax.
Sure.
But, one is more for the capitalist in one scenario, and one is just more for the worker,
Yep.
and it's more equalized. I would argue that that's slightly different.
You'd say that's
But, like,
different?
I would say it's different.
Yeah.
I would say it's
So
like
would you say that
somewhat different.
but those are both under a capitalist system? You understand those books exist under a capitalist system?
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
well, yeah,
So
exactly.
it
There
seems
isn't
like
really
you
a,
do agree that there's like different positions that you can hold under capitalism, right?
yeah, okay, yeah. But
Yeah.
generally, it's not like they're not different branches of economics. That's like what I'm saying, right? Like, there's
Again,
not a
I think
third
that's
economic position like corporatism would suggest or fascism would suggest.
again, like I think saying there is or there is not a third economic position can't be objectively true. Because like what is an economic position is the question we must ask then. And like how different does an economic system have to be truly different,
Well,
or a
okay,
truly different economic
well,
system is like
I would
I don't
argue
know how
that
we rationalize that. I don't even know if I'd be like within the right field to even like begin to try and make that decision.
okay, that's like okay, sure.
I
That
mean, if
then
there's
it's
something like
just a
you
little weird of an argument.
no,
So
like I don't think like either of us would have the information to like to qualify what is and is not an economic system past like what we can interpret by those within the field, and I've not seen any like literature on like the definitive economic systems. Does that make sense?
so you don't like really like know the difference between like socialism and
No, I know the difference between them as we define them. I don't know the rationale between them being different. Does that make sense?
you don't know how socialism and capitalism are different.
No, that's not what I
That's
said.
weird. Okay, say it again then.
I don't know the rationale between saying that those are different systems, but another system that varies, I don't know how you justify that rationally. I know the difference between the two. One involves socialism involves the decommodification of certain industries and the democratization of the
Sure.
workplace, and then capitalism doesn't have those two factors. But I don't know how you rationally say that that isn't a variant on capitalism. Or it's different so much so that it ought to be considered its own category of economics. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Right.
So, but okay, so you can't really. So you're just making the argument that you can't really make there's not really a way to, excuse me, make a like a distinguishing thing.
I'm saying that you can basically generalize it to the point where you could say that any two people are the same, but I do think that every single individual's viewpoint is like unique individually and should be assessed so.
Okay, sure. Okay. So, what do you think of corporatism as a whole, if you even are aware of it? I have to debate fascists a lot, so.
Corporatism, I don't like the economic debates as much as I do the social ones. Like when I'm debating fascists, it's like always about social shit. You know what I mean?
Well, fascists would argue that like fascists want basically a welfare state, but they're also paleogenic ultranationalists. Kind of like how I'd boil them down in like.
Yeah, I just say a
decompress the
fascist
thought.
is like an ultranationalist which rallies behind a
I would say
populistic
they're
leader.
paleogenic ultranationalists, right? Because they always want a nation reborn. An ultranationalist usually would just want their nation to be to not be infected or whatever. But a paleogenic ultranationalist wants a complete rebirth of a nation, right? And that's what you see in Mussolini and Hitler, right? And
Okay.
that's how I would define it.
I do. I just disagree with your definition of fascism. I think that somebody can like want to like say, let's say we have a society and it's like an ethno state, and I come up to power and I say that I want to preserve that. Would you say there's any meaningful difference between that position and saying that there is a society where there are brown people and I want to make it an ethno state?
Well, okay, so there is a difference because one society you're not kicking out. You're okay. Well, an ethno state is inherently. Well, would you argue that there's any like, okay, other than like Finland or whatever that are like actual ethno states? Like, do you think an ethno state like America can ever like? Do you think America could be like an ethno state? You think that will ever happen?
I don't think that's really hard to say. I would love to say no. Like, that just seems like the most intuitive thing to me, but, like, I've seen so much crazy. Donald Trump got elected, dude. Like, I don't know, man.
So my argument would be, like, more like...
Yeah.
How would I explain it? So, this is a weird one to argue. Ethno state. Yeah. Okay. So people that advocate for an ethno state that live within an ethno state are just ultranationalists, where a paleogenic ultranationalist wants to kick out other ethnicities because they want to rebirth their nation. I would say that Hitler didn't have an ethno state. Mussolini didn't have an ethno state. The Spanish didn't have an ethno state.
Yeah, no, but like, let's say there was one. Like, let's just like hypothetically, we're gonna engage with like
Then they would
a
just be
scenario, right?
ultranationalists to me. They
Yeah.
would not be paleogenic, or they wouldn't be fascist.
They wouldn't be paleogenic. I would disagree with the idea that they wouldn't be fascist. Does that make sense? I think that,
Well, would you
that
consider
fascism is an
Finland fascist
ideology.
then?
I think fascism is an ideology that's more specifically predicated around making a nation a certain way. And if the nation is still that is already that way, then you still have the same end goal, which I say,
Yeah, well,
which I
you're
would
trying
say
to
is the
make a
qualifier of fascism.
Okay, would you consider?
I think that we're
the
just arguing
Nordics would
semantics,
be,
though,
like,
at
a
this
fascist
point.
country then? Do you think like a Nordic would be a fascist country?
I don't know much about Nordic politics. I'm very much so. I'm your stereotypical American, right? I do American politics.
Well, I could explain. Like, okay, let's
yeah,
just give
just
you,
explain
like,
it to
an
me. Yeah,
example
explain
then.
it to me right quick. Yeah.
So Finland, is what's it called? They have the most stringent. Like they have I think they have the first or second most. And the other one is also a Nordic. Like the most like stringent, like the strict like immigration policies. They do not want any minorities in, and they're like 99% white, right? Would you call that an ultranationalist state?
I mean, would that be ultranationalist? Probably.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So they basically have an ethno state, right? So, like,
essentially, yeah. I mean, I guess you could argue that, but I'm not gonna. Yeah.
You're not gonna argue that they have an ethno state?
I think that they do, but I can imagine somebody trying to argue against
They're also
that.
culturally homogenous, right? So they have
Sure.
they have one culture, and that's how it works.
Yeah. True.
So which I would argue also is a fascistic trait, right?
Yeah. We'd agree with that. Yeah.
What else? Okay, so I think homogeny. Okay, so but those are not paleogenic ultranationalists, right?
No.
You agree with that? Okay, great. So that I think that's what makes a distinction for me, at least, is that they don't want to. They're not changing their nation, right? Finland has never been like an ethnically diverse place. It's just always been that way, and they've always had like really stringent, like evil foreign policy.
So
they're not fascist. That's just always how it's been.
No, I wouldn't even like argue that they're fascist, though. I think you're missing a key component of fascism. Is that is the overthrow of democracy or the opposition to democracy in form of a dictatorship?
Well, okay. Do you think there's like an inherent difference between a dictatorship with the bourgeois and a dictatorship in general? Right? I would argue that fascism is a
I do think there's a difference between a dictatorship of the bourgeois, as you would say, and a dictatorship under which one person holds power.
I would argue.
Yes.
Okay, well, I would argue that capitalism is at least what we have in like. Well, I'm not in America, but what you have in America is a dictatorship of the bourgeois, right? Because they basically pick all of your politicians.
Yeah.
They have they give tons of money to all the candidates that they want, right?
Yep.
And then they give you the veil of democracy. Here's your two choices, red or blue or whatever.
Yeah.
And then let's say like, okay, let's look at fascism now, right? Fascism is open. I would argue that fascism is open terroristic dictatorship of the bourgeois, right? The bourgeois are completely integrated with the state, right? Fascism wants a nation state, right? That's their whole thing. And they want to combine, obviously corporatism, they want the government to control corporations, right?
Sure.
So do you think, okay, this is going to go back to the state and like capitalist thing, right? Again,
yeah, sure.
Where do you think there's a difference between corporatocracy and corporatism? Like, do you think so corporatocracy is when companies control the state.
Yeah.
And corporatism is when the state controls government. Do you think there's like an inherent difference between that? I genuinely don't, because states were formed by capitalists. It's not really.
I don't think I know I don't think I know enough to make that distinction. What I will say, though, is that this doesn't really prove your point. Even if this is true, you have not actually made the point that you're trying to make. The point that you'd be trying to make, and the point that I'm going to rebuttal with every single time that you try and hit this wall, is going to be that there's a difference between a single person holding power and a ruling class holding power. I think that is fundamentally different because a
Do
single
you think
person can have
capitalism is not a ruling class? Do you think monopolies inherently aren't like a ruling class thing? Like that, how is that not a ruling class
I'm
thing? How is
sorry. Can you repeat back to me what you're responding to? Because I think there might be somebody else in the call that you're talking to right now because I didn't say anything like along those lines.
Okay. Well, you said that there's a difference between an individual owning everything
Yes.
and a government owning everything.
Yes, I do think there's a difference. Yes.
Okay. Well, would you argue that capitalism is an individual, or do you think it's not? Do you think it's multi? I would argue that it's not.
I don't
think
think
it's
all of
oligarchy.
capitalism is an individual. No.
Exactly.
Yes.
So they're the same.
No. If all of capitalism was an individual, then you could make the same argument that it is a dictatorship. But a dictatorship is characterized by a single person holding all the power within a nation state. And if a single person doesn't hold that, and if a single person doesn't hold that power, we don't have a dictatorship. I think that is fundamentally different. Yes.
Well,
would you contest the idea that there's a difference between something like the United States' government and something like North Korea's government?
Well, North Korea is a monarchy, which is a bit different.
I'm sorry. Do you want to look up at what dictatorship do you want to roll with? Literally, we can roll with any dictatorship, but I just want one to compare it to because I want to be able to hold you to that.
Okay, wait. Okay, so you said capitalism is a what? A dictatorship of what? Capitalism I would define as a dictatorship of the bourgeois.
I don't think it can be a dictatorship of the bourgeois because I think a dictatorship can't even be of a class. I don't think that could be. I don't think that's a dictatorship by definition.
Well, there's a dictatorship of the proletariat and there's a dictatorship of the bourgeois. Right? These are inherent these are.
I don't believe in dictatorships of multiple people.
Why not?
I fundamentally reject that because a dictatorship.
You know what dictatorship means? It means something commanding something, basically.
That's your entire definition?
Yeah. Well, okay. Something with absolute
because dictatorship, as I understand it, is a government by a dictator.
No, I mean that's never what it's actually.
That's not what it means.
I would argue.
You don't think a dictatorship is a government run by a dictator. You fundamentally you reject that.
Well, okay, that could be a dictatorship, but I would argue that dictatorship could be multiple things.
Well, I have never heard this definition anywhere else. Okay, let's say there are multiple different types of dictatorship. I would still draw a
distinction. The proletariat is.
Can I finish?
You could finish, but I would like you to answer that too.
What I think the dictatorship of the proletariat is. I think that's fundamentally something I reject, but I think that that's probably a concept that the proletariat commands the government.
Yes, and what do you think the dictatorship of the bourgeois is?
The concept that a bourgeois controls the government. But I think a dictatorship, there'd be a difference even between those two types of dictatorship. I think there's a fundamental, not only moral difference, but functional difference.
How is there a functional difference?
You don't
explain that.
So within a dictatorship of the bourgeois, you can have the bourgeois, different disagreements between bourgeois. Do you agree with that?
Sure.
Right. So there can still be combat of ideas, and not a single person would be holding power. Would you agree with me on the statement that power to a single individual can be incredibly dangerous?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay. So we'd agree that a single individual probably shouldn't hold all the power, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you think fascism is all just one person? Do you think that's what it is?
I think fascism relies on a dictator. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. I would agree that it relies on it, but I would argue. Okay. Well, corporatism or the fascist model.
Can we stop pivoting off of the point? I don't want to talk about this.
No. Well,
I want to talk about what we were talking about before. Okay. So now that you agree, now that you agree, there's a difference, and there's actually really dangerous for a single individual to have power, and that different parts of the ruling class can disagree with each other. Would you agree with me in the statement by saying, because they are not all held by a single individual, there's a distinct difference in the danger of that system?
Well, I mean, I mean, there's a distinct difference? Like a distinct
Is there a
difference?
difference between the dangers of that system?
Okay, there's a difference, so there's not a distinct difference.
What's
I
a
think
distinct difference between a difference?
What do you mean?
What's the difference between those two words to you?
Okay, well, the
Distinct difference is literally like that.
well,
That
the
means
distinction would be, well, what? Sorry. Okay, so the distinct difference would be like, there isn't like, yes, people that control everything, no matter like what you do, like, yes, there's not really much of a difference in terms of like working class. You're
So
still being
you just
controlled.
okay. So I'm gonna lay this out for you. So we agreed
Right.
that the current system does not have a single person and like that agrees, or a single body even that
It does
agrees
have a single
completely.
body.
That
Oh well, it doesn't.
you're
have a
gonna let
single
me
body.
finish. That agrees completely with certain ideas, right? Or has the full power to enact those policies without any kind of check. We agree with that? Within the United States
Well,
of
there's
America, there's no.
multiple people that can do everything without full check. Like, what does that mean?
Do you know how like a law is passed in the United States of America?
Sure. Yeah. I
Yeah.
would argue that it's not actually like fair. I don't think it's like
You,
voted
you
on
don't
like
think
fairly.
you don't think there's multiple different people within that system, and no single
I
person
would
can
argue
pass
that
that.
lobbying takes up a lot of that, right? Like, I
Do you
think
think? do-
lobbying is
okay, that's great. Do you think that a single person can pass that?
pass a law. A
Yes.
single person.
Yes.
I mean, I think somebody could have so much money that they could pass
You think
a
a
law.
single person could pass a law?
Yeah, if they had enough money, they could just pay off the
Okay,
entire
we're just
cabinet,
we're
right?
just out of the realm of reality. There's absolutely no condition of which you could pay off the entire cabinet because
Why not?
you'd also need to go up to the presidential level, and at that point, we're actually breaking the rules of the system that would consider bribery. So
Do
no,
you
within the system itself, no single person can pass a law. No.
Okay, well, you're gonna have to explain a little bit more of American politics to me.
Okay,
Does
so
the
you
president have to agree with the congressional office?
so a president can veto it, and then it would go back to the Congress floor, I believe. I'd have to like recheck some of my
Okay.
government things, but the president can veto a law. Yes.
Okay, and then you cannot bribe the government. Oh, yeah, you can't
No,
bribe.
you can't bribe. You cannot give the president money to pass something. No, that's.
But you can give money to their presidential campaign.
You can to an extent, but there's no longer a
Okay,
public
so do you
presidential
think there's
campaign.
not an inherent problem there? Like, do you see where the conundrum comes in?
Can you name me a single time where this has happened that you're talking about? Because maybe
Well,
like.
who knows when it's happened? But we know that. Okay,
So
there
you
has
can't.
been,
Okay, so I don't
like,
care.
there-
So I don't care. All right, let's move on. Let's
Well,
go.
okay,
Let's
that's not
give me a
irrelevant,
second.
right? Your
No,
argument
you're
was
trying
that,
to. You're no. Okay, we're literally talking about a scenario that is not only like fundamentally illegal to my knowledge. I mean, maybe there's like some crazy legal loophole you're talking about, but it's also never happened. If someone has this amount of
it's not
power
illegal. You just said it was not illegal to give money to the president.
to give money to the
For the
president to pass a law, yes, it is legal. Yes.
No, but for the presidential.
Do you think?
campaign.
Okay, hold up. I'm literally gonna look up bribery within the United States of America, and we can see whether it's illegal or not. Would you agree with
How
me?
do you
that
think
we should do
oil
that?
companies are getting away with so much?
Probably
like-
lobbying.
Exactly.
Okay, can you name me a single oil company that's passed a law on their own?
Not on their own. But,
Okay, so
what-
we're not
that's
talking.
what I'm
Okay,
arguing,
okay,
though.
so we're not talking in the realm of reality anymore. You understand? You can't name a single
I-
example of
I
this.
would
You are
argue that
literally
there is
talking.
probably some-
You are talking so far out of the realm of reality, dude.
What, how?
If this is like a large spread
if
problem, or
people
this is like a
can't do it,
huge
then why
vulnerability
would
in the
they?
system,
Like, okay,
it's just not happening.
it's just not
You
happening.
do realize this is like the same
What if
crazy.
it does?
No, you do
Does-
realize.
does
You
everything
do realize
fall
this is the same
apart?
crazy argument that I get from conservatives who say that like transgender women shouldn't be able to go to the bathroom because what if they do molest kids? Like, does anything
That's not
show
what I'm
that?
arguing, though. I do not hear that at all, actually.
You don't hear what at all?
Like, I don't hear how I'm I'm a conservative saying that transgenders
Because you're both working within the realm of of absurd paranoia to an extent which is not backed up by any actual reality. That has never happened before. You are fear mongering because of it. And now that we've actually gotten down to the fundamental root of the issue, you can't name a single time where this has happened. This huge vulnerability in the system, apparently. Mind you, I'm not even sure if this vulnerability exists.
Then it will. Like, what? Like, will it not? Like, what the hell? Like, do you think people will not do that if they could? If they could, do you think they would not do that?
If people could, I believe that they would do that. But you
Okay,
can't name,
exactly.
but you can't name a single time that it's happened. So I guess I can't do it. So fuck, dude.
I can't name. Okay, well, okay. So
Dude, you
you're
do
saying that
realize? Hold up. Okay, so you literally just agree with me that if they could do it, then they would, right?
Yeah.
And we both agree.
I mean, like
No,
why
no,
would they
no,
let that
no, no,
get
no,
out?
no, no, no.
Like,
Stop trying to derail it because I know you don't know like this is going. So we both agree that it hasn't happened. And we both also agree that if it could happen, that it would have happened and that people would do it. So we both agree that
I
it
wouldn't
can't
say.
happen.
Okay, well, okay, yeah, sure. Okay, keep going. Fine.
Yeah, so this is like these are like just the fundamental like conclusions of the things that you're laying out.
Yeah, sure. Okay, let's say like.
Yeah,
let's
so
say
we agree on
people-
this. So, okay, so let's move on to a point you can actually defend then.
Okay.
You're racking these wins, Bunk. I'm surprised.
Okay. Okay. But I don't understand. Like, if there's not an, do you believe that there is an inherent flaw in that? Like what? If
There could be an inherent flaw to it, but I don't think it's actually part of the realm of reality. I think it's so unrealistic to the point that it hasn't.
Why is it
happened.
unrealistic though? Like, can you explain that to me?
Because it hasn't happened.
Are things that haven't happened unrealistic?
Generally speaking, if we both agree that if they could happen, they would happen, and it hasn't happened, then I do think it is unrealistic.
Do
to
you
expect
think
it to
that
happen. Yes.
it hasn't happened? Like, do you think that there hasn't been some foreign trick? Like, how do you like explain like the coup
do you want to
in, like,
go? Do
Latin
you want to go
America?
back? Do
Like,
you gonna want to go? Do you want to go back to the point that you had to like concede earlier? Can you name me a single law that's been passed by a single individual or a single entity purely by law?
how would I be able to tell you that? How would I be able to tell
I
you
don't know.
that?
You've kind of fundamentally built up your whole worldview from this area, so I figured that you'd probably have it, right? Like, this is crucial to your argument, dude. If you don't have it, I'm really concerned. Like, how do you form these viewpoints then?
Well, isn't it? Well, how can you say it doesn't? It's not going to happen. Or it's not going to happen, or it won't happen. Like
because I've
how
never
do you,
I've
okay,
never seen
like,
it
do you think
happen.
people are just inherently evil? Like, do you think people just like coup Bolivia for no reason? Like, what? Like,
What?
what's going on here? Like,
What are you talking about?
do you think there isn't some form of like government corruption? Like that is
Of course,
literally
there's government
interfering.
corruption, sure, but like I don't think a single law has been passed. Like there can be government
you don't
corruption.
think oil
No,
companies, like, pay Joe
no. Do you understand there can be government corruption and not a dictatorship? That those are two different things.
Isn't that just a dictatorship
Every single
in
system-
itself? One person
No.
fucking determining things?
No, because there's no one person determining things. Who's the one person determining things?
What do you mean?
Who's
Like,
the one?
what do you,
You say there's one person determining things. Who is
if
it?
there what? Okay, how would I know? Why would I know
because
that?
you're making the claim that there is one person. You do realize every single time you get pushed on a point, I drill down on a point, you can't back it up. I don't know why you even hold this stance, to be honest.
Okay, well, okay. Like what? Like okay, how do you? Okay, but you can't. Okay, so you could give money to people that during their presidency, like not presidency, but their what's it called? Don't give me the L. I see that. Stop that. Okay, so okay. You do not see, okay, so you don't see the inherent flaw in that though. Like you do not like. Can
No,
you say that
I've acknowowed there's probably a flaw in that, but I don't think it's a
Okay, so
dictatorship.
that's what I'm arguing though. Like I'm arguing.
No,
that there is a
you're
flaw.
no. You're not gonna try to do this, dude. I argue with people like you all the time that try and slip away from these kind of things. Okay, listen, you're not gonna try and tell me that your original point was there's corruption in the system. No, you were arguing for a dictatorship. No, you're gonna let me finish. You were arguing for a dictatorship. This is indicated by quotes like, I mean, you said this verbatim. There's a single person that runs the United States government, and I asked
I did
you
not say
who.
that. I did not.
Yes,
say
you
one
did.
person
Yes, you did.
I
You
did
literally
not say
said that.
that.
I asked you who's the one
I said
person who
the
runs it all.
bourgeois does. I said
The bourgeois. No,
does.
you said. Okay, hold up. Actually, everybody unmute. Did everybody else heard him say one person, right?
You were literally.
I could rewind the
Yeah.
VOD. Can somebody like go back?
it.
Go back and clip it. In fact,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. He hasn't
Did I say
really,
it?
he hasn't really gotten much of a word in this entire debate.
I've let him talk. What the fuck are you talking about?
You kind of.
No, I've let.
Okay,
What?
but do you think? Okay, do you think people don't pay Joe Biden?
I do.
Do you
I
think
think.
people didn't like you? Okay, so there's actually documented
Joe
proof that
Biden.
there's
I-
oil like barons.
Yeah,
and shit
no one disagrees
that-
with you.
that have
What are you
paid Joe
arguing
Biden.
against?
during his election
Yeah.
campaign.
Yeah.
Do you think like do you know how Nixon like the Watergate and everything like that?
Yes.
Right? Okay. Okay, so oil barons pay Joe Biden, right? They do. You can't deny this. You can look it up. Oil
Yes,
barons literally have funded.
like you. Why are you saying you can't deny this? No one's
You can't
disagreeing
deny
with
it.
you. No one is disagreeing with you. You're trying to make it seem like I've denied
I'm
this,
just
and
saying,
like you're
I'm just
pushing
saying
me
you
on this
cannot
point.
deny it.
No, literally, no one's
so-
disagreeing with you, dude.
Okay, sure. Okay. But
Okay,
like,
yeah, continue.
slow down. Okay. So, but do you think that's not like dictatorship like, where you're paying
No.
Joe, like the president, to like pass things for you? How is that not like
Because the
authoritarian?
president cannot pass a single thing on their own. In addition to this,
they're
there's
also paying-
competition between these different entities. There's no one person controlling this. In addition to that, it's also conflicts of interest between multiple different parties. So these are fundamentally different systems. And I think they're fundamental. Like you just like can't grasp with that because you view like the bourgeoisie as in like a single person, which I think is profoundly
No, I don't. Well,
weird.
I don't. I would argue that like there's
Okay, so if they're not a single person, would you agree that there's a fundamental power difference between these two different types of systems? And therefore, as you've acknowledged at the very beginning of this debate, as you've acknowledged at the very beginning of this debate, there's a difference in the dangers of those systems?
Let's say, okay, yeah, sure. Let's say there's an inherent like difference between the
Right.
dangers of the system, which I don't like actually believe. I think like governments like
No,
generally.
okay. You can say you
corporate
don't
state-
actually believe that, but that's what you've said throughout this debate. You've literally said if a single person, I think it's more dangerous for a single person to control
Okay, it is-
power
yeah, it is-
than for multiple
okay.
different people, and you're saying that you don't think a single person controls power, so therefore you're saying that it is more dangerous
let's say I
for a
do
single
say that,
person to
though.
control power. No, let's say that I said this. You did say this.
Okay.
Everyone was here to
Okay,
hear you say this.
Okay. I mean, I don't think anybody clarified that. If the people can do it again, then I would like to. Griffin,
If
you're
I can
nodding
go
your head?
back,
Okay.
if I can go back and find you the
Okay.
clip, will you admit that you said it? If I like get somebody in my chat to go back and find the clip on YouTube
No, okay.
in the VOD, where you did say that, and I walked you
okay.
through it really slowly. I don't know if you like forgot, but I walked you through it really slowly. Would you admit that you've said it?
Okay, yeah.
Shut the fat ass.
If I did say it, then fine. Okay, I could probably still argue for it.
Sure.
Okay, but do you think like, for example, do you think like, what do you think is like the inherent difference between like corporate entities controlling the government and a dictator, just like a dictator, right?
It's the same difference I draw between multiple different people with conflicting interests controlling a government and a single person.
Well, would you
Can
argue
you
like the
elaborate on that?
Mosley like model of fascism is like, or even the Mussolini difference of fascism like is like inherently different, right? Where there's the king and there's the dictator, right? Like do you think
Do they have
those two,
similar
like,
interest? Does one have power over the other?
I think they have the exact same power if I remember the model correctly. I could send it in chat or something.
All right.
But yes, the king of Italy could have a different thing than like Mussolini. I think that did happen once at least. I would doubt it didn't, right? But you think so? Would you agree then that they're not not inherently different, like because then there is no difference, right? Because in the Mosley model of fascism and in Mussolini, I guess not Hitler, but Hitler did actually have to appease the, what is it called? I forget what it's called. The chancellor, and then he became the chancellor. So it like became weird like that. But I would argue that like there's a little bit of a difference between Hitler and Mussolini, but like in terms of a more classical fascist sense. But that's like, it doesn't matter, right? But I would argue, yeah. So in fact, Carlists also had the king. Yeah. So even then,
Can you send it
the
to me?
nationalists in Spain.
Okay,
also,
you've been
I'll
rambling
try
for
to-
a really long time. Can you send it to me?
Yeah, I'll send it.
I just don't think this is true. To my understanding, Mussolini had power.
Over the king.
And had
You think he had over the king?
no, he had power and the ability to enact whatever he wanted. Would that be a correct
I don't
statement?
think this is true, and I don't think that's.
You think there was a
yeah.
checks and balances system within Mussolini's dictatorship?
There was definitely a king. Yes. Let me try.
You
to
think
find
no,
it.
no I didn't ask you that question. Answer my question. Do you think there was a checks and balances system in
Checks and
Mussolini's
balances, like, you think
dictatorship.
there's
Yes, a point where not a single person could pass something or pass something into policy on their own.
Yes, I do.
You do.
But it's still dictatorship, like relatively like at least how I would define a dictatorship.
Well,
Let's
how
try
you
to find-
well, as we found in this debate, how you define a dictatorship can kind of encapsulate
yeah.
whatever, and I don't really care. I'm
Well,
getting
no,
down to
well,
the
I
fundamental
mean,
differences
like-
of like systems and like why one is more.
Well, I'm
powerful
going
than
off
the other.
your definition of a dictatorship. Remember, I literally asked you. What's
You're
it
going off
called?
of my definition of a dictatorship, where a single person
which is the one
can
person in
dictate.
power or whatever.
Well, a one person in power is probably a bad way to word that. I'd probably rephrase that to be one person who has ultimate power.
Okay,
Does that make more
that's
sense?
the same thing.
No, it doesn't. No, it's not. So if two people
How
can
is it
have
not?
ultimate power,
Yeah.
like in a dictatorship. If two people
Okay,
have the
okay, so
ability
it's
to
like-
pass things on their own, then it would still be a dictatorship.
Okay,
At least by
Oh my
my
God.
definition.
let me try to find the Mosley thing here. Because they're
But if
100%.
those people are held accountable to somebody, or those people, they have individuals
you
who
argue
must
that's not
agree with, individuals who must agree with them in order for things to be passed, I don't think they would qualify as a dictatorship anymore.
Okay, interesting. Okay.
Not really that interesting. It's just kind of, it's very, it's like,
Tyrone, why are you participating in a debate with an aspiring fascist streamer?
Okay, now look, stop it. You can't listen. It's okay.
damn,
You're
for a
a-
fascist, dude, maybe fascism isn't that bad then. He's gonna beat the fuck out. What the hell?
The Nasdaq. Hold on. God
Is
damn
that the
it.
reputation
Really
you
all
want
that
for your
surprised you
movement,
would be in
dude?
favor of
Is that
fascism?
how am I a fascist? What fascist things do I advocate for?
Shut up.
All right, that was great.
Where the fuck is this? Hold
Really
on.
got to
I
see
have
the big brain. Oh, sorry, I had to unmute somebody. I realized I had a couple people muted.
Sorry, okay. This is Ned Loot. He's a funny man. Okay.
He's a very funny man, and he's kind of dumb.
Not really.
Well,
Go away, your land cap. I mean, a hand com. Okay.
are you tanky?
Am I tanky?
Yeah.
I guess. Okay. Do I support the Hungarian Revolution of 1956? No. The crushing of the Hungarian Revolution. I mean, no, I don't.
That wasn't the question.
You said, well, no, that's what a
No,
tanky is.
the question that you just answered sounds like, do you support the crushing of the Hungarian Revolution?
Yeah.
They're
well,
using an esoteric definition of tanky.
No, I'm just asking if you identify yourself as a tanky or an authoritarian
I do more
communist.
as there's no such thing as an authoritarian communist. That's what
I'd
would
agree
say.
with you on that, but some people do identify as it.
That's funny.
Wait, you're asking if he's a tanky or an authoritarian? Because I mean, you
I
can
think
be
an
a Marxist
authoritarian
Leninist
communist
not
and a tanky are the same thing.
Authoritarian
my
communism
definitions,
does
yeah.
not exist. That's not a real thing. That will
Wait.
never exist.
So what- wait,
Stalin-
what-
People who identify as tankies also tend to identify as authoritarian communists, in my experience. Am I wrong on that?
I don't
Can I
think
just
that doesn't
ask?
exist. Literally doesn't exist. So like,
Can I just ask
Do
real
you
quick?
not think that people
what is-
identify themselves as both authoritarian and communist?
yes, but not at the same time. That's contradictory.
Okay, well, I literally have met people who identify themselves as both those things.
Yeah,
so-
those people are dumb. They don't understand basic theory. Like, you
Okay,
can't, like
well, they do exist then. So
they do
again,
exist, they're just not
this
as-
is like
they're
back
just
to the
not-
Nazbol point, where you argue that Nazbols didn't exist.
Well, okay. Well, do you think
What?
Nazis can exist? Like, do you think?
I
Like,
think it's an
theoretically,
inherently
people-
contradictory viewpoint. I think that it's not philosophically sound, but I do think people believe it.
I think people believe it. I have no doubt.
People believing
about
in
that.
ideology is all that it requires for that to be a stance. Yes.
Here it is. I found it. God, that was so long. Okay,
Can
corporate.
I ask
spirit.
something real quick?
Yeah.
I just kind of want to know, by authoritarian communist, do you mean like Marxist, Leninist, Maoist, shit like that?
That is not a
Um,
well, okay, those people are socialists.
I would argue
yes.
that those aren't communists. Typically, I find that authoritarian
They don't-
communists
they
tend to
want
back people
go to-
yeah, they're kind of like Leninists. Yeah.
See, but those
Marxist,
people don't.
Leninism
Those
is
have a fundamental
usually a
like,
route.
understanding of the theory of that. Like of
I
okay,
think
so
these things are
I-
contradictory at their very nature. I think that it's incredibly stupid to think that you could have a state as well as an equal like fully equal people.
You cannot have communism. Literally has never like communism is.
That's
like,
why I disagree with it. Yeah.
Well, exactly. So, but MLs like me would argue that you need a state like it's kind of like the conservative talking point of only thing that stops a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. It would be the same thing for a state as a.
Wait, do you actually believe that?
Well, I semi do.
Oh,
I've
God.
seen like I think 5-year plans inherently have actually worked pretty well, like as a generalized concept.
Hmm.
Can we move on? Can we actually move on to a more interesting
easy to
debate?
grow.
Because like I don't know. We just kind of like
Did I not just send you the thing?
Did you send it to me?
Yeah, I did. I literally just added
All right, sweet.
corporate state. What do you want to talk about?
Oh.
Give
on
me
your
1
mind?
second. Get it? I will.
So
I need to
should
pull this up.
Israel?
I'm wondering if there's anything we could debate.
I could probably have fun with you. That sounds so gay. What the fuck?
Hey, ain't nothing wrong with being gay
Yeah,
here.
stay away-
We
stay away-
embrace the
stay
gays.
away
Okay,
from
so
it.
this chart is so low res that I can barely read it, but it does seem
JPEG.
seem to an extent
So yes, okay. So you
that
agree
somebody
that-
somebody. No, it does seem
Uh,
to an extent that somebody would have the power to pass something without anybody checking that or need for cooperation. Am I wrong with that? It's got like a crown that doesn't seem to be held accountable to anybody.
The crown is a hound. I guess like okay. Well, again, that could be like conflicting, I guess. But like
Yeah. So yeah, I don't
So-
know. This doesn't debunk anything that I've said. I don't know. I feel like going over the same points with you over and over again. I don't like want to be like really. It's really hard. Okay, it's kind of my personality, you could say. I don't want to be like condescending to you. I really don't. Okay, you seem like a good person. You seem like you have some more things you got to look into.
I want to talk about the Sockdom debate.
Yeah. So I want to.
Oh my
this is
God.
what I want to talk about now.
This is
Okay,
what we
I
wanna
want to talk
do.
about the Sockdem debate. Tell me how I'm a fascist. Tell me I'm a fascist. All right.
Hold on, I have to pull up my proposition.
We getting some good shit.
We've already
I got
kind of
some
went over like okay, the state and the capital relation.
Yep.
And we've already kind of went over third positionism, but we could start like treading on like what it has been and the history of social democracy. And
I have
what it
no
has-
interest in discussing the history of any party.
Okay, well, I think
That's stupid. This is like
not like a history of a
no. Okay,
party.
this is like I'm gonna have to draw like a comparison to a conservative talking point again because this is like sounds like the same stuff. This is like whenever conservatives say, "Do you know the Democrats actually made the KKK?" It's like okay,
True. Holy
Well, no, that's not what I'm talking about.
like
that's
this has nothing to do with like the current alignments of individuals as well as it's not really
Well,
a
yeah, okay, nobody-
generalization.
well,
Badass.
let me just like get this over. Let me
Yeah.
get this
Can
first.
I just ask Ron
True.
or something?
Let me get this like thing
Sure.
in there first, which would be that what's it called? That I don't believe like some random like kid from like UMEC that just like I don't know like went to a Bernie rally and is like, yeah, I'm a Bernie bro, or whatever, is a fascist. But I think that
You
people
think-
use social democracy as a means.
Some people have, yeah. It's the
Um,
Nazgul vortex, and it is very, very stupid.
Yeah.
And it's something you have to avoid
go
as a
ahead.
Sockdem.
So let's get into it
There's one of famous Nazgul Shoehead.
because we've already kind of
True.
started in terms of like my
Mhm.
propositions where I was
Yep.
just talking about what do you think about the state
Yep.
and what do you think about its relationship to the capitalist and the bourgeois class.
Yep.
So you could ask me a question and I will answer.
Sure. Would you consider me a fascist?
Are you a social democrat?
Yep.
Okay, well, I would argue that you have fascistic tendencies in terms of political belief, right? You are undecided.
What am I undecided on?
Okay, you believe, so you know what social democracy is, right?
Yes. I'm aware of the political ideology of social democracy.
Okay, can you explain that one to me?
Right. So
So
just
we-
typically the idea that we can utilize capitalism and the large amount of resources that capitalism produces in order to fund certain social safety nets and use policy to redistribute the negative outlooks of capitalism. That's
Okay.
very general. It's very, very basic, but yeah.
It's very, very basic and very general. Are you aware of past social democracy movements and their relationships with communists?
Yeah, it doesn't tend to be very good. I think that a lot of social democrats seem to have very poor tendencies when it comes to relations with communists.
Yeah, you would think like,
for example,
based
the
on,
Nazi
like,
Party social democrats didn't have a really good relationship with the communists there.
Yeah. yeah.
But I
Weimar
don't,
Germany
but what I
definitely did
would
not-
say is that certain social democrats seem to think that reform is the only way to go forward. I disagree with this. I disagree with this fundamentally, but this is no longer. It doesn't make me no longer a social democrat. Does that make sense? In addition to
Whoa,
this,
Gretchen
inherent
Smalding.
to your belief, though, like as a social democrat, you will be opposed to revolution.
does who?
No.
Well, why not?
true.
Why not?
You believe that
You-
reform.
Why
you
would
can,
I be?
You can prefer
I think that reform would be ideal, but if we must have a revolution of some kind, I think that would be something that could be 100% justified morally. Yes.
Well,
True.
you know the history
Wait.
of democratic parties and crushing revolutions of communists.
I don't care about the history of any given party. We've already been over
Well,
this.
I would argue that social
Faggot.
democrats, when they get into,
Do you think that because I'm a social democrat, I must inherently agree with any action that social democratic parties of the past in different countries even have taken?
Well, I would argue that it's inherent to the viewpoint of a social democrat.
Okay, if
do
it's
you think
inherent,
as
then critique
social
me. If it's
democrats
no. If it's inherent, then critique me. What do I hold?
okay, do
You shouldn't have
think-
to. No, if it's inherent, you shouldn't
if you
have
a
to.
social democratic government, do you believe that it should be overthrown?
If we have a social democratic government, do I believe that it should be overthrown? It should be overthrown if we have better options available. If we can show
No, let's
there
say
are better
you are
options
the
available.
leader. Let's say you are the leader, since you brought yourself on the. Do you think
Yeah,
you
say
should
I'm
be
the leader.
overthrown?
Do I think that should
Yeah?
be overthrown? Am I oppressing people? Am I doing what's best for my people?
Are you? Let's say you are.
Am I? Let's say I'm a utilitarian and I have I can decide, objectively speaking, that I am doing what is best. Let's say metaethics is a real field that we can objectively decide moral principles outside of our own viewpoints and leanings, and I am doing something that is good. I think that anyone's attempt to overthrow that would be a moral wrong. Does that make sense?
Sure, but
Yeah.
But again, that doesn't exist, right? You cannot.
What
Say
doesn't
that.
exist?
Look, if you can't. Right? You just said it's like theoretical, like.
Right, yeah, for your
Utilitarian.
question makes sense, we must work within theory, yes.
You must.
Because if you're going to be a moral error theorist, I think that metaethics is bullshit. I think we pretend metaethics are a thing, that we pretend that we have some kind of like leaning towards, we just kind of work off our own preferences. Most people tend to have a certain set of preferences. We kind of go from there. But for your question to make any sense and for it to be objectively rooted in anything, like to say that it ought to be something, I need something more specific. We have to work under some kind of moral system. So do you want me to establish a moral system or do you not want me to establish more? Because if you don't want me to establish a moral system, then we're going nowhere with this.
But we could also just go down like the path of imperialism, right? Where I would say
What do
capitalism
you mean
needs
by the path of
imperialism.
imperialism?
Okay, so well, this is one of my main critiques of social democracy and how it kind of relates
Sure.
to fascism, where that capitalism needs inherently to be imperialistic or at least neocolonial to like fund itself and like kind of put itself in the money grinder, right? Because capitalism needs infinite expansion on a finite world, right?
I don't know if it requires necessarily infinite expansion on the finite world, but probably it
That
does
is
require
right.
expansion. Yeah.
Right, it's infinite expansion, right?
Sure.
So, I mean, there's only so much you could expand in your country. Let's say we're talking about America, right? You can't really.
That makes sense.
So let's say, okay, so America makes up like what, 50%? Like 50%. If you were to count in what's it called? If you were to count all like the international, like the international companies in air quotes, heavy air quotes, that are stationed in America, America's economy would make up like what, 50% of like labor from other countries, like
Sure. Yeah.
right.
You do utilize
That's
labor
like-
from
I
other
think that's
countries. Yeah.
like that's around right. I
Mhm.
think I've heard the statistic. Maybe I could find it.
I'm not
It's-
going to contest you on the statistics, so you don't need to find it. No. Go on.
Okay, great. So you think that a social democratic country that's reliant on imperialism, like America,
Hmm?
would be a good thing, and that's like a good thing for communists? and that like that's
What do you mean a good thing for communists?
Oh no, well, a good thing for like let's say a socialist. Like you would say like that is an inherently like if you were to get a social democratic government in that like it's inherent to social democracy that you need imperialism to fund your country, right? It's imperialistic needs.
I wouldn't necessarily say that, but I'm not.
They
We
use-
can assume that for the sake of argument.
What? Sorry.
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that, but we can assume that for the sake of argument.
So would you argue that could ever be like a socialist movement if it's inherently reliant on imperialism?
Who said it would be a socialist movement?
Well, social democracy kind of implies that it will become socialist at one point.
No, it doesn't.
No?
No, it doesn't. No.
Isn't this whole well, maybe I'm talking about the more older like thing.
No, I'm talking about a current ideology which idealizes the idea that we have capitalism, but due to its ability to produce resources, then we use policy to curb the negative effects of capitalism. That never implies that there's going to be a socialist part of that. No. I mean, I'm sure there's probably some soc dems that believe that, but I don't think that it's necessary to the ideology.
I would argue that like it's
And then I just think you're a democratic socialist at that point. So yeah. Okay,
sure. I definitely do think that the democratic socialist has more taken on the form of the old social democrats.
Yeah. So I'm talking about the current social democrat. Yeah.
These people are capitalists, but want to wear a welfare state. Basically.
Are you serious? Wait, I'm around.
Depends on what you mean by a welfare state. Normally, you'd want like some kind of social
safety nets. Whatever.
Yeah.
Not actual social means of ownership of the means of production. Hold on one second.
That'd be the like one thing that I think we mandated. I would say mandated that the means of production be owned by the worker, or that the government would be involved, or that the government would be involved in giving the worker the means of production. That's what you'd be opposed to. So I do think that like co-ops, I do think, for example, co-ops can exist under a capitalist system, but you need to fund it. Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, repeat.
I do. For example, I the one thing that I disagree on is saying that like that the government should help people get like the means of production, or the democratization of the workplace should be mandated by the government, or helped by the government in any way. I think that's one thing that we disagree on. But I do think that you could have, for example, a co-op that exists within a capitalist society.
Do you understand why co-ops are bad? Please talk about like what you think a co-op is.
I don't want to talk about co-ops right now. That's a completely different debate that I'm completely ill-prepared for right now.
Okay, sure. Hold on 1 second. Oh my god, hold on.
It has no influence to what we're talking about, yeah.
Pog.
Anyways, what do you guys think of Israel versus Palestine? I don't know,
Anyways,
I feel like Israel's so funny.
Is that it? Is that it?
No.
Is the argument over? That was fun.
Bunk wins debates every fucking time. Chad King.
Yeah, dude.
Each cheerleader.
Wrong. You destroyed him in that debate. Nice job, buddy. It was fun.
Not even hating on Bunk, but I mean just like stop being a cheerleader wrong. Come on.
I don't give a fuck.
What now?
He's my host.
There's something. What now?
Host. Wait.
What did someone say?
For me to stop being a cheerleader. I'm crying. Lol.
Let's go.
But anyways, let's read the chat. So,
Can we talk about our hatred of DGGers now? I think this is one thing we can all agree on, except for wrong.
I can't stand Destiny.
So tricking.
In fact, it is one of the times SocDems did align with fascists. Was the great DGG VGG split.
So true.
Did the GGG DGGers align with fascists? What happened there?
Yeah.
I was removed from this part of internet history.
Well, I mean, we all know that Kyle Rittenhouse is a giant DGGer.
Sure.
True.
True. Why doesn't he
True.
follow him on Twitter? That's what I want. I want that to be a thing
he
where
does?
Kyle.
True.
I
Dude,
want
I bet
Kyle
you-
Rittenhouse to follow Destiny on Twitter. That is the
Oh my
one
God,
thing
if
that I
I-
need before I die. You guys watch the new John Swan video? We're probably gonna watch the new John Swan video later in the stream.
No, I'm sorry, I don't watch John Tron anymore.
John
So
Swan,
true.
the
I know.
Australian.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I had,
Joe
to,
Swan.
No, you're not.
I had to clean something up.
We're talking about
Um,
DGGers now.
Okay. You want to come back to Social Democrats, or you want to talk? I have some.
Oh, we
stuff.
can talk about that, but I don't know, dude. It seems like just go down the same places. Yeah,
It's yeah.
let's
it's-
just
well,
let's just talk about how Destiny is a Nazi.
Destiny's a Nazi. Based?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think most like.
let's
Okay,
talk about how Destiny.
I think relatively like most like people that would like most people like that like are like more political commentators, maybe not you, I don't know, are more like on the reactionary side where they're like putting more like fake leftist values into people's minds, like Vosh. I don't think actually like does stuff for socialism. I think it's more like it's more for the money than anything.
I don't know.
I don't
What
like
do you mean more for the money?
Gosh.
He literally did like 2 charities, one for the PCRF for the Palestinians, right? And one for Planned Parenthood.
which is, yeah, that's a good thing. I'm
Liberal organizations.
not gonna shit on that. I'm never gonna shit.
Liberal.
He's also talked about canvassing in his
Liberals.
area.
Canvassy? Sorry.
Yeah, you know, canvassing for certain candidates he supports.
Well, yeah, I mean Biden was the main thing. I don't think Biden.
That's not the canvassing I'm mentioning here. I'm talking about things in his local area.
Yeah.
Even if it was for Biden, who cares?
He
Yeah.
did Biden a lot. Okay, that, like no social.
Is there anybody? There is.
Wait, why'd you bring up Vosh? Where do you come from? Is he here?
Apparently,
Where did he go?
apparently, DGGers aligned with fascists or something.
Probably.
I mean, most of them are really cringe, but I wouldn't say
yeah.
all of them are fascist.
Yeah, example
I don't know.
wrong.
What is fascism? Holy shit. Fascism. I don't even know what it means anymore. Wow, okay.
Fascism
Like at
is
at
when
worst
you.
they-
It's when you do
Sorry.
a cringe.
Yeah.
they
When
hold
you,
similar
disagree
views as
with-
them, but I don't think they are. I just think they're really just like 12 years old and don't know anything.
Shut up.
Nanners. Okay.
What? Hello,
Everybody.
hello,
Okay.
Christian.
You had no idea. Okay, what you were talking about with the Kyle Rittenhouse debate. I'm sorry. Okay. What we're talking
You were
about.
a DGGer? What?
No. I'm saying you're saying like they were like ill-informed, like little like kids. And I was just saying that.
Oh
mean,
no, I was
true.
just saying that Destiny fans are pretty much like all 12 years old and are really like
True.
edgy.
True.
But I don't
absolutely
think
true.
they align with fascists. Like if a fascist stated what they believe in, I don't think
In
a
a
Destiny
call
fan would
of-
would like align with them very much.
I think you're being too charitable to Destiny fans.
I am being charitable,
I mean-
but I mean,
I mean,
Oh,
back when I was.
I'm sorry. I was just gonna say that
Around
BGG
area.
isn't that much better. They're just better at hiding it.
That much better from what?
From
I wouldn't
like,
say so.
DGG, or at least like its toxic community. I don't know.
Who?
I mean, there was a
Oh,
whole.
VGG is way less toxic than
Yeah.
BGG.
No,
Well, there was
VGG
that
and
whole
DGG
thing
are
that
basically
happened
just
on-
as bad. If you actually like,
Yeah.
Destiny just
yeah,
been
that's-
around for longer, so the reputation's developed more.
I think both
Give
of
it
them
like
have problems.
give it like a couple years, and Vosh's community is gonna be like just as hated as Destiny is, to be honest.
Yeah.
Oh,
already
Vosh already
is.
has a pretty hated
Yeah,
community.
but it's not
It
as
already
hated as
fucking
Destiny's.
is.
Come on,
Holy
it's not
shit.
as
I don't
hated as
think
Destiny's.
so.
I mean,
Maybe
maybe
not
like in
as
certain
hated.
parts of like the political sphere, you're gonna find people who like Destiny.
It's because
more than
Vosh isn't
but,
as annoying as
Like,
Destiny.
Do follow like people on Twitter who are Bosch fans, and a lot of the times they can be very fucking abusive to other people. They're just better at hiding it.
Hey, now what the fuck does that supposed to mean, huh?
Well, I
It
mean, there
means that
was
Bosch
that whole
fans
thing that
are,
happened on the Discord in which people were saying that there was a lot of misogyny and queerphobia on there, but they rooted it out mostly.
You know, you figured that misogyny and queerphobia wouldn't be a problem in like left-wing spaces, but just like no.
But that was the
I don't
fans,
think
not
that's ever
Vosh.
been, like a thing that's like like inherently left, or it's like yes, most leftist literature like actually is quite socially progressive, where most like actual leftists have not been, which is weird. It's like some weird thing. I think it just mainly comes from so there's like this idea within the left where you can't actually like I don't know. You have
I
to
see
kind
what
of
you're going with
take
this.
people's
Mhm.
like kind of have to take them at core value. Like nobody actually like voted for like a communist party, like just because they were like they read like thousands of theory. Like that will literally never happen. Like people will never become communist. Like if you just like tell them to read theory or whatever. That's really stupid. But
Yeah.
like mutual aid and like stuff like that, like where like people are actually going to like vote on people that they see people like actually doing good things in the community, right? So like that's why mutual aid is such a good thing, where you would help out your community and give communists a good reputation. It actually like I don't know. It actually I think that actually has more like value than like just talking on the internet about theory or whatever. Same with syndicalism, but that's more of a dead ideology at this point.
Mm.
We're all
mainly-
dead. We're all gonna die.
My God.
Anyways, I'm probably gonna hop in. Probably gonna take some callers for the stream. How long have we been streaming for? About an hour.
And I didn't get to drop any of my
What,
Giga hot
I'm
takes.
trying to think.
I
of,
want to
like,
I want to fight you on your Giga hot takes, Mr. Anarchist.
Faggot.
Okay.
What?
Oh,
Hey yo!
Ned.
Hey yo! Bro, can't have that on the stream. No. Anyways, yeah. Guess I'm taking the callers for this shit now. All right, you can pop in if you wanna have a chit chat. It was an interesting. I don't know. Having discussions with Leninists, it's very weird for me. It's just like so odd that they would like characterize me as like fascist. Kind of weird though, because like some right wing people will try and say I'm fascist as well. It's just like it's just really weird. I don't know, dude. I feel like a lot of people are really disconnected from the reality on the internet. And it's like fucking it produces the most cringe fucking political discourse. Holy AIDS, dude. But political discourse on the internet has always been bad. If we're being, let's be honest, like it's always been garbage. I don't know. I just feel like I'm much more involved with it now, and because I'm more involved with political discourse. It's like I interact with it too much, you could say. Yeah, I'm gonna be taking calls from the waiting room. If you're in Twitch chat, it's just exclamation mark Discord, and it'll give you the stream link. And that's all you need to do to find it. Yeah. One thing I do want to go over on stream. There's a couple things I want to actually look at stream about. But don't know if that's gonna be this stream though. I might check out a little bit at a different time. I also wish I don't know if is Politically Provoked having a pop-in panel today. If they're having a pop-in panel, I wanna give somebody some real talking to. Yo, what's up, Z Kelly? How you doing, buddy?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear, buddy.
Yeah, so Bunk, I need some advice.
I'm the greatest at giving advice. What do you need help with?
Yeah, I got no girl. Got no female.
Damn. So you wanna advice in picking up women?
I would love that.
All right, so the key aspect that you want to do with talking to women, this is like my #1 tip, is don't. All right, pull a pie man, block all women. You cannot afford distractions to your Sigma male grind set. All right, you might think you need a woman, you don't. All right, women are the devil. That's my tip to you. All right.
Yo, didn't you? I don't really want to bring it up. You keep censoring people who do.
Now you can bring it up. I don't really care.
All right, weren't you in a relationship?
I was in a relationship with one of my mods, yeah, at one point.
Yeah. So how can you say that? And
I
in the same
realized
breath-
that she was only a distraction, my dude. I realized that women are actually just a distraction
Yeah.
to
so
your grind set.
What are you gonna do when you got kids and stuff
Ye-
in your own home, in your own?
Bold of you to assume that I'm gonna have children. All right. Look, children with me.
Not the
I
focus.
can't say that anymore. People will actually say I'm a pedophile. I can't. But yeah, dude, I know. It was very interesting how that relationship ended.
Yeah. I think I got some kind of part in doing that. I'm sorry I did that to you.
Nah, you're fine. You're fine. Thing is, she did think though that you were like one of the people who like came from a different place, and I was like, no, this person like is in my chat and shit.
Yeah, I'm one of those people in chat.
Yeah, dude. But I don't know. It was a very weird way to end off. Only thing I do regret though is that person like endured a whole lot of shit for me. Like that was, I don't know. I feel bad for it. You know what I mean?
Still here.
What now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like bad for it because I don't know. Someone shouldn't like have to take the blunt of like shit like that for me. I think that's like, I don't know. There's oversight on my part, to be honest.
Is she free game?
What now?
Is she free game?
Yeah, you can go for it, my dude.
All right, thank you.
All right, yeah, yeah, peace. Oh, hold up, some fucker just sent me this shit. All right, listen here. Okay. Which one are you? All right. Where's Tyrone?
I said that. You saw that dictatorship thing, and you wanted to
Yeah.
come back. I told you.
I'm gonna read it for you. I'm gonna read it for you because I know you can't read. I know you can't read.
Shut on him. Shut on him.
A form of government which one person or a small group possesses absolute power without effective constitutional limitations.
Yeah.
Oh
there you
man,
go.
that Destiny.
Constitutional limitations, my dude.
Yeah.
Virgin.
Possess basic literacy.
Faggot.
All right, that's it.
Incel.
Oh no. Well, okay. Well,
Got that. Hey, Mark, you got
learn
that
how to
Destiny?
learn how to read before you get the
Okay, well,
own.
okay, well,
learn how to read.
constitutional, like,
Read the thing
okay,
before you send it to
constitutional-
me because that doesn't fit the definition. The thing that we're talking.
Faggot.
How does it not talk? How does?
Yeah,
Sorry.
shut
Because
up.
the United States has effective
Oh my
constitutional
God.
limitations, my dude.
Why do? Okay. How does the bourgeois not have limitations? They have all the money. They literally control the network. Of the
Because
Because the
country.
bourgeois disagrees with each other, so to get those limitations removed
Yeah,
or
okay,
get
but
those
the-
limitations
but what if
changed,
the
they
group-
have to
small group of
agree
people-
upon
The
them.
small group of people could fucking disagree.
So yeah, but it says a small group of people, and so there's another condition to it, without effective constitutional limitations. All right, my dude. See you later.
Why were we
That's
screaming at each
that's-
other?
I
Yes, it is.
disagree.
Yes, I will read it for you one more time.
How is it not without
Dictatorship.
constitutional
I'm reading this
That's
verbatim. I'm reading this verbatim because I know you don't read it. Okay.
you are
Dictatorship,
reading
a
it
form of
verbatim.
government in which one person or a small group of people possess
Listen.
absolute power without effective constitutional limitations.
Christian.
I don't think. I think money goes past the effective constitutional limitations. I
Faggot.
don't think like. And also, lobbying is also
Same fucking
lobbying is
slurs.
also. Not,
So if
is
they
not-
disagree with each other, would you say that the constitutional limitations cannot be changed on a whim and therefore they'll be effective to some extent?
yeah, but so
right,
it would
good.
be with the
Alright,
group of
that's
passive, the small group.
Dude,
Who
of-
wrote the
of-
Constitution?
You lost
Dude.
the debate.
You're
It
just
doesn't
like,
have
Justice
that
Stalin.
bro, I don't know why you want to re-engage with this topic. You literally sent me something that like would 100% proves my point.
How does it prove your point?
Because
You
it,
said- you
because we
said
do
that
have
that
we do have
dictatorship is
constitutional
one
limitations
person.
within the
You
United
said
States of
dictatorship is
America.
One person with complete
Incels.
totalitarian rule.
Okay, I'm sorry, I might have gotten it slightly wrong, but I didn't say one per person. Actually, I said
Yeah, you
multiple
said one
people.
person. You
No,
said
I
one
said
person. You could
I said
replay the
one
pod.
person. I said one person has ultimate any place where one person has ultimate power. Multiple people can
Yeah,
have
that's not
ultimate
true.
power. Multiple people can have ultimate power as well. But as long as one person also has,
Yeah, well, okay, there you go. It does.
does that make sense?
It's-
No,
it
so I'm
doesn't
not
say
saying
that.
only one person, but I'm saying at least one person has to have ultimate power.
Did you
for the
say
person
like
to
a
do so.
class with like unified economic interests could be a dictator?
Wait,
No.
the bourgeois do not have unified.
Why not?
economic-
At what
Because the
point,
bourgeois
where's
don't
the
have
limit?
unified economic interests because they all disagree with each other. We've already established this.
You can have internal disagreements and still have unified economic interests.
Do you think a unified interest would inherently
You
make
know
made
what
for a
unified
dictatorship?
interest means?
Yeah. Why wouldn't it?
You do realize that everybody has a unified interest to some extent.
Yes.
Okay, so there's absolutely
how
no
is that not
definition of
dictatorship,
dictatorship. You've literally Because
Well, in that
that's a
case-
not that's a distinction with like that's a distinction that it's completely irrelevant because you just agreed that everybody has unified interest to some extent.
No, not
But
everybody.
a lot of
I
people
would argue
disagree
that
with things.
classes have
Like, for
different-
example,
classes have a
the
unified
constitutional
interest.
limitation. The Constitution.
Classes have unified interests. Do you not believe this?
No,
Everyone has
you're
unified
so
interest to an
wrong.
extent.
No, they
Yeah,
don't.
everyone's a member of a fucking class.
No, but everybody has unified interest to an extent. This is just a true
Well, then
fact.
what
Because everyone's a member
no,
of a
no,
class.
not everybody.
Oh my God.
Classes.
Yes. Do you think fundamentally I cannot boil things down to the point where people would have unified interests?
No.
For example, do you think that people, to an extent, a lot of people have unified interests that they don't want suffering?
I mean, some people do, literally.
No, but do you think
No.
that they could be cross-sectional between different people? Because we're not saying that they have to unanimously agree upon it. Apparently,
I don't think. No, yeah, okay. So you're
So-
saying
so
that the
you do
classes
agree.
can come together.
do you
and
or
say
do you
that
not?
they
Do
want
you
to
or
live
do you
that-
do you or do you not agree that people can have that most people have unified interests?
Faggot.
If not,
No.
everybody has unified interest. Okay. Do you think that most people have a unified interest
Ned,
in
stop
ending
already.
suffering?
No.
Stop.
Why would they have the unified interest?
You don't think that people have unified interest in stopping
Do you
suffering?
think? Do you think classes are inherently not opposed to each other? Do you think there can just be kumbaya peace?
No, not inherently.
No, exactly. The entire.
But therefore,
class structure is
unified
inherently-
interests on their own do not distinguish. There are no effective constitutional limitations. That's the thing you're trying to prove. Even if your statement is true, it doesn't actually prove what you're trying to prove. You understand that?
No, well,
You were falling short of the actual thing you're trying to prove so hard right now.
How the fuck is that not a dictatorship?
Because do you think
It's a
do you
monopoly.
think there are constitutional limitations in place?
Is there? Not for lobbying.
Do
no.
you or do you not?
So no.
You do not think there are constitutional limitations within place with the United States of America?
Okay, there is, but they're
Okay,
easy to get by.
then
Lobbying
we're
is-
done here. Then we're done here, dude. You
Okay,
just
but- okay,
you
it's-
just
but-
conceded the
okay.
point. You literally just
No,
conceded the
no.
point.
There
Can
is under,
dictatorships
like, a
not have
male fucking
constitutions?
piece of
No, they
script.
cannot. No, they can't. By definition that he sent me, dictatorships cannot
They
have
can.
constitutional limitations. No,
They can.
I can literally send you the definition that he sent me. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Okay. And
Do you think Mussolini's
What
government
definition do
did
you
not-
guys have of dictatorship?
Hey,
a dictatorship can have a constitution.
What is it?
and
What is
most
a
do.
dictatorship?
Yeah, dictatorships have had constitutions.
No, not a constitution on its own, but constitutional limitations towards the ruling
yes, they
class.
do.
Yeah.
They do.
You-
They literally do.
What dictatorship has had a constitutional limitation towards the
Mussolini
dictator?
had a constitutional
Did
dictatorship.
it limit him?
I mean, what?
Did it limit him?
What? Yes,
Did it limit him
yes, he did not
effectively?
have absolute
He was
power.
subordinate to the king.
Did the king have something that limited him?
No. He had
Okay,
also
so
agreed with
we
Mussolini.
just
His power
rolled back.
derived itself from royal
literally-
authority, just
we
like it
literally
does
just
in Britain today.
literally just rolled back. You literally just rolled back straight to the exact same
Is
point.
Britain
that,
a dictatorship?
that there's somebody who doesn't have constitutional limitation. That would
There
be a
is
dictatorship.
nobody that has no
so
constitutional.
Britain is a dictatorship today?
Does Britain not have like any kind of constitutional limitation?
They don't have a written constitution, no.
They don't have any limitation towards the power whatsoever.
on law or
No.
They don't.
There is no
I-
written
I think
constitution
this.
in Britain. Period.
Written constitution, no constitutional limitation, which are two different things. It can be constitutional limitation
Yeah.
without a written constitution. Those aren't the same thing. Like I don't know if you guys are like just fucking illiterate or like politically fucking retarded, but
Uh-huh.
those are not the exact same thing.
And political power within Britain derives itself from royal authority.
Also, it says effective.
Do
It
you
says
think-
effective, right?
Political
I would not
power-
Yes,
argue that
and we just
America
agree,
is
and we just
effective
and we
at
just agree,
rooting out-
and we just
It says
agreed,
effective. It says effective.
and we just agreed. We just
How
agreed.
how is it
Hold up.
effective in America if
Hold up,
oil
buddy.
companies can lobby?
Hold up,
How is that
buddy.
effective?
Hold up, buddy.
You're molding. What the fuck?
Buddy.
oh my
Bro.
god.
Buddy, you just agreed with me that one, and this was literally an agreement that we had earlier, that if that was the case, people would do it,
Hey,
but they haven't done
Uvi.
it, so therefore it was probably not the case. And then
But
two,
they have. But companies
and then
do lobby.
and then two, that they don't all have unified interests
When
as to
company
where those
events.
limitations should be. So therefore, they have an effect to some extent because unless we can all
Those
agree
things are not
upon them,
mutually
unless,
exclusive.
yes, they are.
No, they're not. Explain it
Do-
again. Literally think about it again and explain it. Say the exact same thing you said again.
Okay, if condition 1 would be met if X, all right, and condition 1 is not met, then X is not the case. You disagree
say
with that?
what you said again.
No, I'm ruling it out. I'm ruling it out again. Yes, this is the exact same argument. I'm just working with like really simple terms because it seems you can't grapple with them unless I do.
Comprehension issues, I see.
If condition X
How about
leads
Apex?
inevitably to 1, and 1 is not the case, then condition X is not the case.
I'm sorry, but where does your definition of
No, you're gonna answer this. Is that true?
There was no question.
Yeah, what is the question? What are you asking?
Do you agree with that statement?
What are you fucking asking? Say it
Do
again.
you
Do
agree
you
with
agree
that
with the math equation
statement?
he presented?
What are
Okay,
you
what?
talking about?
If
You're
no,
like-
do you? Oh my God! Holy shit! I'm working with goddamn
it again.
kindergartners.
Say it
I've
again.
said it twice. Do you need me to write it out in crayon, my dude?
Say it again.
You were asked
I
to
was
repeat something
listening. I was
verbatim, and then you
like,
didn't do it, and repeated something else, and asked if you agreed.
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I'm repeating the exact same thing logically, verbatim. Yes, I am. So if
You didn't repeat. You did not repeat the same exact thing.
No, this is the exact
you're
same thing
lying.
logically. These are the exact same things logically.
No, he asked you to repeat what you said, not logically.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't feel the need to repeat the exact same thing that I repeated 20 times before. Holy shit, you guys can't even fucking listen. I'm not going to repeat the exact same thing 20 times. If you want me to repeat it again, I can repeat it again, but I'm just trying to
He
work
asked you to repeat it again.
Okay,
You
I'll
didn't.
repeat it again.
Get on.
If can I repeat it?
Fucking
Holy shit.
DGG, man.
I'm not DDG. What the fuck is wrong with you?
To be fair, you kind of come off as Destiny-ish right now.
To be fair, you kind of come off as this. Shut the fuck up, all right? You're legitimately, you're unironically overweight. You are unironically overweight. You can't talk shit to me.
Get on him.
What the fuck?
Okay,
He's literally
and
All right. Okay, and I can't wait to report on your heart attack. All right.
okay, yeah, when that happens, you
All
know
right.
what to come to-
So if we agree that if this was the case, that people could push through laws on their own with enough power, and if that was the case, that it would have happened. But you can't cite a time that it happened that isn't the case.
Define constitutional limits.
No, I'm like you just asked me to repeat it again. I want to get through this. This is the first
Okay,
statement.
get through it.
This is the first statement. Do you agree with that, or do you not agree with that? Do you agree with that, or do you not agree with that? Because we both agree with this before. You can even pull it for the VOD.
Okay, so you
Come
keep
on.
saying the X thing.
Come
Say it
on.
again. Say it like you said
No, I just
before.
said it again. I literally just said it again with actual words. You're not even listening to me.
I'm not listening. Okay, but say
Yeah,
it again.
I can
now.
tell. I can tell, buddy. So if you could pass through a law on your own, and we agree that if that was the case, it would have happened. People would do that, but you can't cite that happening. Then you cannot pass a law through on your own.
Okay.
You agree with that statement? We can move on.
Sure.
All right, great.
Man, I can pass a law on
Great.
my own. I've
So
done
it
before.
seems that there are constitutional limitations in place. Because those
There is, but-
limitations there are what don't allow people to pass through things on their own.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, how? But like, how do those constitute? Okay, so define constitutional limits. Define. Like what?
Limitations to a power of an individual group of people or person.
Do you think the bourgeois actually do have limitations to their power?
I do think they have effective limitations to their power to an extent. Yes.
Name an example of that.
Name an example of that. The idea that somebody cannot pass through a law on their own.
No, like an actual example.
No, that is an actual example.
It is.
Okay.
How is that not? That you literally just said repeat the same thing. No, you have to give me an actual like.
Yeah,
answer.
I did. That's
What
an
can the
actual
bourgeois
answer.
Not do. What can the
Pass
bourgeois
through a
not
law on their own.
Okay, but they can
But they
lobby.
control every
Lobby.
But they
facet
can
of the
lobby, but can they
American
pass it through on their own?
You do realize they could just shut down their thing and then
They can lobby, but can they pass it?
doesn't have money.
You are so,
They
dude. You're pivoting
control it.
so fucking hard right now.
No, but
I just
they
want,
control
no,
it.
can't answer the fucking question. So can they pass the law through on their own?
On their direct own?
Yes.
Like directly?
Yes. Is there a limitation to their
As
power?
a cohesive form, yes, they can.
You
Like,
think that
if they all agree
Okay.
on one thing,
Okay.
and then they go
And do they
do
all
that,
agree on one thing? And and this is a unifying body that agrees on this thing.
They could be, or they could
They
disagree.
could
but
be.
generally-
Okay.
Oh my god.
We reached our
No, no,
conclusion.
not. Like,
We
what the
did
hell?
it.
Like,
We
you
did
can't
fucking
just read
kindergarten
the entire
logic. All right,
class,
buddy.
But you also can't like.
Holy
we're not-
shit.
All of them
Look,
have the
we
exact same
aren't
thing.
kindergartners,
I
okay?
feel like I'm
Tax workers
coercing
get
you
as much
out of
money as
using 10%
possible.
of your brain for this conversation. I unironically feel that way right now. Like I'm trying to like bring it out. It's like I'm grooming someone into like being able to like have a conversation with me.
Listen, Bunk, you're not
Explain it,
talking to
explain it.
kindergartners. You're talking to middle schoolers.
Explain it.
Oh, is
Explain
that a
it. Like,
fidget
literally,
spinner? That's
what do they
awesome.
Economic.
Yeah.
They have an
That's
economic
awesome.
restriction on them.
And I have ADHD, so I can justify it now.
Bro, Sam. What a base individual.
Oh my god.
I don't think we're mutuals, are we?
I don't know. I only follow like 100 people on Twitter.
Well, follow me. I'll follow
He
you
doesn't
back.
have time for all the tankies, okay?
Holy.
I'm not a tanky. I'm not a tanky. I'm an anarchist.
Same thing.
Shut up.
Oh my
Literally, what's the
god.
difference? What's the
Look,
difference?
I'm a political denialist. No one has ideas, all
Okay,
right? No one
that's
believes
true.
anything. You're all
Look, they're all the
simulations.
same. They're all the same. They just pretend to be different.
True.
Oh my god.
So
Political
true.
ideologies are just friend groups, all right?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. There's no real meaning.
There's no fundamental difference.
No. I mean, you believe the same thing because you literally believe that like social democracy is fascist ideology. So
So true.
technically believe,
Yeah.
but okay.
Who believes that?
Someone here.
Every lefty on Twitter ever.
They
Not
are. They
necessarily.
literally
Nah.
are.
I don't believe social democracy is. Social democrats are fascist.
You are.
I believe-
you are
They have literally always
like,
aligned with fascism. They've
Oh,
literally
Yeah,
never
you can
not.
make. Well, no. I'll agree. You can make that
This is-
argument. Historically, they've always
Honestly-
associated with fascists, but I don't think modern day social democrats would
Yeah.
be like, oh hell yeah,
they can
fascism.
always.
Rip
Okay, do
buddy.
you agree that
They
capitalism will always inherently
Rip
will fail?
Oh yeah,
No.
oh yeah, definitely.
Exactly.
Oh.
So you
Rip
So
so
is-
doesn't
so-
that give rise to
wait.
fascism?
Wait,
Yeah,
wait,
but I
wait,
don't
wait, no,
think
no.
they're
I actually,
literal
I really want to
fascism.
combat. I really want to combat
Stop.
this point, Dyrone. I really want because this. I was waiting
go,
for you to
go.
say something like this. Okay, doesn't this just reduce your idea of fascism to a capitalist? Aren't those the exact
Yes.
same thing? Then why do you
Yeah,
even use them?
absolutely.
Why do you?
Okay,
Why do you
well,
not use them
I think, no,
interchangeably in conversation?
Yes, I do think capitalists. Obviously, I've literally defined it as such. I've said that
You think that capitalism is the same thing as
a
fascism?
liberal democracy would be a dictatorship of the bourgeois, but under the veil of democracy,
Oh my
right?
god.
Where a
This is the same
where
argument.
a
Okay, we're not
fascist
going back into
government
this
will be
argument. I actually feel like I'm
Ooh.
doing child abuse live on Twitch whenever we get into this
Yeah.
argument. I'm not even gonna lie with you, dude. Like I've
Well,
never.
okay,
Okay, no,
like,
I actually,
literally, how are they
Tyrone,
not?
I've never
You
actually felt
disagree
bad
that
for bullying
capitalism
somebody in a
will always
VC
fail.
until you.
You
I'm
disagree
I'm
that
no, I'm
capitalism
actually
will
100%
fail.
serious. I've never felt bad for bullying someone in a VC, and I'm like
I
an
would
old
not-
school gamer.
my
I
God.
used to say the most
I-
important. I've never felt bad
Nobody
until you.
cares. Nobody
I
cares.
would not.
Okay,
I would not
Nobody
go as-
cares. Shut the fuck
Hold on,
up,
okay,
buddy.
okay.
Wait, I would
Okay,
not
okay,
go as
okay.
far as Tyrone. I would not go as far as Tyrone and say that they are interchangeable. I believe you can possibly make an argument that eventually capitalism will decay. I think Vosh has made this argument, but it will either decay and it will either turn into socialism or fascism.
Mhm.
Yes, that's always what it's always been, though, right?
But I don't think
Capitalism has always failed in
capitalists
economies
are fascists. I
Okay.
think that's just a bit too gung ho.
Well, okay,
It's
but
It's a little too
Trigger
hyperbolic.
happy.
what do you think a capitalist would prefer? Would they prefer a fascist government or a socialist one?
Depends
It
on the
depends.
capitalist.
Depends on.
I
the
would prefer a
capitalist.
socialist government or a
Yeah,
fascist
I mean,
one. I don't know who you're
okay,
talking to, Daddy.
Wait. Are we talking about like? Are we talking about like the?
Social Democrat Party, when we say like social democracy parties have like fundamentally always worked with the fascists in the past, it's true, but there's the other side to it where like specifically like in the one example I know in Germany, the KPD party, which was the communist party of the time, literally had a zero tolerance policy with working with the Social Democratic Party because they took the idea from Stalin that
That's not
social-
true. Stalin wasn't even in power. What are you talking about?
it
Stalin
is
wasn't in power at that time.
You do realize
What?
Stalin cannot be
Took the
in
idea
power?
from Stalin.
I'm sorry. Literally. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
Stalin
Stalin
popular.
Hindenburg
Hold
copied
on. Stalin
Stalin?
popularized the idea of social fascism, to my knowledge, but it had an earlier
Yeah.
origin.
No, that wasn't. That was the Germans.
I literally just I literally.
That was the KPD after Rosa Luxemburg. After.
Oh.
Let's
no.
okay. Let's look up social fascism origin.
Google it.
Oh my God.
Let's Google it.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it together, buddies. Social fascism was a
Bing it.
theory supported by the Communist International and affiliated by the Communist parties in the early 1930s.
Can I
There
ask
you
what
go.
the fuck this has to do with modern day social democracy?
Yeah, I know.
I don't
I
know.
think
really-
I think that it's really
Christian
cringe.
brought
I
it
think it's
up. Christian brought
unbelievably
it up.
cringe to try and bring back the
Literally,
origins of like a party name and like try and affiliate that
Right.
to anybody who like goes under that ideology today. I think that's unbelievably cringe and
I mean,
Well, okay, no, they believe
intellectually
the same
dishonest.
things. They
Literally
believe the same things.
Do you
This
think
is
I believe
literally
the same
social-
things as fascists? Do you think I would
No,
align with a
they believe the
fascist?
same as the Social Democrats. You believe the same things.
You
do.
okay? Would I align with a
Say
fascist?
lie.
Would you? Okay.
Would I?
don't
No,
know.
I want to hear you say it out loud with your
Christian,
full
wait,
chest.
Would you?
Would I
Would you
align with a
get
fascist?
like
Let's get
market-
ammo.
Do you like markets?
ammo.
Do I like markets? I think markets are preferable to
Wait,
other forms of economic systems, but I think that fascists
Do you
would
like
inherently.
markets over fucking collectivized society?
That seems.
You realize you can have a mix
Yeah,
of
he's
both.
a
Yeah.
capitalist.
Yeah, he's
He's
like
a
You can have
capitalist.
a mixed economy.
Fascism
That
has
okay.
markets.
Yeah.
You know what? Fascism has markets. Guess what doesn't?
Okay,
Capitalism.
fascism
Fascism
also
is equal
has
causation.
fascism also has ethno-states.
True.
Oh,
Fascism is not
fascists
inherently
also
an
drink
ethnic-
water, my dude. I tend to do
Wait.
that as well. It doesn't mean I'm going to agree with them on everything, dude.
Wait.
Right.
Wait, I want to make sure. I'm hearing you right, Tyrone. You're saying because they both believe in markets?
Well, I'm saying okay. Well, I'm saying
Because
on that
because one of my
economic
beliefs
policy-
because one of my beliefs aligns with a fascist. Therefore, I'd agree with them on everything. I swear to
fascist.
God,
I
I
wanna
unironically would rather have
a.
a less functional economy than the horrible social policies that any fascist would implement.
I want to
Okay,
try.
Then okay,
to
so
hear
you
Tyler
aren't aligned
out.
with. Are you not? So you aren't aligned with fascists.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
But I'm a
Oh my God,
sockdem.
there you
So it
go.
seems
Like
like
you
so
had-
it seems like your argument's stupid.
Yeah.
No, you are-
Tyrone, were you arguing
That's
with
not
the
an
idea?
argument. I'm just saying, would you align with a fascist? And you said no.
There are anarchists that
So
literally
am I-
believe in the idea
so-
of markets. It's called market anarchism. It's an ideology.
Market anarchism.
I think that's a bit.
Yeah, there is
I
a
don't know. I don't know if you
thing-
can be an anarchist.
Okay, well, they're
market
really-
Bro.
And
Mutualism does not like that's a stupid idea. Okay, like you can't have markets which are an inherently impressive force in like a society and have anarchism. That's not a, those are not comparable
Okay.
theories. Like they exist.
Yeah,
Okay.
I kind of agree with
I mean, I
Tyrone
think
on this
they're
one.
the same
Can
about, like,
I-
the band economy, which you like push for.
Can Win speak? Wait, can Win
Is
speak?
a
Hold
is a
Yeah,
oppressive
can,
force.
Wait,
can
shut
I
the fuck up,
interject?
Look,
Christian.
real
Shut up.
quick?
Yeah.
let Win.
Yeah, let
have
it.
the-
Yeah, let them
have
do
their-
it.
yeah.
Fucking Win speak.
My man,
Okay, so basically, what I've gained from this conversation is one, it has transferred autism unto me. Number one, and second of all, this
Unnecessary.
entire, you know what I mean. But
So
also
true.
Tyrone specifically, honey, this entire debate just proves how fucking dumb it is to debate like super niche Twitter political ideologies. The difference between market anarchism and regular anarchism. It's like, okay, look, no one agrees on anything. You have a fundamentally different view of reality than like 99% of people. Okay, be real with yourself. So trying to argue that a social democrat is a fascist
I'm
because
saying they're
they
fascist aligned.
prefer
Like, they are
markets.
fascist aligned.
Okay.
They are not
Oh my god.
because they both believe in markets.
See,
Oh, Mussolini
It doesn't
also
make
fucking
sense.
healthcare. Like, what do you want? Like Mussolini. Like, what the fuck?
Look,
Mussolini also wanted fucking ethno states, to my knowledge.
Mussolini gave free
I'm
education,
done.
free healthcare.
Okay,
like, what are you talking about? Like, you're saying like
I
yeah,
don't
man,
want
I
an
got-
ethno state. I think that's
Yeah.
horrible.
Mm.
I'm not.
I think
I'm not
that's the
talking about you.
main,
I'm
like-
talking to him. I'm talking to him. He's literally saying
No.
that. He's literally saying what I'm saying. Okay, go again. Go say it again. I literally
God.
say it again. Literally, I want to
God.
repeat this so I
Great
like
name,
everybody
actually.
can
Say it
fucking
again.
not brain dead. Actually, say it again.
What would you like me to repeat?
The last thing you just said.
I said it is pointless to try and debate niche Twitter ideologies because one, can't find two anarchists who agree on basically anything. And second of all, it is incredibly stupid and reductive to try and call a social democrat a quote unquote fascist or fascist aligned because they believe in markets. Correlation does not equal causation here. Just because I believe in a mixed economy that involves markets doesn't mean I want an
You
ethno
think
state,
mixed
or it
economy
doesn't
is
mean
good?
I want X, Y, and Z. You're prescribing what social democrats want without listening to what their policies are. It's dumb.
Okay,
It's
listen.
stupid. Your
Yeah,
argument
fucking-
doesn't hold up.
No, actually, I think this might be the like main thing. You do realize not every single person's like full philosophy politically is always aligned
Right.
over like economics. Like that's not the only viewpoint a lot of people hold. In fact, I think a lot of people hold social issues to be like an incredibly almost just as
Yeah,
important
well, I think
part.
I don't
Yep.
like. I think social policy in general is just
You're
like a
gay,
stupid thing to
Richard.
debate over, right? Like, I mean, there's always going to be objective truth in like some form of social policy. I don't. Think,
I
like,
reject
there's not-
objective truth, but okay.
Yeah,
There is objective truth.
Do you want to
Anybody who's
argue with
fine- look,
objective
anybody
truth
who's-
to me?
Right now.
Do you want to? Do you?
There
You
has to be
trust me?
objective
Okay,
truth.
dude. I literally can't do this with you anymore. I swear to
The
God. But
objective
you do
truth
not
is
want to
you
argue
exist.
philosophy
That's
with me. I do this all day. Okay, we don't want to go down this route. I guarantee you, when you say objective truth, I don't even think you know what that means as far as philosophy is concerned.
Okay. Do you disagree with Descartes
You're gay.
that there is objective truth?
Yes, I would
Ron,
disagree with
please shut
Descartes.
up.
You don't think the whole I think therefore I am thing is real?
No,
You think- you don't think you exist?
I would reject quite a lot of that. Yeah.
So how do you exist? So how are you like? Okay, so obviously I'm
Oh
talking
my
like
god.
from a more me perspective,
Metaphysics.
from your perspective, which is weird.
Philosophy. Oh no.
Oh
I
no.
wanna
I just
die.
watch ContraPoints like every other
How are you
normal person.
okay, how are you
True.
like? How are you forming thoughts
Listen,
right now if you don't
Tyrone, I
exist?
love you.
I
but
reject
you
fundamental
fucking lost. I'm sorry.
I reject
You
fundamental
lost.
I reject fundamental objective truth because every single epistemology and what contradicts or what conducts as a proof for something is completely subjective to an individual. What I even believe on the fundamental basis of what I ought to believe are things that you'd have to argue to me right now, which I don't even think you understand
cannot
episteme.
exist. You believe
I believe
you
I cannot exist. Yes, I believe that is just could be just as true objectively
How?
speaking.
How do you have
Because
thought if
objectively
you can't-
speaking, I don't think there's any like epistemology I ought to believe.
Objectivity don't exist.
I just disagree on that, but what, like I can't.
I
like,
just disagree.
can't,
All right, so as I told you, you don't want to
but
argue
the
this
fuck
because you don't know what you're
can't be-
talking about, and you're butting your head into conversations you have no idea.
Yeah,
about.
okay, but you
All right,
haven't
you read
actually
Descartes.
explained
No,
it.
you
You
read
haven't-
Descartes once. You heard one quote and thought you were smart. All right, don't even please stop
What
trying
the
to do
fuck?
this
Okay,
shit. Please
I read
stop.
Descartes
It's
Oh
really
my
cringe.
God.
It's really cringe to
24
everybody
times.
else in here. I'm the only one who's getting entertainment out of this. I guarantee you. All right.
Okay.
No, this
They're all
not
dead,
getting
who cares?
entertainment out of it.
Can I just
I
say
like
what I think?
Go for it, buddy.
No.
I think nothing exists objectively, and everything is just a
So true.
certain set of human constructs made to better understand the universe.
So true.
So
Yeah,
true.
Absolutely.
So wise.
So wise.
So base.
So wise.
Gription, you're gay for even fucking killing yourself and then
Bro,
trying
you are
to-
so trash at this
You're
fucking
trash.
game.
Shut the fuck up. You're fucking.
What are you guys even
fucking
doing?
dog.
What are you guys
playing?
doing?
They're playing Apex
Oh
Legends.
my
God.
God.
That's
You're
the
fucking
worst game ever
trash.
made.
This
You're
is.
Hey,
trash.
I
You
left
can
for
hit
1 second,
2,000
everything-
damage
Win.
ever.
Fucking dude flicks
Win,
in this
buddy.
game, bro. You eat fucking
What?
doo-doo flicks in this game, bro. Fuck off.
Play
What's
Apex
happening?
with me.
Holy
I
shit, we're
don't
going
play
way off
shitty
topic.
games. Thank you for the offer, but
Okay.
no.
Base.
Wait,
Okay.
Yeah, Winners only plays good
Fucking
games
so
like
true.
Minecraft or
Wow.
something.
What's
This is why
up?
you're-
Yep,
This is
correct.
why you're
Why did
homosexual.
Kira Kai
Hell
unfollow
yeah.
This is
me?
why you're
I'm
homosexual.
queer, you fucking moron. Jesus
This is why you're a
Christ.
homosexual. I don't care. You're homosexual.
No, come on,
But
buddy.
you're a
Me too.
child.
You are
Mm.
unironically gay.
Yeah.
Wrong.
Wrong. You are neurodivergent and a minor. You are the meme. You are the meme.
Yeah.
Wait, is wrong neurodivergent? Is wrong neurodivergent?
ADHD,
so.
I think.
No, not really. No.
You told me
Just
you had
tell me if you're a
You should
diagnosed
stop that.
retard. Okay, are you one of us?
No,
Wait,
sadly.
can you say
Okay,
that on Twitch?
okay, you're not getting it. You're not getting into my autism ethno state then.
Oh my God,
Sorry about that.
No.
Wait, can you say retard on Twitch?
Yeah, I can say
Wow,
retard on
no,
Twitch.
Two
said it
times,
right
so
now.
I guess so.
Yeah, you
You
can say
just said
retard on
it.
Twitch. Yeah, you can
Bunk has said it
definitely
like
say
a
it.
billion times.
You can definitely
You
say
can't
it.
say
Okay,
stuff.
listen,
I just
listen.
can't
all
say
right.
the word of my people.
What's your people?
Can't say the S word,
the
though.
gays.
Word, though.
Oh,
Yeah, that one. I think Twitch technically allows any slur given proper context, but I don't think we should do that.
Wait, no. Didn't
Context.
Demon
You mean
Mama-
I think that if
Demon
you're
Mama
quoting
just
something,
force
you
it
should
back.
probably say it. I think
I
that if you're
can't
gonna pull a
do-
Vosh and drop a tactical N-word, I think
You
that
don't-
yeah,
probably
just
would
say
get passed. But I don't think that's
Revive
where we
me.
want to go here.
Didn't
I don't
Demon
think I'd
Mama-
endorse
Yeah.
that.
You don't want to
for
go
saying
there.
the F slur?
Yeah, Demon Mama says it.
Revive
He
me.
did, yeah.
Well, Demon Mama is you know. So
Hey, I love Demon Mama.
Please.
no, I don't hate her. It's just like Twitch streamers, no offense to you, Bonk, I actually do like you, but just in general, I'm not a fan. Like just in
I don't
general,
know shit
political
about
streamers.
Bonk.
Look,
I just-
political streamers are all sociopaths.
Bunk, no, junk.
I would
I'm
become
so
a
little.
political streamer,
Bonk,
but I'd be
wait,
the
Bonk,
I'd
are
be
you
the
trying to say
sound type.
something?
Bonk.
What are you
I don't
trying
know.
to
I
say,
do the
buddy?
political
you
streaming. I
trying
mean,
to
it's
say?
fun. It's a lot of fun to stream shit.
Yeah.
I have like an
But Demon
archive of
Mama
all my
is funny.
antics. I've
I'm
never
funnier.
talked with Demon Mama. I've never even like. Yeah, I don't know. I know that
Okay,
Cherry
so-
doesn't work.
But she's funny.
As a left-wing Twitch
Yeah.
streamer, have you ever said the K slur?
What's the case,
Oh,
buddy?
the case.
You don't know
Is it for
what
Jewish
It's,
people?
you
No.
know, the-
Yeah.
It's the one for Jewish
No,
people.
wrong at it.
Hold up.
It's the
I mean,
one
wrong
where
has,
you
but-
get canceled.
I don't even know what the
Don't
case slur
many
is.
times.
So
Wait.
List of
technically
ethnic
say it,
slurs.
I'm not saying
Wait,
it.
okay,
List
wait,
of
wait, no.
ethnic slurs. Let's go by
It
K's.
starts with the
Yeah.
K.
Yeah, read them all out loud.
I think it starts with the.
We're
bite.
not 100%ing racism on the
Yeah.
stream.
It rhymes with the D slur.
Okay, imagine you're trying to spell bite, but you need to spread it with the K slur, with the K.
Oh.
Yeah,
No, I've never
you
said
ever been
that.
typing? You ever been typing like the
It
word
rhymes
like?
with bike.
And you
Oh, it's for
accidentally-
Jewish
Like,
people.
Like you fat
That's
finger.
definitely not based. That's not based.
No.
We don't say that on the stream.
Oh,
Exactly.
Wrong has before accidentally.
Yeah,
Multiple times.
yeah, wrong.
Whoops.
No, wait.
Multiple times.
No,
Whoops!
not
I
multiple
just
times.
fuck! I just said a
never
racial
it at
slur.
all.
Oh
Wait,
shit!
Whoa.
Do you guys want to know a
Can
funny
I say a B slur?
story?
Just wrong is a crypto.
I have never
True.
said a slur in my entire life.
I
Oh
never
no,
say exactly
I have
That's a
said
lie.
them. I
Yeah.
have said them in the past, but I am a reformed person. Okay.
True.
I used to say okay.
Now it's
unironically-
other people who say based things on my streams, which I do not consent to.
Okay,
Which
so
I hate. I hate
uniro-
base things.
unironically, when I made fucking YouTube content in like 2018,
Fish?
I was like, my entire shtick was like, I'm gonna be kind of like in between like an SJW and an
Oh,
What?
anti-SJW. So, like,
the
Does that even make
centrist.
sense?
Abort half the baby.
Well, no, I was a leftist. No, I was a leftist.
Only
but,
deport
like,
half the brown
I was-
people.
my whole thing was I'm gonna be like a slightly edgy leftist, but like
Right, I
not
got
too
you.
edgy.
Yeah, that makes
and, you know, it's funny because I also dropped like slurs tactically to try to make myself look
Love that.
to make myself look harsh. Like, yeah, I don't get
Like
offended.
Varsh,
I'm
like
not, yeah,
Vosh.
that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Vouch.
This is
Vosh
Hey, you know,
stole
Vosh.
Vosh stole the tactical N word from me.
Can you say the N word?
Can you
Huh?
say the N word for me? Wait.
No, I'm not.
Wait,
So
what's
I
the
don't
N
know.
word? What's the
Do it.
N word?
Do it. No balls. No balls. No
Um,
balls.
No, please
I've
don't do it. I'm
No.
streaming.
No,
I'm
no, no,
streaming.
no.
Please don't do it. Please don't do
Bunk
it.
is like-
I'm
look, I have to
streaming.
talk to
I'm-
Vosh real
Please
quick
don't
and
do
ask
it.
if it's okay if I say it. I have to talk to Vosh real
You can
quick.
just say.
Dude, you can just say.
Dude, you can just say it. But yeah, no, I did that shit in 2018. So what I'm saying is Vosh stole his entire gimmick from me.
True.
I can't believe it.
true.
I can't believe he would do that to 2018 Gerald.
Hey, listen. Slurs are just a small right to pay for salvation.
True, I guess. I don't know. I didn't hear what you said.
Slurs are just epic slurs, you can say.
I think wrong should become a slur.
I just
Yeah.
Yeah.
true. Oh
I
my
feel like
god.
Wrong has his own list of like ethnic slurs. He's gonna bust out one day. Like he's got like
He does.
he's made like
I've
a
seen
bunch
it.
of new ones.
Wait, he
It's a
already
Google
does?
Doc.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Wrong probably creates slurs like just in his head.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
This is like,
Strike.
what can I call those white people today?
What am I gonna call those?
Also,
Wrong.
Tyrone, I have a question for you.
Mm.
How does it feel being a dumb fuck? How does it feel?
Get shit on. Get shit on.
How does it feel? I want to know.
Do you believe in crisis theory?
I believe in not talking to you.
Wait,
Damn.
wait, you can't be mean to
Damn.
Wait, you just talked to him.
Damn,
On crisis.
Oh, wait, when you just talked to him.
Like the Mark.
Do I believe in crisis theory? I believe that crisis can run in Windows XP, if that's what you're
Stop!
talking about. Yeah, I believe that.
Whoa, you really are fucking
You're
psychotic.
ironically gay. Stop.
I'm petty, what can
You're
I
just
say?
fucking coping, man.
You know what in my
I wanna
personal
cross the
opinion,
bridge,
I think
wait.
if I was a Twitch streamer, I'd be like Hassan, where I don't do debates very often because I'm too stupid to
Right.
do them.
That's
But,
all
like,
I do.
Hassan
That's
is a himbo. You know.
Yeah.
dude. Hassan. Someone said Hassan was smart on my timeline one day, and I wanted to
Mm.
die.
It was
He's-
Zach.
wait,
It was
I would
Zach.
not- I
It
would
was
not
sa-
say
oh, it was
sorry.
satire. Oh, thank God. Thank
would not
God.
say
Okay, I will
Zach.
rest. I will rest
Stupid.
easy tonight.
Wait,
Wait,
was it Zach?
wait, probably. I don't know. I would not say
No, it was
Hassan
somebody
is
else. I think it
stupid.
was Clancy, probably.
Oh, of
I would
course.
not say. I would not say Hassan is stupid just because he can't do debates.
Right. Yeah, he's just not. He's a himbo. He's
Yeah.
funny,
Yeah,
he's
that's
attractive, he
his
does great
deal.
Twitch streams, but he's
He's
not
like-
exactly the brightest.
Hassan is such a himbo in every sense of the word, and
Yeah.
like in every single like
Hassan is
way.
That's
And I
all
wish I
It's
could do
fine.
that, except obviously I don't look as good as Hassan does. But
Damn, bro, don't sell
I-
yourself short, bro.
Yeah, what
well,
the
I mean,
fuck?
that's not a low bar.
But Hassan is daddy.
No,
Pretty
that's
high
true.
bar.
Yes, that is
Yeah.
so true.
You're a child.
First,
Um,
I'm gonna be 18. Okay.
Stop.
Cap-
Yeah, you
so
aren't right
wait.
now.
I'm gonna be
18.
18
Yeah, so
of
you're-
March.
You're
So,
not
buddy.
18 right now.
So, if you want an
Look,
OnlyFans,
wrong.
as soon as it turned
No,
illegal,
we don't want that wrong. We don't want that
No.
wrong. I don't need
Yeah,
any
ironically,
more. I don't need
Oh
anything
my-
else fueling your horny posting. Okay, I already have you
No.
muted on Twitter.
Oh.
Same.
Hey,
Sorry.
I had to mute
but
you
I
after
did.
I had to mute you after the cum post. That
Well,
was
to be-
that
to
was
be-
yeah,
a step
to be
too
fair to
far.
Ron,
Okay.
To be fair to
Yeah.
Ron,
Wait,
they
okay,
don't
okay,
do it on,
seriously?
they don't do it on
Okay,
main
I've been-
anymore.
Okay, to be honest, the people who in the group chat, I don't know who these people were. The post besties, like
Yeah, you horny posted and they're constantly
no,
got
no,
kicked
no,
out.
no. Okay, before
Yes.
okay, the evil. Okay,
Yeah.
there's another group chat, and I got fucking kicked. Okay, just because
Yeah.
and I even talked to this about to Zach, right? So I got fucking kicked.
Yeah,
It's
Zach
like,
doesn't like you. He baits you all the time.
No.
He does. He does.
Wow, you guys have so much bad blood between each other.
Yeah, like
Well,
why-
no, I'm being honest. It's true.
The only person I don't
think
like
Ron's a
is
bad
Tyro.
kid, but yeah.
True.
I'm not serious. Okay, look, I look at you the same way I do an infant. All right, you got a lot to learn. You're
Yeah.
gonna say some stupid shit. You're gonna get hit for it a few times, but you're gonna learn eventually.
Oh, what is my
I,
fire?
like, okay, how do you see social democracy is not as an inherently flawed system? Like, I don't understand the argument there. Like, you do that in capitalism, right? You do agree with this.
Every system is inherently
dude,
flawed.
No,
It is. There's
dude,
flaws in every system.
Dude, we're
Except
not.
for
I
Rollins.
can't do it to you anymore on stream. Like, okay, I'm about to get taken down for child abuse live on Twitch. All right, we can't do this shit.
I don't care.
No, you're about to get taken down for slurs after Ned kept fucking
True.
showing them in the background.
But
Tyrone,
listen,
please, I love you. Don't do this to yourself.
Crown.
No.
Crown.
I just don't, okay.
Do me a favor, Crown. I mean,
bro.
like,
I don't understand.
win. My bad.
What would be like the point of that? Like, I can't wrap my head around like how you don't
Win.
like read Marxist theory and like think, oh yeah, let's be a SOCDEM. Like I don't understand how you'd like read that and like think, oh,
Yeah,
I don't
sure.
read
I can
Marxist
explain. I can
theory at
explain
all.
you. I can explain you my like argument against it. I think that capitalism is inherently the only way that we can stay competitive in a whole worldwide economy. I think that whenever a country gets stumped, because capitalism by far produces the most resources. Would you like
Why?
to dispute this?
Yeah, well, I would argue
You're
that
disputing
most
very
of
basic economy.
You already said
No,
that.
you've
I already
already, dude. You've already stepped out of your bounds. You understand?
No.
You've
Listen,
already. No, okay, let me give you a tip for debating shit. All right. It's gonna come from like the biggest fucking debate bro on the internet. Okay. All right. Never overstep what you know, because whenever you start doing that, you look like an absolute dumb fuck.
Was that a brag?
Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
No,
So,
I'm
okay,
the biggest.
you
That's
agree
an
with me
insult. I
earlier
consider
that
debate bro a
America-
slur. I'm reclaiming it right now.
America-
Yeah.
You
Good.
agree with me that 50%
As you should.
Okay, debate, bro.
American goods come from imperialism. How is that an effective system
What now?
if you agreed with me that America 50%
No,
of
I agree
our
with you for the sake of the
Hold
argument.
on, you're extrapolating the question. You're not answering the question. Does capitalism provide the most resources out of all current economic systems? Yes or no?
It does
Yes.
through
Oh my
imperialism,
God.
right? If you
Okay.
you
Right.
think
So the second
imperialism
that,
is
so
a good
let's
thing?
say that every single country goes socialist, okay? The second, and I mean the second, that one of them decides to be a capitalist and to use imperialism to their advantage, you're getting stomped the fuck out.
Why? Like proof of that. What's the proof of that? Like
Okay, let's say there's two nations at war. Would you say the one with the more or less resources would probably be the one to win?
Well, okay, everything is socialist except for one nation that is capitalist.
No, let's say that two nations decide to work together.
Okay, and then but there's still a multitude of socialist nations, right? That have collaboration governments.
Sure,
right?
but how are you gonna stick to your socialist principles without intervening with something like that?
What?
Right? No. How are you gonna stick to this? Right? Because are you like saying that you should be able to overthrow like these different countries? Because it seems like you're very against like things like imperialism, things like interfering with other nations.
Well, you could support a country, but you cannot overthrow it.
Oh, fuck.
Right? What would you be supporting the country to do?
What do you mean? Okay, so even if you were
Do you
to
think?
destroy a
Okay.
capitalist
Do you or do you not think that a unit, whenever you unify certain nations together under capitalism, they will produce more resources than socialist nations?
Why would it? Why would that be it?
Because that has always been the case. Like I can look if you want to look into it.
That's not an argument. That's
Because-
a non-argument.
No, because okay, you want an actual in-depth explanation. So the very basic idea behind capitalism is the idea that trade in between two different people generates value. This is almost the very most basic, very basic economics. All right. So whenever you're having more trade going in between different individuals, you're going to have in between different nations, but with larger profit margins for each nation, you're going to have more growth going out.
Yeah. Come on. Keep going.
Wait, I'm so sorry. Wait, okay. I'm gonna kick you. I'm gonna kick you Ned, until later.
Please.
And because of
Good
that,
God.
very basically, you're going to be producing more resources under capitalism than you are any other system. This is shown by numbers as well.
Well, okay.
To contest this is to contest very basic economics.
Well,
and it shows
okay,
you have
so-
no idea what you're talking about. This is the most
Okay,
like
well,
fucking
do you
Twitter
think
lefty shit that I've ever
survival is
heard.
a necessary like influencer in like everything? Like, do you,
Yes, I
under
do
some-
think survival is very necessary influence as far as the
survival
nation.
is not inherently like something that drives people.
I think it is. Yes.
Okay, so the survival of your socialist nation would be a driver equivalent to a trade between a capitalist nation. Would you disagree with this?
No. I disagree with
Why?
that.
Why would you disagree with that?
Because a driver to keep your socialist nation alive is going to give you more resources. That's not the same thing as
Yes,
a
it
trade.
will. It'll make people work harder to defend
yeah.
their independence and their nation.
They're just gonna work harder, buddy. You
well,
you so fundamentally fucking
how is it not?
misunderstood
How
the
would they
entire
not?
idea behind
If you were
capitalism.
if I
Because
put a
when
gun to your
countries
head and
work
said,
together,
"Oh, yeah,
because when
you gotta
countries
work
work
harder,
together
you're
and
gonna work
trade
harder."
together, because when countries work together and trade together, more specifically, they specialize in different things. You're going to be producing more resources.
Socialist countries that, generally speaking, want to collaborate and produce different things. This is how everything works. You cannot have every single resource on one continent. That doesn't exist.
Right.
not
So you're gonna have to
continent, but-
you're gonna have to trade between different nations, right?
Sure.
Why would you trade between different nations?
For goods, for you would trade anything else.
Right. Would you say that therefore would you say trading kind of produces value in a way?
How does that produce value? You're
Because
giving
why else would you
something
trade? Because why else would you trade?
So you could get like consumer goods,
Subscription, buddy.
you can't get
What
like
game?
rice or
Yeah.
whatever.
What are consumer goods good for?
Okay, do you
What do they
think the
do?
Soviet Union?
What happens when you have more resources that are more applicable?
You would give them out. Every socialist nation has done this.
You just completely dodged the question. What happens? What do we call that?
A trade.
Yeah, what do we call the increase in a certain metric from that trade by having more applicable resources?
Called capital? I don't know.
We call it an increase in value. So now, what would you say?
How
Would
is
you
it
say
increase in
having that
value?
within a specific nation would be a
When?
good or a bad thing?
When?
An increase in value?
Yeah,
Sorry.
and now would you say that having certain industries which have been shown to produce more resources in between each nation, do you think that they would have more or less value to trade in between each other?
But that those things are not inherently connected.
So, yeah,
Like,
you're
what
not
are you
even
talking
answering the question. I'm so done with this fucking
No, but
debate.
yeah,
then.
but your question is not inherently connected. No, no,
No,
I
what?
don't
No,
think
what? What was
that-
the question? What was the question? What are you responding to?
So you asked me, what happens when you give more value to certain objects? Like you are trading things for certain things from other nations, right?
No, that was not the question you were just asked. No. You're not even
was-
listening to me. I don't even give a I
Dude,
legitimately
ask again.
no,
What the
legitimately
fuck,
I
dude?
don't give a fuck about this conversation. You've gotten blown the fuck out on every single day. I don't feel the need to go
No,
down
let's
this route of
go.
reasoning
How-
anymore.
okay. Okay. Well, I mean, great.
Like I
Explain-
literally,
like, if
I
you wanna
just
open
asked
the
you. I
debate,
just
yeah.
asked you. What do you think is going to happen whenever you have certain industries where you have more resources being produced in between certain areas? Because I think it's almost like universally agreed upon that capitalistic economies can produce more resources due to certain I'll call it certain. Fuck, now I'm forgetting the word.
Wait, come on! What the fuck? What am I arguing here? Like you're literally forgetting what you're talking about.
No, I'm forgetting the word for what I'm talking about.
Exactly. I don't. Okay. If you don't even know what it is, what the fuck is the point?
Holy shit. Like, I'm sorry, dude. I've been arguing this all fucking day, and I don't really care to remember the specific word. It's... Fuck, what is it?
Like, what is happening? Expect me to know it. Yeah, you don't know it.
You do realize your chuckling only makes you seem, like, really fucking nervous right now? Like, you sound, like, really fucking shaken up.
I'm eating.
Poor Tyrone. It's like he's never really put on the spot like
So-
this. Yeah.
Alright. Because I can't remember the word. I think
Okay,
I
just
probably should
explain
reframe this.
what you would explain what we would do.
So certain functions within a capitalist economy,
George,
I forgot what you
fucking
call them.
ass. Kill
It's like the opposite of like a co-op. What do you call it? Fuck.
Wrong. Remember
The
what?
opposite of a
can't say that.
co-op. What
Yeah.
the fuck does that mean?
Yeah. See, you don't even know the word fucking word. I don't expect you to fucking.
The opposite of
Exactly.
Of a cooperative.
You didn't even
Bow
find
down
the fucking
to
word
Rome.
yourself either, so I don't care. Okay, I don't care about this
There's no such
conversation.
like. What? The opposite of a cooperative. Like, okay. Do you think socialist nations don't export things? Like,
Who said that?
I said it.
Yeah, good for you.
Okay.
I don't know, like, what the fuck do you want? Like, that's just a really stupid statement. What the fuck?
Yes, socialist countries export things. Are you? What are you?
Yeah.
Are we crazy here?
Yeah, no one disagree with that. What the fuck?
Okay.
Well,
So okay. So
Are you like?
so you believe? Okay.
I
so,
feel like
okay.
wait,
So how
actually
is
no,
it
hold
different?
up. Okay, no,
How is
actually,
it
no, give
different?
me 1 second. No, is my like fucking
Disagree.
is my like Discord broken? Are they talking to a different fucking person in the call right now? Do I just not hear somebody? Okay, so who the fuck are you responding to?
You just agreed with me. You said that. Okay. You said the inherent advantage with capitalism is that you get like you're trading, right? You're getting.
I said more trade would
varied
happen underneath
resources.
capitalism. I say more trade happens underneath capitalism. Yes.
You think more trade happens?
Yes, more trade within the nation as well as imperialism taking effect. Yeah.
Like inherently, you think that's true?
I do think that is true generally.
But okay, but you would agree that they overexport at least, right? They don't actually care about their civilians. Right? That's what makes them not socialist.
What are you trying to say?
Well, socialists have to make certain like quotas, like so they actually are a socialist country where they're providing to their people inherently. Right? Socialism is inherently like built around the individual, not a capitalist institution.
What do you think socialism is?
Socialism, well, as a Marxist-Leninist, it's a between state between what's it called, capitalism and what's it called, communism, right? You're
No, what
going
is
towards
socialism though?
gradually. Like socialism can mean a lot of things because you could.
No,
there's
what-
many
what-
different definitions, but I could
Okay.
go from my Marxist.
I
Leninist
don't
one.
care about if you're not going to define socialism. I don't get like I genuinely can't express how little I fucking care about this conversation because I'm just going to go to the exact same line of reasoning.
Okay, let's just
So the
say,
line
okay,
of
let's
reasoning would be
socialism is when workers own the means of production, like
Right.
inherently, like you're no state.
right. Would you say that would prevent the exploitation of workers to an extent?
How? Okay, yeah, exactly. It would prevent.
All right, so
yes.
do you think
workers
do you
owning
think
the means of production stops exploitation of workers?
right?
Yes.
And do you think there's any other part to it other than just that?
There could be again, like there's multiple.
There
different
could be okay.
branches, but
Like
that is probably
I
a
don't care about this
a
conversation.
definitive, like.
Guys,
like
want to
a
talk about something
definitive
else?
trait.
I like this is like I actually like so fucking stupid.
Yeah, you're just bullying him at this point. I feel bad.
Define socialism yourself. Do it.
Sure, I've already done it in this conversation. I think it's very funny that you
haven't.
haven't noticed.
You haven't.
Yeah, I've defined socialism before in this conversation.
No,
I
define
distinctly
it.
remember
Define
doing
it
it.
again.
All right, so
Define it.
socialism is there's two main aspects to socialism. I define this all the goddamn time. I think it's really funny that you like ask a political streamer to define fucking socialism. I do this all the
Just
time.
define it. Just define it.
So socialism is two main things primarily. One is the decommodification of certain industries, normally this is housing or healthcare, things like that. And then there's democratization of the workplace, commonly known as seasonal means of production, which you allow workers to have more say in the conditions of which they work.
Yeah. Well, I guess I forgot to say commodification, but
Yeah,
I mean, that's kind of
you forgot like
implied,
half of it.
right?
You forgot like half of it. I'm not even a socialist. Why do I know this more than you?
Okay, well, no, I've actually explained the commodification before. I don't see that inherent as.
Dude, this
true
is your own
socialism, right?
ideology.
Do you think the USSR had decommodified?
I don't know. I don't care about the USSR. I don't know about the USSR.
Okay, would you define that as not a socialist nation or a socialist nation?
I don't know enough about the USSR to even make any kind of claims to that.
Well,
I'm not gonna.
okay, well,
I'm
then
on
we have a
stream right
completely
now. If you want to
different
speculate
understanding.
off stream, we can speculate off stream. But I'm on stream right now. I'm not gonna make claims to things shit that I don't know.
Okay. Fine.
Where did Win go?
They left.
No, they're still in
Crazy.
here. They're just muted.
Oh, they're not
Win.
here.
Win.
They have Joe
Please,
Biden. Joe
Pick
Biden.
up. Win, please. Okay, he's dead.
Joe Biden, wake up.
Joe Biden.
Um,
Joe Biden.
Okay, so
Damn. But anyways, guys.
ow, my hand.
Wait.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. I thought I had it here. But so okay, I think someone in the
Tyrone,
chat-
just know that I still love you, even if you're cringe. Okay.
I'm not.
I'd
It's
still
alright.
love you even if you don't understand that private sectors will be more efficient in spending resources
They're
than
not
government.
fucking.
I don't love you at
Economic
all.
calculation problem was literally debunked by von
Wait.
Mises himself. Like,
Yeah.
no one thinks that's a real
What did I
argument.
miss?
Oh,
No one even.
This guy. What are you trying to say now, buddy?
Do you believe in the economic calculation problem? Do you know what that is even?
Expand on it. What do you mean when you say economic calculation problem? I've heard multiple different
Socialist
versions of that.
economic calculation problem is the argument I think was originated from Mises, a guy named Mises, Austrian economics.
Sounds pretty cool.
Okay, great. And he basically said there's socialists after all this work, socialists cannot actually, like, without a market, you cannot actually equally, like, distribute things properly, right? Because you need money and something to do it. The most common example of this is, like, okay, you have a what's it called?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat
You have
the
a
last
train.
couple
You wanna build a
sentences?
train-
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the last couple sentences? I didn't hear them.
Okay, so the socialist economic calculation problem was proposed by Mises. It's basically that socialists cannot properly allocate resources because they do not have markets and they cannot define value, right? Since there is no money, there's no value. Therefore, you cannot actually equally, like, you cannot distribute things properly and actually know what people want, right? And the best way is through markets, and markets are the most democratic thing because it actually, like, gives quotas to the people. I
wouldn't agree that it's the most democratic thing, but sure.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I get. This is his argument. It's obviously been debunked. I think Mises even said it himself that it's not
Can you
like
explain the
a
debunking
killer
of
of socialism. What?
Can you explain it? How was it debunked?
I just explained it, but I'll explain it.
No,
again.
you literally just said it was debunked.
Well, it's not debunked. It's okay. It's up in the air if it's debunked. But Mises himself doesn't even think it's like it's a valid argument against socialism anymore.
Why?
I don't actually know the specifics of.
Okay, so why the fuck do you believe any of this then?
I don't.
Why?
I've read.
So you agree with us?
I've read the People's Republic of Walmart, and I've read.
So you agree with me then that it would be probably a proper assessment?
No. Well.
Okay.
First of all,
So why not?
it's a proper set. Okay. Well, do you know how what's it called? A centralized economy works?
I'm fairly
like, you
aware. If
kind
you
of
would
have
really like to
like a-
explain it to me, though. Yeah.
Okay. Well. Okay. Well. I'll just explain like this basic like.
You really don't need to. We can like.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
This
okay,
is beating
so
around the
fine.
bush. Do you or do you not agree with that assessment of things?
I
And then you can go
disagree
from
with
there. All right. Why?
Okay. So first of all, we're already working on like things to circumvent this, right? Walmart is actually a centrally planned economy. If you didn't know this, they actually make up a ton of the U.S.'s GDP, and they are a social, like they are actually, they use, right? So Walmart's like a huge store, right? And they have a bunch of things, and they buy a bunch of things, right? That from just random fucking things. The same with Amazon. And they're actually centralized in terms of their economic, because they would just sink into the floor, right, if they just bought a bunch of things that people didn't want, right? But and they do buy a bunch of things that people don't want.
And
but
so are they sinking into the floor?
No.
No, I want to lay this up because you're literally rambling so hard that you just debunked yourself in like your own fucking couple of sentences. You're contradicting yourself. So what you just said was, and I'm very clear because I remember what you said verbatim. You said if they bought a bunch of stuff that people didn't want, they would sink into the floor. And they do buy a bunch of stuff that people don't want. So they're sinking into the floor.
Well, yeah, the economic calculation problem would suggest that they would sink into the floor because everybody is not getting things that they actually want. Yet Walmart still provides, still is one of the most successful businesses. So how does that not inherently disprove the economic calculation problem, right? Walmart uses sophisticated algorithms to figure out what people want and where to allocate them.
And how this algorithm is built?
It's programming. It's you also have to read.
But what do they use to assess value whenever they're building these algorithms and how much people will be willing to pay for
I can
certain
send
things?
it to you. It's gonna be
right. So it sounds to me like this is currently using capitalism in order to make a centralized system. This doesn't sound like it disproves anything. In fact, it seems like you're proving the argument even more so that you can build an algorithm around knowing the value of certain items and how much people are willing to pay for certain items. You can build an algorithm around that and around predicting what people would need.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't be. They would say, well, it's not based on a market, right? So the whole
yes, it is. It is built on a market.
Why is it built around a market? If you're just buying a
what
bunch
do you
of
think? What do you think it is?
Buying...
What do you think it is whenever people buy things from Walmart? What happens there?
No, not the buying of
because this plays into the algorithm. This literally plays into the algorithm so centrally. I'm honestly baffled. It's almost like you don't even know what you're talking about and you're just spewing shit out.
No, but what do you disagree with? Sorry, what do you disagree?
Okay, so the way you be building this algorithm, unless I mean maybe I'm crazily off, but the way you'd be building this algorithm would be through seeing what people buy and then making predictions from there. You'd be extrapolating data, basically.
No.
All right, how is this algorithm built? Explain it to me.
So it's basically they buy everything. They literally buy everything.
They just buy everything, just a flat amount of everything?
Well, yeah, most things.
Then what do they need an algorithm for?
What? Well, the algorithm is properly allocated.
What do you mean properly allocate it? What does that mean?
Okay, do you know how what? What do you mean properly allocated?
Yeah, what do I mean properly? I'm hoping you know what you mean because you're the one who used it.
What do you mean? Do you not? Okay, so. So people will buy things, right? Okay, this is really weird to explain because you have a weird understanding of things, but
you have a weird dude. You don't understand what you're talking about.
I've lost my train of thought.
I'm surprised you had a train of thought to begin with, my dude.
Okay. Again, not necessary.
Shit on, dude.
Sorry, Walmart, basically buys up a ton of stuff, okay?
Yeah.
And then they sell.
Do they buy a flat amount of stuff?
Yes.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Okay, what do they need the algorithm for then?
The algorithm is to, again, to figure out what to buy,
But why do I have to figure out what to buy if they're buying a flat amount of stuff? This doesn't make any. You are literally contradicting yourself. You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, if they're buying a flat amount of stuff, how do you figure out you cannot buy a flat amount of stuff? You cannot do that. That's not a real thing.
So are they or are they not?
It's becoming a flat amount because the algorithm is buying up a ton of shit that people would want and distributing.
How do they know that people want it?
They don't. That's why so much Walmart goes to waste.
So you'd agree that it doesn't seem to be the most efficient way of doing
that it causes I wouldn't.
So would you say an algorithm that would predict what people wanted to make less things go to waste? Would that be more efficient?
Well, no, it would actually. Well, an algorithm
No, it wouldn't
that I would
be?
suggest, but that is not Walmart, right? But again, this is like more cockshot than People's Republic of Walmart in terms of thinking, where people would just straight up order things, like as an Amazon. For
So
like,
you're
which
pivoting
would-
so far away from what we're talking about right now. You
I
understand?
know,
that?
yeah, I know. Like, I mean, it's a
No,
weird
yeah,
point,
okay,
but-
okay. Can we please talk about? Can we talk about the thing that you're trying to bring up?
Okay, sorry. Well, I mean, it's
What I
kind
wanna
of
talk
related
about.
because
I don't know, like, what you
economic
wanna, like-
calculation problem.
What you want to ramble about, but I want to talk about the shit you're talking about. So I don't.
Okay. Well, ask a question. Like, I don't know.
Right,
Like,
I
you're
did.
asking a weird
I
question.
did. So how do people know? How do they know what people want? And you said in response to that, they don't, and that's why a large amount of it goes to waste. And the theory that we were positing is that a large amount of things would go to waste, and it'd be
No,
less
it's that you
efficient.
cannot actually buy. It's not. The theory was that that you can actually not properly allocate resources,
not-
and this is why the USSR.
That's not what I said. What I said was it would be less efficient.
Well, you're quoting me. I said Mize completely argues.
Are
that-
you arguing in
that it
favor of
won't work at all?
Who are you arguing against, dude?
I'm just explaining it, and I'm explaining.
You're
what I'm saying.
explaining an argument that I never made because you can't fucking like
No,
you're not arguing with
I'm,
me.
I'm arguing against myself, but to explain to you like
Yes.
what it is.
Then stop arguing against yourself, buddy. Argue against
But
me.
Me when I fight my demons.
Okay, like I'm arguing.
You understand why I think people like you are insufferable, right?
I okay.
No, you literally just admitted that you've been arguing against yourself. You're not even like responding to anything I'm saying. I don't like.
No. Like, well, I was. Just
Well, you
explaining,
see,
like, an
this
argument,
economic
and then
theory that
said-
you didn't posit is actually wrong. So,
Yeah, I
checkmate,
know. Well,
neolib.
I said, do you agree with it? And you said you did agree with that. That the economic
Which
calculation
economic theory did
problem
I
is
agree
right.
with? Which
Are you
one did I
wrong,
agree
Harry?
with?
The
Political
socialist
theory?
economic problem. Do you
What?
believe that is right?
I
That
think
you
there is
cannot
a socialist
properly-
economic problem. I'm not sure exactly what that entails.
Okay, so okay. Can I explain?
Because what
to
I
you
just
what it
said,
entails?
I can tell you what
No,
I
you
said
can't
to start
explain.
this off with before you're trying to like go to
Okay,
a
yeah,
different
sure.
argument. So what I said was a private sector enterprise would use resources more efficiently than a
Yeah,
centralized
and
system.
okay, that is inherently linked to the economic calculation problem.
No,
because they
it's
say-
not because you're positing it. I just said it's more efficient, not that they have to inherently sink to the fucking ground.
Jesus.
Okay, yeah, you think it's more efficient?
Yes.
So you okay?
I
Well, how?
what
Well, how is it more efficient? to
because you just
Like,
admitted to me.
I-
You just admitted to me that the reason that so much of Walmart goes to waste is because they don't have a system which is actually looking for what people want. That they don't know what people want. They're just
Well, that's
buying.
an argument against the Mize argument, not your argument. Your argument would be more debunked by like a cockshot, where they would use
Then
more
why are you-
cybernetics.
Then why the
to-
fuck are you?
Well,
I'm not even
again,
arguing
I
against anybody at this
misunderstood
point.
your I was
You're
misinterpreting.
shadowboxing yourself. I don't know.
You literally okay. I thought you said that a socialist economy would never work.
No, I never said that.
Okay, well then I posited the wrong thing.
I don't.
And the economic calculation problem has actually.
All right,
evolved
let's
into
see. I'm
that
gonna
actual-
join. I'm gonna fucking hell, dude. I can't.
Economic
Hold up.
calculation.
Alonza invited me to join Discord VC. I'm gonna go do that now because that
Hey,
sounds
Bob.
infinitely more interesting than what you guys are talking about.
Safe, buddy.
All right, buddy. That was
Have fun.
Holy shit, dude! I
sorry
don't
to
think I've
hear
ever like
how
bullied
you
people.
laugh.
I legitimately, I don't think I've ever bullied an interlocutor harder than that. Maybe like the Calvin and Esky debate, but that was pretty bad. Holy shit. Anyways, it was fun. Peace.
Okay.
Yeah, bye, Bunk.
Peace.
Fans.
What's up?
Hey, Bunk. We're asking, are you a fan of Halo?
Yeah.
My God,
Kinda?
they're having a fucking dogfight.
I'm about to say, you could get a Game Pass for PC for $1 right now and play the story mode.
Cool.
Yes.
Alright, yeah, that's all I had. How's your debate, Bunk? Who'd you debate this time?
Retarded tanky. I don't think.
Oh, yeah, you were telling us about that the other day. How'd that go?
I don't think I've ever seen child abuse so harsh. His own fucking friends called him a dumb fuck. I don't.
Imagine
I
having to
feel
bring
bad. In all my years of doing this shit, I don't like. I actually feel bad. Like I don't know. I feel like I just bullied a kid.
No, don't feel bad, because he had to bring friends to a debate in order to back him up.
Bro.
You guys coming
Yeah,
here?
what's up, Aiden?
What's up, Aiden? I'm streaming, by the way.
You're live?
Yeah. Lonzo went in my chat and told me to get in here.
Yeah, we were debating, right? Right, Aiden? Oh, there's a car.
Wait, Bonk. Was the guy that you debated the guy that called us a
Yeah.
fascist on Twitter?
Yeah, it was.
Did you win?
He got beat up so badly intellectually.
Oh my
I
God.
don't even know where to go.
You did not just do that.
I feel
did.
like I actually feel like I just bullied a kid. Like that was the debate bro equivalent of like Leafy is here. It's been a like a 2-hour stream. We still have like fucking 7 viewers going for 2 hours. I want to go through though. I want someone to go through and I want them to clip some of those parts. Not the last part. The last part of the economic debate was really cringe because they were literally arguing against themselves and there was such a disconnect between the two of us. There was no like way to repair it.
Sounds like one hell of a time.
My
I
life
saw
always
some.
is
Was
good.
that one guy in there? What was his name? Kazir? Was he in there? I swear I saw him in your chat.
What, Crusader?
Was that his name? I saw like a fat looking dude in the camera. Was that the guy you're debating?
No, that was a different guy.
No, not him.
Oh.
He said that I sounded like a Destiny.GG and I said, you're literally fucking unironically fat.
Dub.
And they said, yeah, so, and I said, I can't wait to report your fucking heart attack.
I like how if you win the gulag now, you get to keep the gun that you won with.
That's a
Oh, yeah,
W.
you do.
What's up, Nifty? You said, Funk, you said, no economic debates.
Bro, you should debate
That
on the
that right there is the reason that I don't do economic debates.
Bonk, you should debate me.
Aiden versus.
Yeah, but that right there was the reason that I don't do economic debates because the people I debate are so crazy. They're like they don't know what they're talking about. It's like I feel like I'm the only one who's like basically economically literate, and sometimes I'm like, holy shit, dude. Like, I don't, bro. Like, there's nowhere to go from there. That's so feels so bad. God. Anarcho-communism is best policy? I don't really know. I don't care about anarcho-communism. I'm just against tankies. That's it. Alright, we're gonna hop in VC again. Taking any callers that want to come in. They don't know what economics is. True. Literally, we're like, yeah, it'd be a less efficient system. The centralized system would be less efficient. And I was like, oh, so it would be less efficient. Like, no! Piss off. It was such a terrible debate. Holy shit. Let's see what's going on the Twitter timeline. You know what I should do though? This is supposed to be a research. This is supposed to be a research stream too. I probably should look at some BNC. Did you see the panel I was on with BNC?
No.
He's
I
a
was doing
conservative
stuff.
He's a paleo-conservative debater, and
oh shit!
I swear to God, I try so much to have good faith in these people, but I
You
looked
don't.
into one of his
I just
claims,
don't.
and it was such utter bullshit. Like you had to have been intentionally fucking lying to me. It was like so. Okay, so the first thing that he made a claim to, and he sent me this the other day. Actually,
Wait,
hold on.
question.
Yeah,
Are you
what's up?
talking about the panel where I DM'd you and said, "What the fuck? This panel sucks."
No, that was a completely different panel, but
Okay, then I'm not. then
same
I'm talking about
network,
the
same network though. Hold up. Let me actually pull it up real quick. So there you go. That's actually my home screen. Let's return back to default. So what he said was the custody chain records of fourth this right here. He linked me this right here.
Yeah.
Update: 4 months after 2020 election, over 400,000 absentee ballots are missing legally required chain of custody documentation, and yet Biden was given the state by 12 votes. It's like, oh shit, seems big. By the gateway put on. By the way, this is a fucking bullshit news site. Don't go here.
Yeah, I can tell by the image of the senators wearing Chinese masks. That
Yeah, this website
might
is
be
like such
stupid.
huge horseshit.
I can tell.
Yeah, it's such huge horseshit. What's up, dude?
Without doing.
So I just wanted to ask a question. Like, what is your position on abortion?
Pro-choice.
I love it.
So is that like through all 9 months? Would you say?
No.
Okay, so where's the cutoff?
The cutoff's probably around 2 weeks. Around when we gain conscious experience. Although around that point, they're just going to perform a C-section anyway.
Mm-hmm. So would you say that having a conscious experience is what makes humans valuable?
Yes.
Okay.
No, actually, I should reform that statement. Having a previously stated conscious preference is what makes a human being valuable, and that's when we should respect that preference.
A previously stated conscious
The ability,
preference.
yes.
Okay, so let's say, this is a hypothetical, but let's say that I am unconscious and I have amnesia, so I don't remember anything in the past and I don't have any current conscious preferences. Does that count? Because
Yes, it does count because you would have previously stated a conscious experience, which you would not have.
okay, so why does that matter?
No. Did you previously state a conscious preference?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except, right. So if you don't remember the conscious
Your memory of it
why
has
does
no
it matter?
bearing as to whether you stated the conscious preference.
Okay, but how is it like the same thing? So like imagine that
because the ability to state a conscious preference is to show us what you think should be, without the ability of or a knowledge of even knowing whether something would ought to have would want to survive, right? We can't make any discersions from that. For example, let's say that let's say somebody gets knocked unconscious. Why don't we immediately terminate them? Well, the idea would be that they were currently living at this time that they were knocked unconscious. So therefore, they probably they had the state experience they wanted to live, or else they would have been fucking dead. And therefore, we want to preserve that.
Right. So okay, let's say that like you talked about the ability to have a conscious experience.
No, not the ability, but having previously stated a conscious experience.
Right. So then I'm wondering why you think it's like the same person if they don't remember anything.
Because it's still the same conscious experience, but the memory of a conscious experience has no influence as to whether our conscious experience was stated at some
How
point.
is it the same conscious experience if they're totally separate and not connected by any event?
Is it within the same entity?
Yeah, it's when
Are you
within the
trying to
same
tell me
body.
are you trying to tell me that an entity can have two different conscious experiences without any previously stated thing between two?
What are you saying?
Are you telling me that an entity can have two different conscious experiences?
Yeah.
I think that fundamentally violates the rule of consciousness, or the rules I would define consciousness under. I think every single entity would have one conscious experience. If it gets interrupted or they can't remember it for some reason, that doesn't have any bearing as to whether as far as we can perceive objective reality to be, whether they had stated a conscious preference.
So you're saying even though the person with amnesia, they don't remember anything from their past experience, it's basically a totally separate experience. You're saying that still counts as the same person.
Yes. Do you think that people are different people whenever they get they have amnesia? Do you think it's not the same person?
If they don't forget, if they totally forget everything, then yeah, they're
you think that's a separate person?
Well, it depends. What do they have in common with the past person? So what
they inherit the same
is
physical
the
body and the same physical traits. I believe consciousness is like a what would you call it? External material. I think it's an emergent property of the brain.
So why does the physical body matter?
Because the physical body is what would encapsulate your conscious experience.
Well, no, not necessarily.
What do you think a conscious experience is?
I don't know, perceiving something? I think it's pretty self-evident.
Do you think perceiving something is a conscious experience?
Yeah.
Not like the ability to recognize mental states, have higher thought. None of that would be a conscious experience to you?
I mean, if you
Do you think an ant has a conscious experience?
I'm not sure. I think mostly
Ants can perceive
mammals are
things.
the ones.
Not very well, but yes.
Yeah.
Do you think an ant ought to be preserved then?
Yeah, it sort of depends on what you mean by conscious.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you. So I don't know, dude. Your definition of conscious seems to be really broad, dude.
Right. So we can go with your definition. What is your version of consciousness?
My version of conscious experience would be to have a higher level of thinking than an auto response almost. So not only to perceive things, but to also be aware that I am perceiving things and to be able to consciously recognize that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Right. So like it'd be the difference between me feeling pain and me like running away from it, and me feeling pain, me acknowledging that I am feeling pain, and then making a normative choice to run away from it.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Okay, so what I'm really wondering is why, if someone only shares the same body as their past self, their same physical body, nothing about their mental state is in common, why do you consider them to be the same person?
Because they're within the same body, yeah.
Right. So
I think the body would encapsulate the being, because I believe that the conscious experience would be an emergent property of the brain.
Okay, so let's say that like you and I, let's say that we have some crazy technology where you can like transfer consciousnesses, right? So
Sure.
I can swap my consciousness with yours.
Sure.
And then
I don't think that would be a thing
physical...
though. That's like you're bringing me into a hypothetical that I don't even think is like a thing that could ever possibly
You
happen
don't
as
think
I
that's
understand
ever
conscious
possible?
experience.
You don't think
No,
it's
I
even
think that conscious
hypothetically
experience is inherently an emergent property. I don't think it's like a third dimensional or a thing of some, or not third dimension, like a fourth dimension or another material object. No.
So it's an emergent property.
I think it's an
of
emergent
the
property of the
body?
brain.
Of the brain.
Of the
Okay.
brain more
Like, of
specifically,
the
but of the body,
structure.
yes.
Of the structure of the brain.
Yeah.
So let's say somebody gets in a car accident and the structure of their brain is fundamentally altered. Are they
Are the same components within the brain?
What do you mean by that?
Are they the same components within the brain?
What do you mean by components?
What would you regard as a brain? Like, is their brain like irreparably damaged to the point where like to say that they like completely changed the structure of the brain, that it's not gonna fucking work anymore?
No. So they change. It's not like they change the structure of the brain so that it's no longer a brain. It's just so that it's not the same brain.
How is it not
right?
the same brain? If I move my computer, if I like move my computer, and I were to, let's say I were to take one of the components, I would move it like less than like a millimeter to the right. Is that no longer the same computer?
That's kind of more of a philosophical problem.
Yeah, this is a philosophical question.
No, okay, but
you're getting in the realm of metaphysics. No, we're getting in here. Yes.
I'm not trying to talk about metaphysics. No.
That's really what we're talking about right now.
Okay, so you're saying that people are emergent properties. They're basically, your consciousness is an emergent property of the structure of the brain, and because the person with amnesia has the same structured brain, that means that they're the same person.
Yes.
However, if someone is in a car accident and their brain is fundamentally structurally altered,
so the structure of the, when I say structure of the brain, I do not mean the way that the brain is arranged. I'm saying the components within the brain, as in having the same frontal lobe, having the same neurotic connections. What do you think consciousness comes from, if not this?
Okay. Yeah, consciousness comes from that, but like the thing that...
Okay, so we both agree. So we both agree, right?
That consciousness comes from the brain? Yeah.
Right. So would you say that people have different brains then, if people have different conscious experiences?
Yeah, people have different
brains. So that
yeah.
individual different brain, that's what we would mark as a human being. And then the conscious experience that premiums from that would be from that human being.
So the problem here is that you're saying like the consciousness is it comes from the way that the brain is structured, right? So like what differentiates me from you?
No, the components within the brain. So you keep conflating these and trying to like pull a semantic.
Like the atoms, like the
way that,
like the fact.
So what we would acknowledge as the same piece of the brain. If you want to get into like hyper deep metaphysics, we can like say that these are similar enough to the point where we ought to regard them as the same object.
Okay, let's say that the car accident is so severe that they're not similar enough, right?
If they're not similar enough, then I'd say that the brain would have to be irreparably damaged to the point where this human being couldn't even function and they'd be dead.
No, that's not what I'm saying. It's not irreparably damaged. It's just changed. So like imagine I'm in a car accident and my brain structure is altered so that it's closer to like a different person's brain. Like let's say that
different person's brain?
We can use you. So let's say that I get in a car accident, right? And my brain structure is altered so that it is somewhat closer to what your brain is like than it is to what my brain was like before the car accident. Am I now a different person?
There's absolutely no way that could happen. There's no way that it could occur. We are like
I really doubt that. I really doubt
you think that your brain could be messed up to the point where it would be more similar to my conscious experience than your previous conscious experience. You believe this legitimately?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're not operating completely out of the realm of reality now. So if you want to like, let's actually completely like pull away from this fucking example because this is not a point you want to argue. Because you just like you've committed to a position that you think that no you can.
Dude, I'm totally willing to argue.
You're denying science at that point. If you
wait.
You've committed to a position. You have committed to it. You have
science, dude.
No,
you cannot
hold up.
have-
Shut the fuck up, Nifty.
Dude,
so you have hold up. You have committed to
different personalities.
You have committed to but you have committed to the idea that your conscious experience would be replicable of mine through a car accident.
I didn't say that it was the same as yours. I just said it was so different that it would be
much
closer to
more
yours
similar to mine.
than
Yes,
what it was before.
Yes,
more similar to yours than it was to mine previously. Not that it was
okay.
So,
So
different.
yes,
like,
that's
imagine-
I don't think that would ever be a thing. No. Okay.
Okay, so let's say.
So
I come
actually,
back, you know,
I'll even give you this ground because I don't feel like you're struggling here. So I'll give you this ground. Let's say that this is a different conscious experience. All right. Let's say there's a different person. Okay. Now what?
Mhm.
Now what?
Right. So I think that's a flawed way of looking at it.
Now what?
If you think that it's a totally different person, then you can believe that. But I think that's a really
Well, I mean, what makes a person then?
What do you mean?
What makes a person?
Personally,
I don't know, dude.
think
What do you
there's
mean?
something-
You seem to have a problem with the way I just defined it. What do you mean?
Right. So I think if you're looking at it from a materialist point of view, I think it's really, really hard to say what exactly a person is because,
I just want you to define what a person is. Don't give me this long spiel.
No. I'm gonna explain it. All right, calm down. All right. So
Calm down. I'm very calm right
I
now.
forget what the name is. The ship of whatever. But you know the problem.
Ship of
obviously.
Theseus.
Yeah, the ship of Theseus.
Yeah.
So there's this problem, is it the same ship? And I think essentially there's obviously no answer.
No, there is. I
no,
posited
no.
an answer to that question, but
Okay,
sure.
so is it okay? Actually, I want to hear this. Is it the same ship?
So what do you mean by the ship of Theseus? The problem with this is actually you're starting from a place that is completely unanswerable for the question. So the solution that you posit to this type of paradox would be specificity of language. For example, what do you mean by ship of Theseus? Do you mean the original parts? If you mean the original parts, then we're not talking about the same ship. But if you mean the thing that is registered legally under the ship of Theseus, then it would be the same ship.
Right, but there is no entity, objectively, there's no entity.
No,
that
there's
we
no
can
objective
say-
category. No, I'd reject that. From the basis, I don't think there's a ship of Theseus. Then
No, that. Okay,
I'd say that the
that's not
ship
what
of
I'm really
Theseus
saying.
doesn't exist. If that's what you mean by it.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. The ship of Theseus.
You're
does
saying
not
that
exist,
so
right?
what you meant
It
by that was
just-
categories don't exist. Okay, I don't know who you're arguing with.
No. What I'm saying is there is. But the ship of Theseus is only the sum of its parts, right?
Yeah.
So we can keep splitting it down. Essentially,
If
there
that's
are
what you mean by it,
particles.
sure.
We don't know if we can split these particles down further than that. But essentially, the ship is only the sum of its parts. However, people are different. So people have sort of a.
Why are people different from the
continuing
ship of
nature.
Theseus?
Right. So
Why?
people. Right. So when I'm 5, I because of the fundamental nature of what I am, I grew into a 6-year-old. The ship of Theseus doesn't do that.
The ship of Theseus will decay.
So right.
There will
But
be
it's
fundamental
not like,
changes. Yeah, there will.
right, but those are only the parts. Like you can't split
Yeah,
a
and those
person
are-
into
and those-
multiple people.
What? Hold up. You're gonna have to rephrase that one more time. That didn't make sense.
Okay, so you can't split a person into multiple people like you can the ship of Theseus. So there's sort of a fundamental nature that people have. This is kind of
Who says you can't split a single person into multiple people? Depends on how you define
I
person.
don't know. Have you ever
These are
seen that?
Yeah, depends on how you define person. I can define person in a way that would dictate that it could be the case.
Okay, we're not talking about definitions.
No, we are. We are talking about
Yeah.
definitions. When you're saying a person, yes, we are.
I don't even know what you're saying, dude. What is this about? Like,
Well, you're trying
Like-
to argue from a place of, well, a person can't. Well, I mean, it depends on what a person is. What do you mean by person? Just like
okay,
I
let's
said,
say-
by what do you
let's
mean
say
by the ship of
human
Theseus?
being. Let's say human being.
Yeah, what is a human being? What makes one human being different from another?
What makes? I mean, a lot of things.
No,
What are
but
you
like,
asking?
but what makes them like so like human beings? Like, let's say I donate like my lung, or like I die and donate my lungs to somebody. Are they like two human beings now?
No.
Why not?
So I think no, I think
why not?
Because your lung. Okay, so your lung is not like a fundamental part of you, right?
What is
That's
a
just
fundamental?
sort of-
What does that mean? What is a fundamental part of somebody?
All right. Let me put it this way: you can lose your lung and still be you, right?
I could lose a lot of things and still be me.
Right. So that's sort of the problem of the ship.
But what
right?
what is me? We're trying to answer. This is
Exactly.
begging the
Exactly.
question. To an extent.
Exactly. So what
No,
you?
yeah, exactly. Yes, that's
Yes,
obviously the question
dude,
we're asking.
Yes, dude. You are the parts of you that cannot be essentially separated, right?
Everything from me can be separated.
That's not true.
No, it is. Yeah, it is.
Okay, can you
name one part?
separate-
Name one part of me
can
that
you
couldn't be separated.
Your mind.
What do you mean by my mind?
So you can't make two bunks.
Let's say my mind, I die and my conscious experience stops. Is there still me?
No.
Is that? It isn't. Okay, so it seems like you're working under a different definition. But let's say, even so, that these are two different experiences. How does this pose a problem for my original statement? So we're getting so far off track now.
What original statement?
My original stance. Pro-choice stance.
Yeah, so we've gotten way off the track here. So,
like I can even concede this ground, and it's like it's still not a good argument.
right. So you're conceding. You're conceding.
I will
the
do
ground,
it. Yes, I will do it for the argument. Yes.
You're conceding the ground. That
If I wanted to,
if
I could run you. I could run you on this the entire day, but I don't want to do that.
Okay. Okay, that's great. So I really just want to know, like, so you think conscious experience is what differentiates us from other humans? So how differing does the conscious experience have to be a different person?
This is a fallacious argument. If you want me to look up the exact type of fallacy, but this is similar to like the sand argument. Like how many grains of sand do you have to remove from a pile before it like no longer is a pile of sand? This is completely like stupid. This has no like bearing on the actual discussion. I literally said that this can be. I literally just said that this can be like two different entities. This still doesn't pose any problem for my actual.
Yeah, no, it's not. That's not even comparable.
No,
We're not
actually, I
making
can look it up
public
right now.
Policy decisions on what we call a pile of sand. It's a totally unimportant
Socrates paradox
definition. It's a totally unimportant
No,
definition.
I
of
literally
what counts as
just
a
looked it up
pile.
to you. This is Socrates fallacy. If you want, I can link it to you right now.
Yeah, sure.
It's continuum fallacy. All right.
Oh yeah, I know the continuum fallacy.
Yeah, that's what you just did. So I don't know, dude.
No, that's wait,
Yeah, it is.
no, that's not the same thing.
That is.
The continuum.
Yeah, it's the
continuum
request that I draw a
fallacy is saying
specific
that-
line of
that's-
something.
no, no, no.
I'm literally willing to
Continuum
concede to you
fallacy
that
is
every
saying
single
that-
person is uniquely different the second that they exist.
No, the continuum fallacy. Hold on. The continuum fallacy is when you say that two things are the same just because there's sort of like a spectrum between them, right?
Not
That's not what I'm
necessarily. It's
saying.
also the request that something be drawn distinctly whenever it's not part of the conversation. That can also be a fallacy. Yeah.
So are you essentially saying that the difference between you and me is only a spectrum, and so that essentially each separate
If you alter
I have existed, like if I'm slightly different than I was 1 second ago, then I'm like 0.001% a different person.
Yeah, probably to an extent.
Okay, that makes sense. So you're essentially saying that there is no such thing as like a person. It's just an
I think these are
illusion that we have.
Yeah, I think these are normative categories that we draw to maximize our own happiness or our own preferences.
Do you think that that's like a functional way to use it, like
Yes.
the most effective way?
Yes.
So why do you think that is if we can't really draw clear distinctions between people?
Because I don't think there's a single play that you could draw a clear distinction between people in any meaningful way or any rational way. I think this is pretty much the only thing you can do, but because we can't like draw a rational distinction between two different people, we kind of have to like kind of work off the assumption that you're the same person or should be regarded as the same person because it's just infinitely more convenient for individuals. Yeah.
All right, so let's take it back to the previous example. So you're saying that, right. So you're saying that because you just said that there's essentially no such thing as being the same person, and that it's only like a spectrum. And so when I'm not the same person as I was like 1 millisecond ago, right?
Maybe. Sure.
Okay, so then you said earlier that because a person with amnesia, somebody with amnesia who has had prior conscious experiences, because they are the same person, that means that they had the previous conscious experiences.
The problem this poses is that it doesn't actually have any pragmatic consequence to it. You understand that? How do we know that somebody's not going to recall any of their memories?
How do we know that somebody's not going to? What do you know? What do you mean about that?
Yeah, so the way that you try and draw this is say that my moral conclusions draw me to things that I would say are wrong. This is the attempt that you're trying to make. Unless you're like really fucking stupid and you don't understand how debating works, which I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't put it past anybody who doesn't know.
Yeah, I'm saying.
So you're trying to say that my moral system is inconsistent because it would draw a conclusion that I don't like. The problem is there's absolutely no way to determine this, and therefore the conclusion could never be drawn.
To determine what?
Determine that somebody wouldn't remember their past without us first without them first getting conscious experience. To next time.
What?
Yeah. So how? Okay. So what consequence would this have at all?
No, I'm pretty. Okay. Are you saying that there's literally that until you ask somebody, there's literally no way to tell if they have amnesia?
Essentially, there's no way to tell with 100% certainty. No.
With 100% certainty?
Is there a way to tell that somebody has amnesia? Is there a way to tell that somebody has amnesia from without any kind of self-report?
I would assume so.
So you'd assume? So do you know that?
Yeah, I mean, do you not think that like an experienced doctor can look at the injuries that someone has and say, yeah, I think he probably has amnesia?
I think he probably. There you go. Probably. I don't work off of probabilities when it comes to like whether we should respect somebody's previously stated conscious experiences or not. So no, this doesn't like draw.
What do you mean? What do you mean you don't work off of probabilities?
I'm not going to work off of the I think that if like even there's a smallest percentage of a chance that something has a conscious experience, you ought to preserve that.
Okay, you understand that there's always a small chance.
No.
There's always a small chance of literally
There's absolutely no reason for us to epistemically believe that a sperm cell has a conscious experience.
Yes, but there's always a chance.
There's no reason for us to epistemically believe that a zygote has a conscious experience at all.
Okay, actually, no, it's not true because, oh man.
I mean, like a zygote at conception. You think that has a conscious experience?
Wait, no, I don't. But
okay,
I'm really
so we both would agree on that. So
yeah,
do you think? Okay, so now we're getting to like.
I think the evidence is overwhelming that a zygote does not have a conscious experience. However, the evidence being overwhelming doesn't mean that there's like a 0% chance of that being true. There's never a 0% chance of something being true.
Okay,
there's
I think this is.
I think that everything is an illusion.
Okay. Do you want to say that there's always a chance that everything's an illusion? Yeah, sure. Okay, we can go off of that. Then
so that's the next probability. We're operating off of
then the next problem that you run into is that I think this would make for a fundamentally horrible like world that I wouldn't want to live in. So I don't know, dude. Like now we're just getting back to egoism. Do you want to like talk about egoism with me?
Wait, hold on. You're moving on to a different argument?
No, the problem I'm literally stopping you at every single point because I'm just testing your argument for consistency at this point.
I don't understand what your argument is. You're saying that banning abortion would lead to a bad world?
No, I'm saying that setting a precedent medically, or we could terminate people based on whether we think they have amnesia or not. It sounds like a descriptive world that I wouldn't want to live in. However, I don't think that I would have any preference towards that for a zygote.
Why would you not want to live there?
Because like let's say I get knocked unconscious, and the doctor thinks I have amnesia, but I don't, and then I get terminated. Do you see like this would be a problem? An undesirable goal for me.
The chances are pretty low of that happening.
Yeah, but it's still less desirable for me.
Maybe slightly.
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't dealt extensively with egoist perspectives, but
what now?
I really don't think. No, not really. I really don't think that this is a consistent position because I mean, you're kind of like just jumping arguments here.
No, what I'm doing here is because every single time somebody comes onto this thing, I want to actually see if they actually have any kind of basis, or they're just repeating talking points. It seems like you have some kind of basis to argue from, so now I'm going to give you my actual framework. My meta-ethical framework that I've held to ever since the very beginning of Twitch is that I'm a descriptive egoist.
Okay, so why would we not why, from an egoist perspective, and this is maybe outside of my realm of what I've researched, why is it wrong to like kill 6-year-olds? Because you're not 6 years old, as far as I can tell.
Why is it wrong to kill
so
6-year-olds? Because you could be retaliated against by people who like care about 6-year-olds. No, okay. Do you think I could go out and kill a 6-year-old and that would be beneficial for me? Probably not, right? Probably not.
No, I think it could be. I mean,
when do you think it's beneficial to kill a 6-year-old for me? What does that gain me? And in this current world, what would happen?
In this current world, I mean, there are lots of scenarios where it's beneficial to kill 6-year-olds. Like, let's say that you're interrogating a terrorist and you're trying to get him to confess something, and you say, "Hey, I'm going to kill your 6-year-old, or maybe even torture your 6-year-old if you don't tell me what I want." That would certainly be beneficial.
If that's beneficial for the greater good of society, and I'm setting a precedent, that would be helpful in the future. Then sure.
Why do you care about the greater good of society?
Because I think a better society would lead to my betterment of my experience. That's why I'm a rule ego specifically.
So let's say that maybe he's not even a terrorist. Let's say you're just doing it because he owes you money or something, and you want the money, right?
Mm-hmm.
In that scenario, is it wrong from your egoist perspective to kill the 6-year-old?
Probably, because that's a bad rule that I wouldn't want to go by for later on.
Why?
Because again, this is the rule egoist stance, and that is to say that I think that I would follow the rules which would always maximize my experience, right? I don't think setting a precedent for society where we can kill 6-year-olds whenever we want to, just because it benefits us by giving us money is ever a good society that I want to live in.
Let's say nobody finds out about it.
Yeah, I suppose if we put it in a void, then absolutely nothing's wrong from a conscious perspective, but we don't live in a void, so that doesn't suit your argument.
Well, yeah, we don't live in a void, but there are certain
so I don't care.
Where the chances of somebody finding out about it are extremely low.
Yeah, but it would still set a precedent. If I were to do that, then so would the precedent would be set still. I'd still have a chance of getting it found out. Yes, 100% it would.
No.
Do you think there's any situation where there's absolutely no chance of that being found out?
I didn't say absolutely no chance.
Okay,
I said
that's enough. That's enough to justify. That's enough to justify my stance.
No, not if the chances of it setting the precedent are so low that they don't outweigh the benefit that you get from.
And then I would have set that rule. That I see. This is the difference between a rule egoist perspective and an act egoist perspective, and you're failing to grasp the difference between the two. Are you aware of the difference between the two?
Yeah, I'm generally aware.
Okay, you don't seem to be very aware because you're making arguments that might work against an act egoist.
So I understand the rule egoist position, but there is fundamentally there is no reason to.
Yeah, sure there is. That chance is enough that chance would set a rule that this is something I ought to do in future. This is a rule that I ought to uphold by. That if somebody owes me money and they have a 6-year-old that I can torture, that I ought to do that. But that would set a rule that would allow for me to get caught not only in the future, but also set a horrible precedent.
Let's say that the chances are so infinitesimally low that it would be like picking a random atom in the universe and getting one correct one. Okay.
The same precedent still applies. You've literally not done nothing to refute the argument.
Because there's incredibly trillionth of a percent chance. You're saying that because of that, from your position, that justifies it?
Yes. If there's a chance and me setting a precedent that would lead to a non-maximization of my preferences later on in the future, then 100% that is enough of a justifier for me.
Right, and let's say that taking this action leads to a 100% chance of an increase in the maximization of your preferences.
I don't think it would, but sure. I still think it would
But
be a
you
horrible
understand,
precedent to set.
that you would that your preferences would be maximized in the situation.
Yeah,
like
if I was
killing this
also
kid.
if I was also in a void and I got joy from murdering people, I would probably go and murder people. But that's not the case. So I mean, your if condition doesn't line up with reality. So.
What do you mean?
So if I say
This is a
if,
hypothetical.
yes. So your hypothetical relies on an if condition, but if that if condition is never met within reality, then I don't care.
Well, hypothetically, it could be like there are situations where the
Okay.
benefit that
Do you think
would,
that my preferences line up with killing 6-year-olds?
No,
Okay, then I don't care.
I don't. But I don't think that. Okay, I don't think that you are like a psychopath who wants to kill 6-year-olds. I mean, maybe you are, but I think there are certainly certain circumstances where you would have a goal that killing a 6-year-old could
Name
lead
one.
you to.
Come on.
Having money.
Having money? You think that I would kill a 6-year-old for money?
Probably not.
Okay, so that doesn't maximize my own preferences. Okay, cool.
No, no, it would maximize your preferences.
How would it
I just
maximize
think
my
that you
preferences
have
if
a
I don't want to do it?
If you don't want to do it. Wait, okay, hold on. So you're basically just saying that anything that your whole position is just anything that I want to do is moral.
Things that it's a little bit more complicated than that, but saying that I want to do something would be my preferences, and that if I want to maximize those preferences to an extent, I think that could be. I don't know if it's moral. I don't really take morality as an objective thing, but I do think that would be optimal.
So if you like, are you saying that you've like never wanted to do something that you thought was immoral?
Yeah, I've wanted to do things that I thought was immoral, but I thought there were other things that would outweigh my want to do them, and because I would follow my want, then I wouldn't do it.
So you're saying overall, you've never wanted to do something that was immoral.
Not more so, or not something that was immoral that would maximize my preferences, more than something that would be moral, because the moral system is literally built around maximizing preferences.
Okay, so I don't understand this rule egoism because it doesn't seem to really make sense.
It before
because no, I understand.
argue
Okay,
with it.
I've watched Destiny. Okay, I'm super big brain on this. All right.
Oh, a DGGer. I hate this. I hate you fuckers.
No, I'm actually not a DGGer.
Oh, thank God. Get
So
your opinion back.
I really like, let's say like this whole idea of setting precedents seems like it's really created just to justify what your conscience already tells you. So it seems like you're really trying to logically justify an emotional feeling. So I'll give you an example of this, right? So let's say that I'm like about to die. Is it like, and I can like kill someone and get away with it? There's no chance. Like I'm not worried.
You want to
at
kill
all. Let's say I do.
All right, go for it. I would probably try and stop you, but like if that was me, sure, why not?
Okay, let's say that you
Justify to me that I shouldn't.
That you shouldn't stop me.
That I shouldn't kill that person. Let's say I want to do that. Why shouldn't I?
Justify it how?
Yeah, how do you morally justify that?
it
How do you argue that to me?
within your framework.
Yeah, or within any framework. Why should I adopt
any
your
framework. Okay.
You see, you're running into a lot of problems here. I don't like.
Yeah, so I agree that that's justified within your framework, but I think that's a bad framework if that's what it justifies.
Why shouldn't I?
Why shouldn't you kill
Yeah,
someone?
why wouldn't I? Yeah, let's say I'm about to die. I really want to kill somebody. Why shouldn't I do that? Convince me.
Man, I would have to like really argue because you have to go on a really long argument on moral frameworks to do that.
Well, I mean, if you want to have that argument some other time off stream, I think I'd be more interested in that. But to be honest, dude, I don't think we're dropping viewers right now.
all right.
Dude, okay, listen, you seem
you're
actually you seem a lot more intelligent than a lot of my callers. I really appreciate that.
Oh, thanks.
Normally I have to test people's like logical abilities a lot more than you, so it was really, I really do appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I always enjoyed discussing philosophy, but my fucking stream chat does not enjoy it as much as I do.
Thanks for not kicking me off and calling me a retard. Or something.
All right, yeah, no, I appreciate it, dude. It was a good conversation. Yeah, actually, I'll add you on Discord if you ever want to talk.
You'll what?
I'll
Sorry,
add you.
I don't
I'll
know
add you on
what
Discord if I don't have you. Yeah, I'll add you on Discord. There you go.
Okay.
All right. Yeah.
All right. See ya.
All right. Peace. That was fun. I really wish I had more meta-ethical arguments, to be honest. It's fun. I think my stance is pretty easy to argue, to be honest. And some people are like, I don't think you hold that stance. I think that's like not intuitive for you, but it genuinely is. It's like, in my opinion, it's the only rational stance you can hold. I think the only thing I can be like even relatively certain in that I value is that I value my own preferences, because your preferences are your preferences, and therefore you value them. And like, yeah, I kind of work from there. It's a fun argument to have, though. I wish I had more like philosophy people to like discuss shit with me, or my philosophy friends would like respond to me more. Holy shit, dude. I just opened my DMs to a metric fuck ton, like a load of shit from this one guy. I don't care. This is the guy I was arguing with earlier in the stream. I don't care. I don't care. I'm not gonna argue with this guy. I don't care to talk about this shit. Ooh, let's hop on some political debate Discord servers. How about that? Up on Destiny.gg. We've been talking about a lot of DGGers. Let's start talking with a few of them. We're entering the do DGGers even occupy Destiny server anymore? Is it even a thing? Does Destiny server actually have DGGers anymore? Is it just like a general politics server? I don't know, dude. All right, let's hop and debate everything.
Become an acceptable person. But if you mean like academia, well, that's not what academia does right now.
Yeah, but
academia doesn't teach
Wait.
someone.
Academia does not teach. Hold on, no. Sorry. Academia does not teach philosophy. Is that what you are saying?
No. Academia does not teach someone what to believe about the afterlife.
Oh, what's up? Hello? You guys, just chilling in here? Cool. All right, let's go to political debate. Is there like any one-on-one VC room? Or damn it, dude. I wish I had like a panel to hop on at this late at night. I don't want to like join a random fucking server though, because I don't want to like intrude on people. I'm gonna go back to the politics. What's up?
That's all I want.
Drop the
Legitimately
lawsuit
the
against
only
Mario
thing I
O'Donnell.
want.
He didn't mean to sell the music as NFTs.
All right, Wes, listen.
Calm down.
All right, what's up? How you doing?
Watching VJs.
Oh,
there it is.
Yeah, I need to
We're watching.
Oh, no.
We're watching.
Oh no.
What?
Oh no.
Oh, no, he's probably drunk.
He definitely is.
Oh god, what are
was
you guys
it?
doing?
It Takes Two.
We're
We're
watching stuff.
Video Game
Game
Awards.
Awards.
Like I said,
Oh,
BAF stream.
Who won? Is he
Yeah.
the only one there?
Yeah.
All right.
Did they not think they would win?
Bro, hold up.
Oh my god! See, it's speaking English. I can't tell.
He's drunk. He's drunk. He just said fuck.
What's up, guys?
Oh no! Oh no!
Hey, Bunk. Literally.
Oh shit! Wait, no. Let me turn on my camera.
Why did you turn off your camera?
Hey, Bunk. So Wrong literally justified genociding Catholics for the revolution.
It was really funny.
What in the based?
Yes. Really. Unironically, it was like, do you know
The
that
jail
that's happening
intake?
in a revolution? And
Oh my god!
Literally.
We're
He still hasn't taken
I
it
just
back.
like to say that we've really evolved as a society. The more that I like engage in these discussions, I think we're like making good progress. You know what I mean?
It's so dumb too, though, because like none of these
American
radical
Skeptic, yo, what the fuck
extremists
did I
are
walk in on,
actually
lol?
going to, like,
You
kill
walked in on the
anyone.
best shit. Okay. Wait, the turns was in my stream chat. The turns. Why don't you respond to me? We have a podcast to run. Sorry.
Right. So as I was saying, like their points are like kind of pointless because like they're not going to do this. Like a lot of these are like really, they're obviously not serious. Like none of their plans make any sense. These people are not about to pick up a weapon. They have no experience with violence. It's such a weird
And the thing is that you'll like talk to these
Wrong.
people.
I cannot unmute you. I don't have control over that. Only Crown does. Shut the fuck
Yeah.
up.
And the problem is when the right talks about revolution, these motherfuckers are serious, okay? They're stockpiling.
If Wrong picks up the Discord call. Fucking yeah, what's up, American Skeptic? I've never seen you in chat before. What's up, boo? We're chilling. That was fun though, the abortion shit. Yeah, what's up? What'd you do? What the fuck did you do? What did you do? Wrong. What the fuck happened?
So
What did I
I
miss?
was just going off like some okay, because he brought up something about Zapatista. Then I said, because he pointed out something like, oh, well, someone died in a revolution, and I'm like, cool. So that's how revolutions work, right? Like people would generally die with a lot of, because it's dumb to assume that a revolution like no one's gonna get fucking hurt. Obviously, some people there are gonna be casualties. Okay, I'm not saying it's good or bad, but I'm saying it will always happen. Wait, it's not even a fucking point or argument at all. Holy shit,
Bro.
Also the whole like people Catholics fucking dying like even Marx said, and it's not even justification, it's just what Marx said. Marx said literally the religion is the copium of the people. What do you think people mean by
copium? Did he say copium?
Yes, he ironically said copium of the people. I'm just like funny as fuck. I think I can find the quote. Wait. Copium of the people.
Oh, that's good.
I know. He was opium, my bad. Opium of the people, my bad. Yeah, literally right here. So it says I can just send you through here. And it's just so funny to me. It's like these people like argue, saying, "Oh, how dare you have this insane day?" Like, oh, like, okay, I'm sorry. Life is hard. I'm sorry.
Bro. Dude, it's about to chill his. Bro, he did not lol. Oh, he did not what now? What are you talking about, American Skeptic? One thing I do want to do on stream is actually, I got interrupted when I was doing this, so I think we should return to doing this.
Oh no.
Okay, you know what I got interrupted doing?
What?
This is me off. Okay. I get interrupted while doing my research. Okay, so
Oh, no.
some of you might not know, but recently, by recently, I do mean yesterday or 2 days ago. Bro, he did not copium. All right.
No, not copium, my bad. I mean,
As-
opium. Opium, my bad.
Oh. Yeah, so recently, if you are unaware, I was on a panel, and it was about election fraud, and I did not do any prep work. But what I do want to do is there's this one other debater on this panel, and he got stomped on a few points. Like, the second I saw him, like, overstep into shit that I knew, I kind of, like, hit him. But he made some claims about the election, and what I want to do is I want to go through, I want to research all that shit. Have a large document. I just want to like say, yo, you want to talk about your fucking shit in the debate? Because like this is legitimately like it pisses me off how like horrible faith this shit was. So hold on.
Yeah.
So this is what he claimed. He sent this shit to me. Update: 4 months after the 2020 election in Georgia, over 400,000 absentee ballots missing legally required chain of custody documentation. Yet Biden was given the state by 12,000 votes.
Yeah.
Now this seems pretty damning at first glance, but I did a funny, and by a funny I do mean the bare minimum amount of like fucking research for shit. And I went searching around, and this is what I actually found. When it came to this clam, because
over 400. Wait.
So if you actually go to the GPB news, right?
Mhm.
Let me scroll down for the Dropbox forums. We scroll down a little bit more. Risk limiting audit, I believe it probably was. Ooh, I don't remember exactly where it was. That was right here. Fulton County Dropbox forms. One claim that the Fulton County was missing hundreds of transfer records for thousands of absentee ballots deposited in 38 drop boxes ahead of November's election, with an implication the missing paperwork could show and invalidate more ballots than the margin of Biden's victory. Earlier this week, pro-Trump media outlet affiliated with so-called forensic audit of the election kicked off a firestorm of criticism, asserting the country was missing the country is missing 385 absentee ballot transfer forms used for documentation of many ballots that were retrieved in drop boxes daily, and suggested the provenance of nearly 19,000 ballots were questionable. This comes on an ongoing report requested by Georgia Star News made to Fulton for all transfer forms from the November 3rd election. The media outlet only received a portion of Fulton's forms. Now, this place, if you actually look into it, is hard right-leaning. And I don't even mean, like, funny hard right-leaning, but, like, I believe that you can actually find a place that, like, will like, say that this is, like, bullshit. Hold on. Well, it was, like, some, it's, like, some better news bullshit. But I remember looking into it. This was founded by a bunch of, like, conservative wackos, right? Which is, like, fine. I mean, you can be conservative by a bunch of conservative wackos, but this is the most important part. Because this is where actually the claim originates from. It originates from this news outlet right here. So, according to Georgia State News, the election workers emailed the outlet, or the elections worker emailed the outlet saying a few forms are missing, and that some procedural paperwork may have been misplaced. The county disputed that more than 19,000 ballots weren't accounted for. Then, the story published rocketeered across the pro-Trump media sphere, prompting Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, who faces his own pro-Trump primary challenge from the election denier, Rep. Jody Heiss, to announce an investigation on the county's actions and further fanning the flames. But after GPB News asked the county Monday about the forms not included in the Georgia Star's record request, the election staff located all but eight of more than 100 or 1,500 forms sent to state investigators and provided by the GPB News on a flash drive. According to the analysis of the scanned paper forms, the spreadsheet from Fulton elections, nearly 79,000 ballots were deposited in the county's 38 drop boxes, more than half the mail-in ballots cast for the election. Jessica Colbert, Fulton spokesperson, said the county followed paperwork procedures in collecting the drop box ballots, and the county was continuing research on the few remaining. Fulton election director Rick Barron said at the elections board meeting Thursday that staff spent more than 200 hours this week locating the forms to counter claims of missing forms. Absentee drop boxes were authorized by an emergency state election board rule last year that included the requirements for 24-hour video surveillance of the boxes, as well as transfer forms filled out by two-person collected team. While the forms required by rule, they are also not a part of the verification process and determine if an absentee ballot is legally cast and counted. So not only is this not actually a determinant factor as to like whether something is a valid vote, you could say, something that should be counted, right? This isn't like actually part of that verification process at all, but it continues on. Some of the transfer forms show ballots returned without envelopes, making them ineligible to be counted. Others were different counties and different states, and also not counted. Even if Fulton County was able to find a handful of transfer forms, they could have been sent to the election board for investigation, just as Coffee, Grandee, and Taylor counties. The forms have no effect on the authenticity of ballots. Again, it reemphasizes the fact that this has absolutely no effect on the actual authenticity of the ballots that we're talking about. Every ballot has returned and tied to a voter, matched with an application for the ballot and the authenticity of the poll workers. GPB News has obtained records of all 123 counties used for drop boxes, countering claims among pro-Trump media outlets that more than 300,000 ballots worth of forms were missing statewide. So this news organization has received these ballots, or not these ballots, but the chain of custody. In addition to this, because I didn't want to just take their word for it, I fancy myself more willing to look into things than that. So, I went to the actual index for Georgia's absentee ballots, and it says this. Georgia absentee ballots transfer documents accounted for 3 small counties referred to for investigation. The Secretary of State, Ballard Rasberger, referred a county, and this is the person that they were talking about investigating this, has referred Coffee, Grandy, and Taylor counties for investigation after those counties failed to do their absentee ballot transfer forms in violation of Georgia rules and regulations. The Office of the Secretary of State has confirmed that over 120 counties, this is 120 out of the 123 counties within Georgia, had all turned in their absentee ballot chain of command records. So this is absolutely fucking bullshit. This is like a completely bullshit claim. And this is from a .gov site about a report on the investigation itself. In total, 123 counties had absentee ballot drop boxes in the November election. And over 120 confirmed that they filled out and retained the ballot transfer forms in accordance with Georgia rules. Election officials in 3 counties, Coffee, Grandy, and Taylor, so they have not filled out the forms as required. And the 3 counties only make up for 0.37% of all absentee ballots cast in the November election.
Yeah.
So, in short, this is bullshit.
Wrong. Yeah.
This is just
Major
straight bullshit. What? Like, bro. It's so cringe. I don't even like. Bro, it's like he legitimately claimed this and sent this to me like actively during a panel. So I was like, I can't really fully research it. But like the more you fully research, and this is my problem with all these fucking election deniers, all right? This is my main problem with fucking all of them. They'll just throw a bunch of claims at you, but the second that you actually sit down and you investigate, it's like, wait, it's fucking bullshit. Like, this has no backing whatsoever.
Mhm.
Like, dude, it's like, it's not even funny. It's just horrible journalism. But yeah, dude, fuck. So what I want to do is I want to go through and I want to like get every single one of BNC's claims and I want to like assess them really heavily, because if I can't trust him with this one, and it's the first thing that he linked to me, if I can't trust him with this, I can't trust him with anything. Anything that he links to me is probably bullshit.
Wait, because he linked you source, right? To prove
Yeah,
his
no,
quote,
he linked
unquote
me. He linked me literally an infamous fake news website. This is like InfoWars shit.
That's insane. Yeah, like at this point, you can't really trust this person if he like starts linking you some dumb fucking like, not even like super biased like sources and shit like that. Like,
Bro, it's like, I don't know, dude. Shit like this makes me like so fucking black-pilled on political discourse. I swear to God. And I mean, that's cringe as fuck to say, but it's true. All right, listen.
yeah, no.
I feel like bare minimum amount of research was just either BNC didn't do the bare minimum amount of research before citing something, which is like really concerning, because if you believe this election shit so fucking strongly, like surely you'd want to prove it beyond like any doubt, and you'd be looking like into this shit.
But they don't.
They just don't. Yeah, no, and then they link it to me, and I'm like, I just assume that they're like acting in good faith. I don't want to have a conversation with like after this. This might like sound really bitchy, but I don't want to have a conversation with BNC on something I haven't already like heavily researched anymore. I just don't trust him to be a good faith actor. I just don't. Like, I legitimately think he'll just fucking lie to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. Because so, what are you doing? So, what's the next step?
Bro, I think I want to put together a research document for this, but I don't know if that's going to be today. Because I've been live for 3 hours, which has been fucking awesome. I wish I could be more like live for more often. If I didn't have like a job, it'd be fucking awesome. But yeah. I think the next things we ought to do, you want to look at the John Swan video that people wanted us to look at?
Sure.
Can I talk about this? Is really weird to me. I'm at the weird like halfway point between being a political commentator and just like a drama commentator.
Yeah.
I'm in hell. I'm literally in the 2 worst communities on the fucking internet. Like unanimously agreed. These are the worst communities. And I've decided these are for me. All right. Look, I look sane next to these individuals. I do. I do. I look like someone who's all there. You know what I mean? Really? Yeah. I'm probably going down into my deep fucking sociopathic rage as we speak. But compared to these fucks, right?
You're sane.
I am
Collective.
sane. I'm sane. Like, I look like, not only do I look there,
Yeah.
but like some people think I look smart compared to these people, and that's
That sounds a lot. But I think generally you know what you're talking about. Like you do research, because overall to know these, you just have to do research and just go the extra mile just to like look at what you believe in shit. Some people don't choose to.
yeah, dude. I try to do that, but yeah, dude. Some people are really fucking weird.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta turn you up because like I don't think the stream can hear you very well.
Oh no.
There you go. Now you're 200.
Yeah.
Right there we go. Can you guys hear him? Chat, can you hear wrong?
Put one in the chat and put Alex as a stupid.
But Alex is a stupid nick. Tell us what Alex is in the chat if you
Yeah.
if you could hear wrong. All right, you want to look at the John Swan video?
Yeah.
I want to look at the John Swan. John Swan. I'm a member on John Swan's channel, by the way. This is
Wait,
my biggest
actually?
flex. Yeah.
Paste.
Look, I'm gonna put in his replies.
Let's see.
All right, here we go. You guys ready for the John Swan video that has been requested of me? And I think after, actually, why don't I do like the worst community on the internet one by Dumpy first?
Sure.
This is something that people wanted me to look at. This is apparently I'm put in this. I'm in this video, by the way. I'm just so fucking relevant, dude. I'm so relevant. I swear to God, I'm the most popular person in this goddamn community, dude.
True.
All right, here we go. Here we go, boys.
I'm in a poly relationship. The reason why I'm in a poly relationship is because I don't give a fuck if my girlfriend goes and fucks another guy, because I know she's coming back to me at the end of the night. Because we love each other. Because I'm a cool fucking person. I know that.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck if my girlfriend goes and fucks another guy.
No, I didn't like it. I didn't like you doxing my supporters. No, I didn't. I didn't like you doxing my supporters, Xander. Xander, I didn't dox him. That's not true. That's not true. As a matter of fact, no, it's not true. No, it's not true. Fuck yourself, you piece of shit, motherfucker. No, it's not true. Piece of.
I don't think I can show that. I know where this clip goes, and it's not stream friendly.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a single thing on this planet that pisses me off more than politics. There's not one thing on this planet I care less about than fucking politics, okay? Politics are the biggest fucking waste of time. People on one side, people on the other side, like, can they just butt fuck already? Like, who the fuck cares about your opinion? Oh my god, you're changing your stance. You're shifting the goalposts. My booty hole is gaping. But because politics exist, of course, a group of the most manliest men, and some women too, they decided to start streaming on Twitch, and basically projecting their political opinions to the world, and people latched on.
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck.
I agree. No, satire. That was satire. I don't agree with that, Twitch.
Yeah, okay, my bad.
The Twitch chat and a lot of these streams are the most annoying fucking thing because someone can say literally fucking anything and the whole entire chat erupts into bits.
I hate the Twitch chat. Twitch chat is my Twitch chat's become more tolerable over the years, but most of it's AIDS.
I agree. Oh my god. So true. You're so fucking good in bed. Whoa. Are these real people with real opinions? Probably not. Am I a real person with a real opinion? No. I don't know what it is about these people too. It's just like the fucking long list of names. Oh my god, Vosh fucking just circle jerk fucking destroyed Destiny in this 2-on-1 debate, and Xander Hall watched and rubbed off a load and it exploded everywhere. Dude, is this the fucking WWE? I mean, now that I think about it, it basically is. I mean, dude, some of these debates are fucking crazy retarded, dude. Fuck.
Okay, two. The whole age of consent thing is really a feminist social construct. I'll just put that out.
Oh my god, the Fuentes. You guys think Fuentes is actually a pedophile? I feel like you have a good case in court to say that Fuentes is a pedophile. I think you do. All right, listen here. I think that I could argue effectively in a legal court that Fuentes fucks kids. I think I could convince a jury of that, yeah.
Like, what the fuck are you talking? A feminist social construct. Whoa, dude, your brain is fucking massive. Yeah, no, none of these people's brains are massive. That's their whole goal, I think, with this shit is like, oh, I'm smarter than you. I'm the best. I'm the smartest guy. Everyone, bow down to me. Bow down to me. I'm the guy. I'm the best guy. And then a lot of the viewers, they just get their whole entire personality from watching these people. They just base their whole fucking life on their favorite streamer, and that's that. Which, I mean, in all honesty, I mean, like, go for it. If you're like 5 years old, 12 years old, 13 years old, 77 years old, it's all up to you, man. You know, like, do whatever the fuck you want to do. It's all up to you.
This is so insane. America deserved 9/11.
No, they didn't deserve anything, Hassan. They didn't deserve anything, Hassan. We can't say it. That got you banned from Twitch. I ain't taking that risk.
Hassanabi, 9/11 deserved America clip. And I'm sitting here watching it, and I'm like thinking to myself, right, like, is this guy even confident in what he's saying? Does he even believe in what he's saying? Like, look at his face as he's fucking talking.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't blame Dumpy for thinking that Hassan doesn't believe anything that he says. Let's be honest. I don't know if I'd be able to take myself seriously if I believed anything Hassan says. Like, if I were to actually come out and spout the opinions that Hassan does, I would hope that my like Twitch chat would like get really mad at me. Like I'd hope that like people around me would be like would hold me to a higher standard than Hassan, because holy sh, one of the things that he says is fucking nuts, dude.
You know what? Better yet, let's mute what he's saying. Look him in the eyes. You see those eyes? Those pretty fucking eyes? Look at them. Look at them. Jokes aside, but like, do any of these people actually believe in what they're saying, or are they just saying this shit for their like little public persona or whatever the fuck, right? Oh, but same can go for you, Dumpy. Do you believe that you don't actually care about the politics? Is that what, or is that just your little public image because you don't like these people for ulterior motives because of your shifting lens, right wing, conservative, like shut the fuck up. This shit's so fucking lame. Like all of you guys are lame as fuck, dude. Oh my god.
This particular area, guess what? There's like 4 other countries which want to destroy Israel.
Yeah, all very validly. Israel is a massive fucking economic and political threat to the countries in that area. You realize that all the nations in the Middle East have every reason to fucking hate Israel, right? Like, you realize the Middle East would be calmer if they succeeded and obliterated Israel, if they nuked it and wiped it off the map. That would lead to a more peaceful Middle East than one that exists right now.
I don't know a lot about Israel, okay? I'm not gonna act like I know about this shit because I don't. I fucking don't, dude. I don't know shit, right? But what I do know about this clip, okay? And everything he just said, and just...
Guys, I would just like to make the announcement that, I agree with Vosh. I agree with Vosh. Link for the Discord. If you want the link for the Discord, you gotta go to Twitch chat, my dude. If you go to like my in the description of this YouTube stream, you'll find the Twitch link. And if you go to the Twitch link, because I can't actually type links in my chat. If you go to the Twitch chat and you press exclamation mark Discord.
On YouTube? They want it on YouTube. Okay, then I'll just give it to them.
I don't think you could type links in my YouTube chat.
Okay. Oh, then I haven't add him as a friend on Twitter and shit, so I can just send.
Yeah, cool. Analyzing him and the whole entire, you know, background and everything. Dude, Vosh looks like he smells like shit.
I, for one, I would never be involved with a guy who's bisexual.
Sam, I hate gays.
Well, wait, doctor, shut the fuck up.
Bad bunny take.
Bad bunny.
Bad bunny take.
I can do it.
Woman.
There might be exceptions, obviously. When I say I wouldn't be attracted or I'm not attracted, obviously, if it's like.
She just knows right here that she fucked up so hard. I think I would still pipe it though.
Obviously, there could be exceptions to all you super little nerds out there, but like...
Little nerds.
Look, I'm right here. I'm right here in the video.
Just the ones that look like monkeys. Dude, this whole community of people are so fucking stupid. Like, all of them. If you watch any of these streamers and these people are your gods, like, please, for the love of God, explain in the comment section why. Explain what I'm missing out on. Like, please tell me what the fuck I'm missing out on by not watching a Destiny stream. What? Like, please.
That was what I was gonna ask him tomorrow.
Religion's kinda... I don't know, dude. Fucking religion's weird. I don't really consider myself an atheist person. I'm pretty much an agnostic who just like I just live my life as though it was atheistic. Like,
this guy is really fucking annoying. I don't really watch any of these people, but it seems to me that this guy is trying to fucking copy the literal mannerisms of the people he probably watches.
Oh yeah, dude,
so fucking
definitely.
annoying.
I literally, no, actually, Dumpy, you're fucking 100% right. I legitimately sit here for hours on end and literally, I sit here for hours on end, completely mimicking my person. Like, this is completely fake. Are you fucking like? He does realize I'm a streamer, right? Like, you can't really... I get you could probably do that for a YouTube video. I'm a streamer. I'm live for hours. Multiple different hours. Like, do you understand how hard that would be? Like, it's funny. Like, I get it. Like, you talk fast. You're fucking Destiny. But, like, come on. Really?
Yeah, it's such a fucking dumb, like...
Just like I don't know, man. Like be yourself or something.
So like the idea that we can simplify the idea, or we can understand the God to an extent of which we could live our lives by that command is fucking cringe. You could say that you are epistemically neutral as to whether that person is there or not, like Schrodinger's cat bullshit, right?
You can say that you're epistemically neutral. Epistemic, like, where the fuck are they finding these words? This guy also 100% smells like shit.
I want to. Okay, Dumpy. Somebody clip this and send it to Dumpy. Dumpy, fucking 1v1 me, you pussy. All right, listen. Look, Dumpy is scared of me. Look at this shit. Quit running from me. Cowards. This is a week ago, okay? Dumpy's scared. Dumpy's running like he's Anne, all right? He's hiding like he's Anne, all right? Are you gonna talk like Vosh? I don't know. Apparently I talk like everybody and nobody at the same time. It's very weird. Like, I don't get like these people who like think that I mimic my personality for Sophia. I am live. I have been live legitimately for 3 hours. Do you know how hard that would be to mimic a personality for 3 hours?
Jesus.
You use big words and you spell. Dude, I literally said epistemically neutral. Hold up. You can Google this, all right? You can literally Google this. Hold up. What's the first thing on this?
So what is the core idea behind this epistemically neutral concept of theory? Well, most of the outplaying...
I can't find a definition for it. Epistemically neutral means that you have no opinion towards something. You are completely neutral towards its existence. Epistemically, meaning to claim knowledge to something or a system of knowledge, right? So, for example, epistemology. I don't know how to spell epistemology. I'm not going to pretend I do. Epistemology, the theory of knowledge, in regards to methods, validity, and scope of knowledge. Yeah. So it's a philosophy field. Yeah. You can say that you're neutral on a given stance. It would be epistemic neutrality. It means you don't have a given opinion on a stance. Yeah. But yeah, dude.
I don't know. I think that's just another word for, centrism, I don't know. Being centrist cuck. I don't know. Yes, me. I don't know.
Bro, I literally just want to get into VC. Dude, the thing is, I got a VC with Dumpy, and he was like, this guy. I was like, dude, I know you love me. No, talk to Vosh? I might talk to Vosh one day. Maybe. I have connections to Vosh. I know Xander Hall. Xander Hall likes me. See, look. Okay, look. Xander Hall follows me on Twitter. That's how you know he likes me. All right, he loves me. I've been on Xander Hall's stream before. He's really actually chill dude. I probably could be on. I probably could talk to Vosh if I like really tried to, but I don't have like a bone to pick with Vosh on anything particularly. It's like people telling me like you should talk to Destiny. Like I might talk to Destiny one day. I'm sure. I mean, I was on a panel where Destiny was supposed to be, and then he said that we get him in trouble. I can't blame him.
Yeah.
There's
It's
occasional
so bad.
slurs on the stream.
Yeah.
Occasional slurs every once in a while. Okay, I can't blame the dude. But yeah, dude.
Jesus.
Yeah, hold up. All right, we're going to the John Swan video. Now we're going to the John Swan video. All right, boys. We're going to the fucking John Swan video. I'm so hyped for this shit. Okay, you guys cannot possibly understand how incredibly hyped I am for this shit. Also, I'd like to point out the fact that our viewers dropped in half the second I stopped covering politics. This is the niche that I'm like forced into. Wrong. I don't think you can understand my pain.
Oh no.
All right, let's go. Let's motherfucking go. I love John Swan. Good dude. I'm gonna have, right?
Technicals is a YouTuber who is known for doing the impossible, uncanceling the cancelled, and turning the community.
Am I the only one who didn't know who Technicals was before this drama?
Me neither. I did not know who that person was. Like, all I just knew from him was just he had a Twitter account and he was big on Twitter. That's about it.
You still haven't watched it? That's what we're doing right now, motherfucker. I was actually saving myself for stream. I am a virgin to this video, okay? No, I'm not slow. I saw when it came out.
Yeah.
I saw Jacko show me the intro for the video. Like, I'm aware of it. I don't... I just saved it for the stream, and then I got into politics. And we all know politics is hell. Jacko. A person, German Nazi. All right, all the same thing to me, okay? All the same thing. Politics. Bro, if one or two people leave, that's like half to worry about it. Just do the stream. Yeah. I mean, it goes down for by 5. So, yeah. Yeah. Here we go. But it is no lie that I get like way more viewers when I'm talking about politics than when I'm talking about anything else. Literally anything else. When I'm debating people, I can get like 30 viewers at a given time. But like the second that I start talking about like anything else. I love the stream though. To be honest, the people who stick around later on are more tolerable than my political audience anyway, so. Or my purely political audience, I should say.
Community's anger back towards the real perpetrators. For a channel with only 80,000 subscribers.
The real perpetrators.
And turning the community's anger back towards
the Asians.
Oh.
Real perpetrators. For a channel with only 80,000 subscribers, he has a reputation and influence far beyond what his modestly sized fanbase would suggest. His work has been praised by many, and he single-handedly rebuilt the careers of some of the most publicly detested creators in Smash. But what if the person he was defending was actually guilty?
This really, I don't know why, but this makes me mad that I know that John Swan took the time to like outline Zero and properly map this behind him. But it makes me mad because it literally would have looked better if it was just like in front of him. This is just my opinion. I'm no editing expert, but
what if
I can't read it.
Was so blinded by his own ego that he vindicated someone who was rightfully shunned? What if he let his personal grievances impact his work to the point where it is devoid of common sense? And what if this wasn't the first time? Today, I'll be dissecting Technicals' work and the recent drama he's got himself into, exploring his motivations and what made him this way, as well as rightfully exposing the Smash creator known as Zero, the one who got away.
This may be a little personal, but I like Zero, and if he decides to continue making content, I can't think of a single reason not to. Even after
that's also making me mad. You see that where the paper's like, I don't like that. I don't like how it's above the
getting
God.
significantly more money and
This is
more
the only,
access
these
to
are my only,
minors.
these are like
There's
really
been no new
small
cases.
critiques.
This is really bad. I mean, 1914, it's indefensible.
Again, I just want to stress that I don't think Zero's a pedophile.
You're making it real hard to believe you. Before he was canceled, he even ran an entire team of children.
Are you saying that you can do a pedophilic action but not be a pedophile?
Yes.
Okay.
He hasn't had a slip up in 7 years.
Why do you call it slip up? Where is he slipping up from?
Slipping up means getting caught in the act.
What do you think he is?
Red-handed.
Red-handed doing what technically?
Your text brother got busted in a group chat.
Honestly, Nick's really good at pressing points like that effectively. I love, dude, right here. All right, listen.
You're making it real hard to believe you. Before he was canceled, he even ran an entire team of children.
Are you saying that you can do a pedophilic action but not be a pedophile?
Yes.
Okay.
He hasn't had a slip up in 7 years.
Why do you call it slip up? Where is he slipping up from?
Slipping up means getting caught in the act.
What act? What do you think he is?
Red-handed.
Red-handed doing what?
Like red-handed doing what? Like he's really good at pushing those things. It's actually really entertaining to see Nick debate.
Your text brother got busted in a group chat.
Like people will like constantly try and like weasel out of questions like that, and that's what Technicals was trying to do. But like Nick caught him out on it, and that was really satisfying to watch. Okay, I was very happy listening to that. Okay.
Brother would post nude images of himself and Lolicon that he allegedly drawn as well.
Technicals. Did your brother post his dick in this chat with minors?
Yes. Read for yourself, ask the right questions, and who knows? Maybe you too can be a detective.
That had to have taken a little bit, but it's definitely worth it.
Okay.
I love this shit.
Let's set the scene. Technicals is a YouTuber primarily known for his thorough investigations into the controversies of the Smash community. He's created many long videos dissecting, exposing, and exonerating people in the Smash scene who so supremely deserve it. In fact, he's a creator that I've worked with in the past. I made the intro for his fantastic video on the Sky House, as well as the title card for the video that we're going to talk about today. I always considered his work to be one of the best, and undoubtedly the next one in commentary to make it big. Even though I knew absolutely nothing about Smash, his videos were always incredibly engaging and kept me hooked the whole way through. To be honest, I considered him to be the last one to go off the edge and start saying some insane stuff. He always seemed super level-headed and sensible. But everything I once believed got flipped on its head on the 17th of November, when he dropped his video titled, What Really Happened to Zero?
Today, officially...
To be honest, the video wasn't that bad, except like the very ending of it. The very ending of it, like he completely dropped the ball. I feel like you could have like covered the Zero stuff, but actually like exonerating Zero. But like literally just going over the allegations that were completely bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because like in my opinion, it's so insanely obvious that Zero's full of shit. Like, how are we gonna push the narrative that see, I was sabotaging myself. So I made it to the allegations, but not all the allegations. Not all the allegations. It's only the one that was most substantiated. And not only did I not admit fully to that allegation, I added nuance to it to try and like look the best I could. Like, come on. It's not sabotage. You just admitted to it. Like, it just doesn't line up. His actions don't line up with his story. It's just, these aren't congruent.
Marks the beginning.
So it's like a really weird for me. Nice suspenders. I love the suspenders, dude. Technicals is rocking the suspenders along with John
An end
Swan.
of an era in Smash history. In the past year, we've seen a growth in distrust of leadership, entire cases turned upside down, and a once silent majority no longer afraid to question the status quo. I mean, why shouldn't they? The loudest ones are the reason both you and I are here in the first place. But as I said before, that ends today. Because today I'll show you how 2 of the biggest cases in Smash history have never been solved. Until now.
In July 2020, serious allegations were brought to light that threatened the reputation of one of the Smash community's biggest titans. They focused around Zero, a Smash YouTuber with over 1 million subscribers. Zero had built a reputation over the previous 15 years of being one of the greatest Super Smash Bros. Players in the world, setting a world record of 56 consecutive tournament wins from November 2014 to October 2015.
Dude,
there seemed to be no stopping Zero and his continual
Holy
success.
shit, dude.
So the community was rightfully taken by shock when Jisoo, a rather large player in the Smash scene, started to make some rather severe accusations against Zero. The community, of course, ate them up without much thought, as they always do. And that's when Technicals comes in. Technicals' past investigations have always been made with the intention of rebuilding a subject's reputation online, and include a public call to action, pressuring the Smash community to apologize or welcome people back. What happened to Zero is no exception. The first 13 minutes of the video is exactly what I would expect a good Technicals video to contain. Tech breaks down 5 separate false allegations against Zero and solidifies that Jisoo is still human garbage. There was certainly a severe amount of misinformation and exaggeration when people came out against Zero, and Tech was able to skillfully make sense of it all and rightfully blast people who messed it up. But after we reach the 30-minute mark,
lights up
the mood
randomly.
changes.
I don't know if that's like seen in post or like only on my end. Hold up. I'm gonna fuck with this real quick.
Wait, what happens to your camera? Wait.
I don't know. It's
So,
just like it's like it like lights up and then like goes dim or some shit. Like I don't fucking care. I'm not gonna.
Pretty drastically.
This, in my opinion, is probably the only serious and legitimate problem that people have with Zero. Everything else is either fabricated, as we've seen, or extremely, and I mean extremely, over-exaggerated, which is honestly a testament.
Dude, fucking Technicals talks too slow. All right, that Technicals talks way too fucking slow, dude. I'm not here. I'm not here for the full. Like, dude, a Technicals video could literally be 20 minutes if he actually talked at decent speed.
Just how clean Zero's record is if they have to lie this much.
Spoiler alert, Zero's record is not clean at all. Not in the slightest, actually. Technicals begins to recount the allegation levied against Zero by Katie, an active viewer of Zero in 2014. They began chatting on Skype when Zero was 19 and Katie was 14. These messages consist of nothing short of Zero grooming this young viewer who looked up to him. Surprisingly, Technicals' video does not include a reading of the messages or do Katie's story justice at all, highlighting only 10% of Katie's 1,300 word tweet longer, so 90% of the context is missing. It was at this point that I realized that Technicals was trying to build a narrative.
Obviously, I'm talking about it because it's a narrative. Every video that talks about shit like this is a narrative, obviously.
Since Tech omitted pretty much all of Katie's tweet longer, I say we explore some of the missing sections to gain a better understanding of the case at hand.
Oh, dude, it's been so long since I read the freaking Katie tweet longer. Oh my god.
Is it long?
Dude, it's literally over 1,000 words long. It's a really long tweet longer.
No.
I'm not gonna read it. I'm gonna trust that John Swan is honest with this shit. If he's not, I'm gonna tell him in DMs that he's Australian and doesn't deserve human rights.
Dear Zero, my name is Katie. I used to be in the Smash community. I was 14 years old during our
I'll look
conversation
into
on
it
Skype from
later.
September 2014 to January 2015.
I can't do the ultimate skepticism right now. All right, I'm like, I can't do it today. I've done enough today. I've done enough of the bullshit. All right, or not? Yeah.
Met online when you were streaming on Twitch, and I messaged you over chat. You seemed to take an interest in me and gave me your Skype username. I, starstruck, made a Skype just for this and began chatting with you. I'll note that I was decently educated when it came to internet safety, but I mainly regarded things like don't message a stranger and whatnot. But you weren't a stranger. You were Zero, a top player. You won the E3 Invitational in several tournaments before. Having any attention from someone like you was mind-blowing to me. That's what made me an easy target. I was a young girl enraptured with the idea of being friends with someone I looked up to and admired. You used me in this state to flirt, manipulate, and ask for sexual favors from me. To remind you, this is what happened in our conversations. You called me kitty, kitten, honey, all mine, while flirting the entire time.
Tell me some more about you. Like, what do I not know about you?
Oh, I'm 14. I'm a girl. I'm smart, but I love Smash. Also, do you think that we could video chat one day, sometime? Not now. You don't have to.
Yeah, sure we could.
Go, Zero, go. Imagine me with pom-poms and a cheerleader outfit or something.
Lamau, adorable.
Thanks. Wait, you, the legendary Zero, just called me adorable?
Yeah, you're an adorable cutie.
Thanks.
So adorable.
No, seriously, this is like a big deal for me. You're like one of my role models / favorite persons. Just, I'm your official adorable cheerleader. Seriously, I'm blushing so hard right now.
Adorable cutie.
Oh, be quiet.
Well, you loving it. Can't lie to me.
Yeah, I am.
Lol.
I went
adorable.
through these on
OMG, too
stream.
much.
These are like fucking. It's so gross. It's so gross when these fucking messages were sent.
Kitty, Mike.
Why are groomers flirt in the most cringe way possible? Can we talk about that?
Stop.
Katie cat Katie.
Seizure.
You're going crazy for me. You just love it. You're loving it, girl. So loving.
You manipulated me. For example, you called me a pervert and made me believe it when in reality I was being voted to say things by you.
Kate, you a perv though. It's okay. You growing up. It's gonna happen. You are still a baby.
You also told me I was your secret, and so I couldn't tell anyone about our conversations. Do your viewers know why you're probably falling off your seat right now?
No, you're my secret.
What? I'm your secret? The fuzz does that mean?
You're such a cutie. Mad adorable girl. Yeah, no one knows what we're doing.
Wait, what? I'm your adorable girl. That's really creepy, but also really cute. I mean, what?
You call it creepy, but you love it. You're like, I hate you, but love this and this.
No.
Yes.
I will never admit it.
You're loving it. Predictable. I just know it.
I won't admit it, ever.
Yes.
Never. Zero, please. The worst offense I can remember is that you asked me to masturbate with...
You should just call him by his username. When they're having sexual
ice and take pictures. I lied when I told you I masturbated as you asked, and then I declined sending you pictures. The worst part of all this is that I did not take screenshots of this particular situation since I was so embarrassed by it. You wanted to make this activity a habit, that every 2 weeks I would do what you say for a day.
I promise I'll be normal. If every 2 weeks we could do something like that, or in that day, I could go all in.
Swear on the river Styx?
Jason, I promise you. As long as you promise me that those days, you are all mine.
Fine. Here's why I never came out about this. I blamed myself. I admit that I was extremely enthusiastic in our conversations because I was just enamored with the fact that I was talking with the top player. I idolized you, and you used that to your advantage. But don't take it as, oh my god, Zero's so hot. No, not that kind of love. Well, maybe a little. I mean, what? But I love you like I want to be like you. I mean, I'll be your little cute, adorable kitty that's also your personal cheerleader when you need it. I'd probably do anything for you. Not bad for a 14-year-old girl, huh?
Oh, wow. I'm surprised. I had no idea you felt so strong about me. I'm honored. You're adorable and very nice. We could definitely talk more and stuff. I'd like to know you some more.
But because I was so naive, I considered myself responsible for years and thought that my experience would be invalid because of my actions. I didn't take screenshots of the worst situations. The screenshots I have were actually when I was so starstruck that what I thought was happening to me was special, so I kept them for posterity. Only later did I realize that the messages you sent weren't good for me at all.
I love how you react so funny to things. Mad adorable. It's like when you rub a cat's belly and then they just roll around.
You will not rub my belly.
Yeah, why only do that?
Despite the way the stories that have been told lately, I believe I will still receive immense backlash. She wants attention. She just doesn't like him. But trust me, I wish this never happened. And I wouldn't wish this amount of mental stress on anyone as well. These months of my life have haunted me for years. Ever since we stopped talking, it's been in the back of my mind. Whenever I saw a video of you or saw you talking to other top players I admired or saw a fan talk about how great of a person you were, I would feel sick to my stomach. And this feeling's been growing even stronger these past few days, telling me that I have to say something, that I have to speak up to end this conflict. All I want now is closure, a genuine apology. I was a kid back then. I was stupid. But you were an adult and you should have taken responsibility and said no. You never should have encouraged any of it.
What grade are you in?
Ninth, so I'm a freshman.
OMG, you're a baby hand. Adorable. Smash skills don't matter, kitty. You'll grow out of it eventually.
I'm now an adult, as old as you were when we first talked, and I cannot imagine ever talking to a minor the way you talked to me. You knew what we were doing was unacceptable, and you should have stopped it way earlier than we did. I realize that you have the power to reject everything I accuse you of that I don't have evidence for. I understand that this was 5 years ago and that you have very likely matured and changed since it happened, but I want you to realize the effect you've had on me. I've grown as a person too, but I've had this burden on my heart for years, and I want to let it go. I will very likely never return to the Smash community, in part because of what happened between us, but I want to close the book on the situation for good. Signed, Katie.
If we assume that all of what Katie says is true, this is disgusting. Remember, Zero is 19, and he's aware that the girl he's engaging with is 14. I think the word grooming has somewhat lost its meaning over the past year or two due to the label being attributed to cases that don't really justify it. But let's make this very, very clear. This is textbook grooming, and it's repulsive. In fact, I'm pretty comfortable saying that based on this, Zero should not be allowed back in any online setting where you would have the ability to interact with minors on a daily basis. This is pretty standard in nearly every other profession that involves children. If you're a teacher and you get caught grooming a student, you are removed from your position and not allowed to work as a teacher going forward. The same goes if you're a counselor, coach, or tutor. From just looking at the screenshots Katie provides myself, the level of precision and research that would have been needed in order to make these would have been next level. But thankfully, we don't have to do forensics on the screenshots to judge the validity of the allegations, because Zero actually confessed, and he went one step further and confessed to stuff we didn't have screenshots for.
Hey, I can't sleep, and I just can't take this back and forth. I don't think it makes sense to keep this going. I just want this all to stop and for me to at least atone.
Bro,
I also want people.
It's so stupid that people try and invalidate fucking like what do you call it? That confession to me. It's really stupid because, again, like as I already outlined, it doesn't really match up with his actual actions. The things that he's claiming his mental state was in and what he was doing just aren't true. That's not the same. Yeah, he claims that he was just throwing away his career. Well, wouldn't you admit to everything then? Why would you only admit to the allegations that were most substantiated? And why would you add extra nuance to those if you were intentionally trying to sabotage yourself? Wouldn't you admit to literally everything about that allegation? That is the only thing that makes sense. That's the only thing that actually aligns with the story, but that's not what he did.
To stop defending me. I don't deserve it. Katie, the screenshot you guys were wondering about the Ice Cube thing, it's true. The claims that Katie makes are true in general. There are no graphic pictures or anything of the sort, but it's unforgivable regardless.
Okay, pack it up, guys. Case closed. We have a confession. This was probably the stance of most people prior to Technical's video. If you have a confession to inappropriate conversation with minors, that's game over for you in the online space. But what Technicals does next is completely out of left field. In fact, the first time I watched it, I admittedly couldn't contain my laughter. Just roll the clip.
If you're an observant reader, you may have noticed the stark contrast of tone from his previous responses. That's because Zero wholeheartedly intended for this to be his suicide note. And had it not been for Vanessa, that may have well been the case. If it's not too personal, what stopped you from committing suicide?
Technical spends the next 3 minutes interviewing Zero and Vanessa, recounting details about Zero's graphic suicide story. This entire section completely took me by surprise, and I can see it served no other purpose than to emotionally manipulate the audience to feel bad for Zero. We just spent the last 2.5 minutes going over claims that he asked a 14-year-old girl for nudes when he was 19, and then we spend an entire 3 minutes where he has the opportunity to speak about his darkest moment. The manipulation becomes even more blatant when after 3 minutes of pulling at your heartstrings with this part of the story, Technicals just jumps right back into the allegations. Here he glosses over the messages and broadly calls them
100% unacceptable,
and then delves into the legal argument that no one with any notable platform has...
Was that,
Here he glosses over the messages and broadly calls them
100% unacceptable.
Who is that? Is that fucking Technicals, right? I don't know, it sounds
where he has the opportunity to speak about his darkest moment. The manipulation becomes story. Technicals just jump in after 3 minutes of pulling at your heartstrings with this part of the story. Technicals just jumps right back into the allegations. Here he glosses over the messages and broadly calls them
100% unacceptable,
and then delves into the legal argument that no one with any notable platform has ever made, at least not to my knowledge. I can only assume this because the tweets he shows to transition into this section have no likes and 3 likes, respectively. If any big names were making these arguments, or if this was even a consensus in general, don't you think he would have pulled some more popular tweets? I don't buy it. Everyone is aware that the police are notoriously terrible at prosecuting online crimes, especially when there isn't explicit material involved. Technicals knows this too. By debunking an argument that no one was making in the first place, Tech is priming the audience to accept his version of the story. It's all about building a narrative.
Obviously, I'm talking about it because it's a narrative. Every video that talks about shit like this is a narrative, obviously.
And that becomes even more apparent in the next section of the video.
Now, the million-dollar question is Zero a pedophile? Now, I know that this is a very emotionally charged subject.
I don't like the word narrative. I feel like every single argument's a narrative to an extent, right? like I guess it depends on
Yeah,
what we're saying narrative. If you're saying it's a manipulative narrative, like I guess, right? But I think every single argument that you're going to be building is obviously going to have some kind of narrative to it.
Some of you have probably already made up your minds. But when it comes to a label that would
I
suggest
still like
past,
that word.
present, future, and potential harm of children, I think it's important to make sure that the shoe fits nice and snug.
This definition is so specific and has such a high bar that it cannot be reasonably applied to most people that society would be pretty comfortable with calling pedophiles. You have to remember that most pedophiles never offend, and that pedophilia is simply defined as sexual feelings directed towards children. Twitter pedophiles have even coined a phrase for this, NOMAP, which stands for non-offending minor attracted person. You would probably call these people pedophiles, and you would be completely justified in doing so. But under Technical's definition, they wouldn't qualify because they themselves have stated that they will not and have not harmed or abused children. When you arbitrarily raise the bar for definitions like this, it starts to have unintended side effects. For example, should a YouTuber with a child fan base that has admitted to being a non-offending pedophile be allowed to create content for children? Absolutely not. And the same goes for any other profession that involves children. But Tech's definition allows these people to weasel out on a technicality, and it becomes even more confusing as the video progresses.
For instance, let's take someone who more than likely could be categorized as a pedophile, EDP445. EDP had messaged multiple underage girls, and despite almost getting caught one time, still ends up in a sting operation with a 13-year-old. People who are pedophiles like children. Repeat offenders literally cannot help themselves. It's classified in the DSM-5 as a paraphilic disorder, which means that they have persistent sexual urges or fantasies about children and act on them, or it causes them extreme distress or
Bro, it hurts me so much to see fucking Technicals butcher what the word actually means. As someone who as someone who's like done way too much research into this like specific argument, it's so like Technicals' interpretation of it is so wrong. It's just so wrong. It doesn't actually describe like an action. Again, it only describes a psychosexual disorder in which your attraction is distinct from your age to an extent of which you have actual attractions to prepubescent children. Generally, we kind of can broaden this to basically minors, right? We don't really care that much as a society, but it is specifically prepubescent children. If you're talking really technically, we're gonna get really down like the nitty gritty of like what that actually means. And then it's just that attraction, a primary attraction for around 6 months or more, and then you're only diagnosed at like 16 and up with that, and then it's attraction to people who are like 5 years or younger. So it's like really weird to see him like say, oh yeah, it's the shoe fits nice and snug because of offenses, which is really fucking stupid, right? Does that mean like if I like molest a child once, like am I off the hook? Like, I don't know, it's really stupid.
or difficulty in their interpersonal relationships.
In this part of the video, Technicals completely misrepresents the DSM-5. I can't tell if this is due to pure ignorance or him trying to build a narrative, but I'll let you decide. In response to the question of, is Zero a pedophile, he references pedophilic disorder and reads out the qualifiers. But the only problem with this is that pedophilia and pedophilic disorder are two very different things. In fact, the DSM-5 actually makes the distinction in 6 different places. In the new DSM-5, pedophilia is depathologized by differentiating between the sexual preference for prepubescent children and the disorder in case of additional factors. These factors include experiencing significant distress and impairment by fantasies and urges, or the acting out on behavioral level, including CP consumption and or committing hands-on child sexual abuse offenses. Clinically, this is an important distinction because a high percentage of pedophiles do not act on their sexual urges, and 40 to 50% of sex offenders that have engaged in sexual contact with children have equal or higher sexual arousal with adults. But of course, Technicals either admitted this information or he just didn't read it. And you should probably do that if you're trying to make the argument that Zero is not a pedophile.
The goal is to prove that Zero's not a pedophile, right?
Yes.
Pedophilic disorder has a much higher bar, and thus the qualifiers that he reads out cannot reasonably be applied to Zero. There is no clinically accepted definition for pedophilia, it just doesn't exist. So let's remove the DSM-5 for a minute and focus on the definition that is generally agreed upon. Sexual feelings directed towards children. Under this definition, would Zero be considered a pedophile? Just to remind you, when he was 19, Zero groomed a 14-year-old girl for months.
I'm pretty sure there is an accepted definition of this DSM-5, right? I'm like 100% sure that there is. I've looked into this. Like, I'm just sure that's just wrong. Like, I guess I can look at it off stream again, but like, I'm pretty sure that's just incorrect. I mean, it's not like a major fuck up or anything, right? I believe there are diagnosis criteria for pedophilia, or like criteria in general. The ones that I just read it off. It's the attraction for like 6 months or more, primary sexual attraction, diagnosed at like 16 and up. Someone who's like 5 years or younger, right? I just don't think that's true. That's all. And like this is coming from someone who's like way too much research into this very specific argument. Like I don't know. I guess like there's a possibility that I'm misremembering it. I just don't think I am. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I'll look into it later.
So let me repeat myself. Is Zero a pedophile? I'm going to let you come to the decision on your own, but needless to say, Technical's complete misrepresentation of the DSM-5 is totally irresponsible and clinically incorrect. It plants seeds in the audience's mind that Zero cannot possibly be a pedophile because he doesn't fit the extremely strict qualifiers, when that definition is talking about something completely different.
I want to take the reins here for a second and just ask a simple question of each person in this chat. I'm 19 years old, right now. I turned 19 in August, so I'm 19 now. I'm the same age as Zero was when this shit happened, okay? If I was caught talking to a 14-year-old girl, asking her to shove ice up her pussy and send me pictures of it, regardless if the girl did it, how would each person in this call feel about that? Augie, how would you feel about that?
You would be a sick fuck, and I would never talk to you again, and I would make that abundantly clear on my public platforms.
Well, Lex, how would you feel about that?
I'd be confused, mind-fucked, angry.
Would you be willing to talk to me again? Would you be willing to have me back
the community anyway? Would you associate with me in any way?
Probably not.
Edwin?
No, dude, that's gonna be hard. No, I mean, oh, jeez, no, dude.
Hipster, what do you think?
Oh, God.
I would think that you're a massive fucking degenerate, and I would have no problem burning that.
But is it just degenerate? Is there another word you maybe want to use? If a 19-year-old tries to...
You're a pedophile. You're a fucking pedophile.
Okay,
You're a
there we
fucking
go.
pedophile. You're attracted to children. You want children.
So chat, consider that, okay? Consider that. If I, at the current age I am now, talk to a girl, I would be derided, okay? I would be shat on beyond belief, and I would deserve it. I would deserve it, because the idea of me as a 19-year-old talking to a 14-year-old is fucking repulsive. What the fuck do you have in common with a 14-year-old, Zero? Tell me. Tell me what you have in common with that 14-year-old.
The next part of Technical's video serves two purposes: to further build his case why he believes Zero is not a pedophile, and to debunk this hyperbolic and stupid tweet made by Leffen. I could think of several ways to cover this tweet, but the angle that Technicals chooses honestly shocked me.
Even after gaining significantly more money and more access to minors, there's been no new cases. Before he was canceled, he even ran an entire team of children. This would be the perfect case study if I've ever seen one. So I reached out to some of Team Zero to see what they had to say on the matter. It's my understanding that you guys had like a group chat too. Did you ever get any weird vibes from Zero? Did he ever ask you guys to do something you probably weren't comfortable with?
Technicals interviews two of the kids that Zero worked with, where they told him that they got no weird vibes from him. I mean, why would they? The relationship was purely business, as Tech himself states.
But no, he's done absolutely nothing weird in the group chat. Like, he's only spoken a few times, and when he would, it was just for getting us to film a video with him.
Oh, okay, so it's more like purely business.
Yeah.
I failed to see how interviewing two boys in a business chat that Zero was a part of adds literally anything to Tech's point. And from what we know, guys aren't even his gender of preference.
Your goal is to prove that Zero's not a pedophile, right?
Yes.
How can you prove that Zero's not a pedophile by interviewing people who've been around him and said, where they go, well, he never was weird around me. How does that prove he's not a pedophile? That just proves he didn't molest them.
This is just saying that he's not manipulating the children of the community, because I directly show a quote from Leffen saying that if he wasn't removed, he would still be manipulating children of the community.
I don't want to be but it's like, oh, you're not a pedophile? Okay, dude. Name every child in the community. Oh, we'll interview every single one of them.
God.
I'm just saying that I honestly don't get what your point is. Right, so your overall goal is to prove that Zero is not a pedophile.
Yes.
Right. How can you accomplish that further? By randomly interviewing people who have been like around him.
He literally brought these kids into like the mainstream. He brought them out of fucking being just an average player to top players. So if the assumption is that Zero likes kids, Zero manipulates children, he takes advantage of them, why isn't he taking advantage of any of the children he was fucking directly working with?
But does that mean he's not a pedophile manipulating
which he obviously showed an interest in, because he specifically said, I like them, I'm going to sponsor them to support them so they can grow in the community.
I'm losing brain cells by just watching this. It's completely irrelevant, Technicals. Hold on, this next bit of text video, it's just outrageous.
Let me get this straight. He had the Disneyland equivalent of a pedophile's paradise and didn't ride Space Mountain once. Damn, Zero's really dropping the ball here. So what? His whole team was full of dudes. That only proves he isn't a gay smash pedophile. Technicals? Who cares? To which I'd respond, I guess that means you can cross off 90% of his options. You'd think he'd diversify his profile a little bit.
So, instead of responding to a very legitimate point about sexual preference, Tech responds facetiously, saying that essentially there aren't that many girls for him to groom, so he should be fine. And he doesn't understand why Zero wouldn't just groom some boys as well if he really was the vicious pedophile that he's claimed to be. Look, I get it, it's a joke, but I would expect that after this joke we actually would get a legitimate response to this very fair question, but we just don't. He moves right on to the next point. You heard the argument he had with Nick. He doesn't really have an answer to this question, which is why he deflected with jokes, hoping nobody would notice.
Let's just recap. It would be impossible for Zero to go to jail over this. He never exchanged any images. Every other story involves an adult, and he hasn't had a slip-up in 7 years.
Yeah, dude, he just kind of tripped and fell and grew to minor for like 3 months and asked her to shove ice up her pussy. Not my idea of what a slip-up is. And what exactly is he slipping up from? Slipping up from being attracted to
fucking oops. I appear to have molested a fucking kid. Whoopsie. Motherfucking oops. Oops. Bro, it's so good. The language that is used by Technicals is so fucking good. It's so funny to me.
Minors? This explanation just makes no sense, man. And saying that no images were exchanged is just poisoning the well. He asked for them. It doesn't matter if the girl sent them or not. The intent was still there. Now, to Tech's credit here, he does clearly disavow the conversations in the following section.
Do I condone the conversations that took place?
God damn, you can really tell that fucking John Swan was the captain of his debate team. There's so many fucking debate bro terms. He responded fallaciously and is poisoning the well by... I do it too, but like I'm pointing it out because it's funny to me, because it's really relatable. You just like throw in random fucking words that nobody cares about.
No, and I hope I've made that very clear.
But come on, let's not beat around the bush here. He did not make this clear, like, at all.
What I'm trying to say is that I don't believe this to be the result of a specific or malicious preference, as is the case with repeat offenders such as pedophiles and Discord mods. What I think we're looking at is a culmination of a fucked up childhood and trauma, resulting in emotional immaturity and a lack of genuine and fulfilling relationships. When Zero first publicly shared a story of how he grew up in Chile, we discovered how his father exposed him to sex at the age of 5 and brutally beat him and his mother.
And here we go again with the emotional blackmail. It's insane to me that no one else has called this out. Oh yeah, he might have asked a 14-year-old girl to stick ice up her pussy, but did you know he tried to kill himself? He may have groomed it for months, but did you know how messed up his childhood was? Like, it's just so blatant. Tech doesn't even try to hide it.
I'm not just saying this so you'll pity him.
Then you literally just listed all the reasons why you should pity him. This is so bad faith. It's insane.
I'm just saying his circumstances were pretty fucked, and it's not unreasonable to assume that a traumatized, depressed shut-in would have a lack of meaningful and genuine relationship experience.
I wonder how the audience would react if this was said about someone like EDP. Imagine if he went out with a statement that said, guys, my father beat me. I was bullied in school. I haven't had a genuine relationship. So that's why I messaged the 13-year-old for nudes and tried to meet up with her. He'd be laughed at, ridiculed, and told there's no excuse. And rightfully so. None of this excuses Zero's behavior. I think I just want to quickly talk about something that has been made abundantly clear to me over the course of Technical's video so far. It's pretty apparent that Tech is making excuses for Zero throughout, and very little attention has been spent on the actual allegations themselves. Just to remind you, Katie was groomed for months by a person she looked up to when she was just 14 years old. Zero took advantage of her for his own twisted gratification and caused her severe mental distress in the process. The tweet lumber that we read at the beginning of the video makes me sick to my stomach, and I can't imagine the strength this poor girl had to go through to come out about this abuse of power. Why are we making excuses for this? Why are we trying to minimize it? What Zero did is repulsive, plain and simple. I guess here we are. Sorry for that tangent there, but it just makes me really upset.
Damn, this bridge is burned as fuck.
I shouldn't even have to say this right now. The internet's gone completely crazy. Okay, let's get back to the video. The next section is pretty uneventful. Tech interviews some of Zero's friends and Zero himself to try and give some context as to why he's socially awkward and shouldn't be held to the same standard as the rest of us. Yada, yada, yada. This goes on for 4 minutes. You can watch it yourself. I'm not going to go over it. It's completely irrelevant.
When you look at Zero's development over the years, even as recent as his marriage to Vanessa, you'd be hard-pressed to establish any kind of significant behavioral trend, considering how the single instance in 2014 is the only existing point of contention. Now, if that's enough for you to still be against Zero and think that he's an irredeemable person, I kind of understand where you're coming from, but if what Leffen and Jisoo said is true, you wouldn't need to lie this much to prove it. A pedophile will usually do that themselves.
I'm honestly a bit confused on what he's saying here, because I think there's more than enough to establish guilt while being completely truthful. Is this directed at me? Am I missing something here? Whatever, let's move on.
This may be a little personal, but I like Zero, and if he decides to continue making content, I can't think of a single reason not to. If you just thought to yourself, wow, that's a pretty risky and controversial opinion, Technicals, then I'd argue that this opinion is 1,000 times less controversial than what a majority of the Smash community already openly accepts.
Oh, no, he's not going to do what I think he is, right? Tech spends the next 6 minutes discussing Nairo. And to be fair to him, the section is honestly pretty good.
This is the, by the way, this is the biggest whataboutism of the entire video. This doesn't matter. This is like the, I legitimately was like, I laughed at that part of the video. Okay, when he was like, what about Nairo? Who cares about Nairo? We're not talking about Nairo. If what Zero did was really not that bad, why are we talking about Nairo?
This is what he's best at, dissecting responses critically, something that I wish he'd done in his section on Katie. However, this section also serves another purpose, and that is to make Zero's case more palatable. Because the Smash community welcomed Nairo back without much reservation due to a legal document that apparently exists that no one has ever seen, implies that Zero should also return, because what he did was apparently not as bad. Because as Technical says,
at least I know for sure what Zero did and didn't do. Can't say the same for Nairo.
Finally, we're nearly at the end.
When I first took on this case, I'll be honest, I had quite a few reservations about Zero. Some of you might even remember me saying things like, I can't do anything, I'm not a fucking miracle worker. But after thoroughly reviewing the case files, the motivations, the state bylaws, the contradictions, and the traffic violations, I came to where I am now. Zero's conversations with Katie were 100% irresponsible and wrong in my opinion. The issue for me is that this isn't something that was caught in the moment. This happened once 7 years ago when he was 19, and then never happened again. The only inference I could reasonably pull from that is that he either realized it was wrong and stopped it himself, or his mental maturity finally caught up with him after years of trauma and a lack of proper education.
I really don't like the way Tech is framing this. By saying that this only happened once, he's negating that the grooming of Katie actually took place over the course of 3 months. If Zero messaged her for like a week and stopped, maybe I would believe this a bit more, but he was living and functioning in society as a pro Smash player, and his actions have no excuse. Don't mess me with this. Whose mental maturity finally caught up with him? Bullshit. I don't buy it. Okay, so why did he stop? Well, there could be so many reasons why. He could have been caught by a friend or family member. Maybe he let it slip out during a conversation. Or maybe he got struck by paranoia from seeing something online. Just because we don't know if this happening again doesn't mean it hasn't. And it doesn't mean that Zero should be allowed to post content for children again. I'm personally not comfortable with that at all.
I can't for the life of me point to anything that would correlate him being a current danger to children, like Leffen would suggest. Zero never exchanged images with Katie, which is his worst perceived crime to this day.
He asked for them, doesn't matter if he didn't receive any, the intent was still there. How many times do I have to go over this?
Nairo had undeniable sexual activity with a 15-year-old and has still not provided his full defense for his innocence. His attorney says that he could ultimately exonerate him, so why hasn't he? He made it sound really easy. If Nairo feels like his audience isn't owed a detailed explanation, then according to the severity of the allegations, he isn't owed a platform either.
So, my question is, where do we draw the line? If Nairo isn't owned a platform because of the severity of the allegations against him, why should Zero be owned one? Sure, sexual contact with a minor is certainly worse than what Zero did. I'm not denying that. But they're both bad, right? If you ask for images but don't receive them, does that make it automatically fine for you to continue making content? The moment you start drawing these arbitrary boundaries, what is and what isn't acceptable starts to become murky. The solution? Both of them should be shunned from the community. Let's stay consistent.
I'm not asking for justice. I'm not even going to ask you for an apology. You don't have to say anything. So I'll just say the only thing that's left to say. Welcome back, Zero.
Why are we welcoming this guy back? Why is everyone okay with defending this dude all of a sudden? Look, I'm not going to sit here and tell you what to think. If you want to support Zero in his return, that's fine, go for it. But surely I can't be the only one that thinks this is insane. This dude's clearly depraved. You've seen the messages. This isn't the sort of person we should be welcoming back. In fact, I don't believe he should be allowed to create content for children again. This sort of stuff is like a one-strike policy for me. Imagine this applied to anyone else. Now, you see that teacher that asked a minor for nudes? He only did that one time, so he should be allowed to continue teaching at a school. This doesn't make sense, does it? It's insane to me that people are defending this guy. Tech, like, come on, man. Why did you get involved in this? Actually, come to think of it, some of you could probably ask me the same question. What's my stake in all this? Why did I spend $20 on these shitty suspenders for this bit? No offense to these people, but I don't think I have anything to gain from trying to win over people from the commentary community again. Those who hate me won't stop from this video, or any video really. Honestly, if I wanted to be in the good graces of anyone right now, it would be Technicals on his crowd. If I was interested in numbers, I'd just join them. He's ratioing commentary creators constantly. He's winning the game of Twitter likes by like a whole margin. So why am I doing this? Well, simply, I believe Tech is in the wrong. His video clearly makes excuses for Zero, there's no question about it. And he's let his hatred for certain people in the Smash scene take over his common sense and—
This is actually a really well put together video. Holy shit. Yeah, it's just like really fucking comprehensive about like all the critiques that you'd have of fucking Technicals after this entire drama. I don't know, we still have like fucking 20 minutes left of the video.
Yeah.
Which I mean, it's interesting as fuck. I gotta get through this, dude. I can't fucking stream for this much
Someone
longer.
needs to come in here and set the record straight.
Hold
and
up.
I decided that person's gonna be me. I would love to end on that dramatic note, but unfortunately we still have a little to go. I think it's important that we discuss Zero's response when he returned. I wanted to put it earlier on in the video, but I couldn't find a place to weave it in nicely, so it's going in here. Zero starts off his video by promoting Technicals' work and discussing the document created by Jisoo.
To start off, you probably heard of all of this from a document made by Jisoo, which was then later spread by multiple media outlets. This document contains a very large amount of lies, falsehoods, big exaggerations, and honestly, it is nothing more than a piece to assassinate Makeke and ruin the image to the general public. There is a lot to go over, but the easiest and best way to learn the truth is to watch these 2 videos made by Technicals, with one of them actually being released today. Technicals did extensive research for half a year to really dig the truth, interviewed many people, gather so much evidence, and honestly, he put 2 pieces together that could explain what really happened better than I could with my own words.
But the most contentious part comes around 2 minutes in when he gets to his confession that I mentioned earlier.
You have also probably heard of a so-called confession from my part. Simply put, this document is nothing more than a suicide letter that I wrote during a tremendous mental breakdown. I had fully planned to take my life right after posting that document because I pretty much lost all faith in that scenario, seeing so many of my close friends deciding to take the situation, to throw me under the bus for personal gain, seeing how people were reacting in general, and me just feeling like I could not defend myself properly. Pretty much took the last bit of hope that I had left, and I decided not just to give up, but to sabotage myself on—
Yeah, he says he wants to sabotage himself, but like within the document itself, like he adds nuance to the allegations. He doesn't admit to all of them. He doesn't really sabotage himself at all, to be honest. Like he just admits to the things that we already kind of knew because they were substantiated. Like it's completely absurd to me. I don't know. Fuck.
Purpose.
What does that even mean? It sounds to me like Zero is saying that in his darkest moment, he admitted to stuff that he never did to ensure his career would be completely over. That could not be what it's supposed to mean, but it's so vague that realistically it could mean anything. I sabotage myself. Like, what? Apparently, Technicals hasn't received a solid answer from Zero on this matter either, but it's up to you whether you want to believe him on that. If we progress on the assumption that Zero admitted to stuff he never did to ruin his career intentionally, there are a few things that just don't make sense. The first time you see the TwitLonger in Technicals' video, he actually alters it to remove around 2/3 of it. The rest of the statement is actually pretty important, so let's have a read of the rest.
Hey, I can't sleep. I just can't take this back and forth. I don't think it makes sense to keep this going. I just want this all to stop and for me to at least atone. I also want people to stop defending me. I don't deserve it.
That's
Katie,
Dr.
the
Skipper's
screenshot you guys are
voice,
wondering
right?
about that.
That's Skipper, yeah, that's
true.
Skipper.
The claims that Katie makes are true in general. There are no graphic pictures of anything of the sorts, but it's unforgivable regardless. I want to just be clear about it here. There's more than one girl I spoke to in the 2014 period a bit earlier. Her name is Laura. Originally, she never told me she was underage. She said she was older than me. I have screenshots of this, but it doesn't matter nor make it better. But years later, she contacted me and said she was actually underage. I apologized to her privately recently and told her I felt absolutely terrible about it. There's no graphic pictures or anything either that was exchanged, and she's from another country. I really want to atone, and I just want the discussion to stop.
I don't know if you caught that, but Zero actually defends himself in several portions in this TwitLonger. This doesn't sound to me like someone who's trying to intentionally sabotage themselves at all.
Exactly. Exactly.
I don't believe someone would be willing to self-destruct / admit to solicitation from a minor, and then also defend himself in the next paragraph by explaining he was catfished by Laura, claiming he can prove it, disputing CP, claiming Laura was from another country. Why on earth would you admit to the Ice Cube thing and then contest other things within the same TwitLonger? This just makes no sense. Even in his confession about Katie, he clarifies that there were no pictures exchanged. I don't buy this excuse that he sabotaged himself. It sounds completely ridiculous. Imagine EDP used that same excuse and said that his confessional video was just him sabotaging himself. No one would take it seriously. Does Zero think we're all just gullible?
Now I need to make this very clear to everybody watching this video. I have never
The
received
Smash community is gullible. Let's be honest here. A bunch of kids. And a bunch of pedophiles who don't have a problem with it anyway.
From any underage individual. I have never sent explicit images to any underage individual. I have never made travel arrangements with ulterior motives with any underage individual. I have never been touched or touched in any shape or form any underage individual. And I have never had conversations with only the intention to groom an underage individual or take advantage of them. Anything you may have heard or seen that suggests otherwise is a lie.
Did we read the same messages? Because that's what it looked like to me, mate. Talking about messages, Technicals accidentally leaked the
He said mate. He said the funny Australian word. He said mate. It's funny. Okay. I'm a retard. Holy shit.
on stream. It's Zero talking about Katie, and shocker, he doesn't sound like he's sorry at all.
Also, this may be huge, but the next challenge is Katie. And the biggest question is still, who is she? And is she really who she says she is? I was thinking, if Jackie gets canceled, or is close to, which is very possible now, we may be able to pressure her hand to get Katie details. I have a great feeling there's manipulation in that story, and Katie herself. And since Katie's a ghost in the wind, we may be able to uncover her. So I'm just saying this could be a play. Jackie's a snake. She will throw Katie under the bus for self-preservation, if she has to. So we could use that.
For everything Katie went through, this just seems like a slap in the face. This guy clearly does not care about the damage he's caused. You know, the question I had while all of this was going down was, why is Technicals batting for this guy so hard? There's no question about it. What Zero has done is repulsive. So why is Tech trying to make excuses for him? It was on my mind for a while. At first I thought that he did it all to spite Jujitsu, who definitely sucks big time, by the way, but that didn't quite add up to me. Then I thought that he did it because he became friends with Zero, but apparently he hasn't known him for that long. So why? This just makes no sense. Well, my answer came from a place I didn't expect it, from the folks on Reddit. This situation involves allegations surrounding Technicals' brother. And before anyone has any thought going on with family members, Tech's brother was a public figure in the Smash scene at the time of these allegations, and has since amassed an audience of nearly 1 million followers on TikTok, over 40,000 YouTube subscribers, and 12,000 Twitch followers. Back in the day, the situation got so big that Tech had to make a public response. Tech still shouts him out publicly and talks him up on podcasts.
The guy in that sketch is my brother. He's also a content creator.
Oh, okay, what's his channel?
Pixel Drink. He's also on TikTok. Yeah.
Check that shit out.
He was even at VidCon this year, rubbing shoulders with some of the biggest creators in commentary.
Bro, is this the Fuda porn guy? I think this is the Fuda. Apparently, Turkey Tom saw Fuda porn from this guy.
Oh wait, on his phone or something?
Yeah, at VidCon. Yeah, and he said, "Don't worry, that's just my Fuda porn." I was like, I heard that on Augie's stream. It's so good.
Just to clarify, this is the same guy we met at VidCon? Yep. This is definitely fair game. So, with that out of the way, let's progress. Last year, allegations of sexual misconduct were levied against Technical's brother, known online as Turtle SSB or BJ. The allegations stated that in 2016, BJ had sent not safe for work art and news of himself to a group chat with the minors in it.
So if you're unaware, TwitLonger was released earlier today about me addressing some things that happened in 2016 when I was 19 years old.
For most people that know BJ, you may know he's a pretty good artist. He would constantly share drawings he's made on his social media into a friend group chat. He's really nice and it's a skill to be proud of. I don't know if it's as well known, but he was also very much into creating NSFW art as well.
So as some of you may know, I like to draw. So back in 2016, I wanted to get better at drawing, so I started drawing NSFW art in an attempt to improve my skills at drawing anatomy. So I did that. I started drawing hentai.
No matter what he drew, I would usually appreciate it simply for what it was because it was so well done, NSFW or not. I remember one night opening Discord and finding out that he made a very graphic drawing of my friend 16 and I 17 having sex. He sent it to our Discord server. To me, this was extremely disturbing and disgusting. I did not consent to this. Plainly said, I felt violated and humiliated by this drawing's existence.
It became a running gag in the group chat that I was in that had people from 13 years old up into, I was the oldest, I was 19. It became a running gag to sort of ship each other together in pairings. So how it started was there was art that was drawn of me with another person in the group chat who was obviously underage. I think I was the only person that was an adult at the time, without my consent. And a couple other images were drawn with similar pairings of other people in the group chat. So then I took it upon myself to join in on the joke that we all partaking in and drew an image of Albie with another person in the group chat who I will not name.
He was also 19 at the time of making it, which makes it even more disturbing that he made a drawing involving 2 real-life minors. Remember, not fictional characters.
Really
to him and a few others, it
gross.
seems a really funny drawing, and they posted it over and over laughing about it. But
I mean, I don't want to drag Technicals for his brother, but this is disgusting.
Well, I was over it. It is beyond me why he would do this, but he also...
I heard that he apparently sent his dick pic to like a group chat of minors.
Yeah, I heard that like on the Keemstar.
I heard about that,
an Augie
but
debate and shit.
Holy shit, this is fucking weird, dude.
Proceeded to upload this drawing to the Rule 34 website.
Those images don't exist anymore because I deleted them. They were on Rule 34 up until a couple days ago, but then I deleted them because I didn't want them to exist anymore because they're really weird and gross. So I went to go take them down because I haven't looked at it since 2016. Really dumb to be posted online anyway.
Now I want to address another problem I have with BJ. I don't think there's too much explanation that will need to go into these simply because it's all in the screenshots. To give context, there were a few people involved in a group chat in which the majority of the members' ages range from 13 to 16, while BJ himself was 19 at this point, I believe. Here are some messages and screenshots saved from him interacting with them and sending nude images of himself.
So let's move on to the nude pictures that were shared in the chat. In this chat, this group chat that had people from 13 years old to my age 19 at the time, the conversations would often veer off into like adult topics like porn, sex, etc. Just thinking back on that now, that's like a red flag. I should have removed myself from the chat as soon as conversations started to veer off in that manner. We would often try to like shield the 13-year-olds from like those kind of conversations, but they would still happen in the chat. Like there's nothing stopping them from scrolling up reading. They would also like make separate group chats amongst themselves, myself not included, where they would share nude photos of themselves with each other, which is really weird thinking about it. It was like a weirdly sexual environment.
Ew,
Conversations
what the
with
fuck?
Fuck?
There was like a minor group orgy. Fucking shit. Oh god.
Wait, what? Wait,
I
actually,
hate
like, IRL
this.
group.
I hate this. What the hell, dude? Why did this story get progressively more fucked? I don't like. Holy shit, man.
Often delve into like adult topics, and they would share nudes of themselves and nude pictures amongst themselves, and sometimes in the chat that I was in. So I thought it would be funny to post a picture of myself in the chat just for like shock value. I thought it was really fucking funny. I was rolling laughing after I posted it.
In the next pair of screenshots, you can see him imply that he would be sending a nude image and is immediately informed and reminded of a 13-year-old being in the chat. Looking at the timestamps, you can see he disregards this and proceeds to send the image anyways.
As you can see in LB's tweet longer, I was made aware that of the person that was 13 years old in the group chat or 14, I can't remember. And I posted it anyway. So they were like, oh bro, don't post it. Remember, there's a kid in the chat. And I was like, oh, and then I just posted the picture.
This final set of screenshots are just a collection of him still repeatedly sending nude images of himself to the same group chat over and over while knowing it's full of minors. By the way he responds, you can tell this is no accident.
So I posted that picture myself, and that was pretty much the end of it from there. I don't feel like there's much I can say about that. There's no excuse for it. It's fucking weird.
Okay, so this is weird as hell. But what does technicals have to do with all this? Well, let's watch his response and find out.
This is in regards to the Twitlonger about my brother. Yes, I was in the group chat.
Excuse me, what? Technicals was in this group chat? Tech, no!
I was in every group chat because I was the leader.
Technicals, why?
I was leader of the crew that we made, which was this gigantic chat group of people in high school, adults, all this other shit. Yes, I was in the group chat. And I made it very apparent at the time that if anyone had a problem with someone in the group chat, to come to me and we would resolve it. At the specific period they're referencing in the Twitlonger, I remember this because me, along with everyone else, came to BJ and told him that was a really fucking stupid thing to do. Don't do something like that again because we are in a group chat where, you know, it might be bad for other people. Told him it was stupid, never to do it again, and guess what? He didn't do it again.
Hey, it's John from the future here. This isn't even true. If we look back in the screenshots that were provided with the Twitlonger, we can see that the first time BJ did this was the 24th of December, 2016. And then he did it again on February the 18th, 2017. So he did do it again. That's just a complete and utter lie from Technicals.
Most people were just outraged because it was an outrageous thing to do, because that's how my brother is. He does fucking outrageous things and then doesn't think out the consequences of his actions. And obviously that came to bite him in the butt here because someone had receipts of him being outrageous. I did what I could at the time, told him it was a bad move. I didn't condone any of that shit.
That was quite the roller coaster, wasn't it? Okay, let's break this down. So at no point did Technicals, as the leader of this chat, think that the not safe word art being sent into the chat with minors was a bad idea. At no point did he think that the people drawing minors performing sex acts should be removed from the chat. At no point did he think that having his brother in the chat full of minors after he sent his dick was a bad idea. Look, I get it. He was younger back then and he made—
Why are these people like this? Why are content creators fucking insane?
Why is he still defending his—
Why do I again, I don't— God. Gonna fucking—
Just for the
I'm gonna
memes,
fucking kill myself and hang myself.
In Minecraft.
I don't even know if it's in Minecraft anymore, bro. I don't even know if we're in Minecraft anymore. I hate this fucking— this is so like, this is such a horrible situation. Why would you— I would just ignore it, to be honest. Like, if your fucking sibling gets exposed for that shit, just literally be like, that's fucking gross and weird. Just like, say that's it.
His actions to this day. When all this stuff came out, I assumed that Tech was also a minor at the time, since BJ said in his statement that he was the only adult in the chat.
I think it was the only—
No, because they're twin brothers, right? They're twins? Yeah, I think they're twins.
Person that was an adult at the time.
But it came out later that they're actually twins, so therefore Tech was also an adult at the time.
Obviously, I was in the chat and we're twins.
So you were the other— okay, well, I didn't know you're twins.
Maybe we just have different standards, but if this was me, I would have removed the people sending the not safe for work art, and certainly would have removed BJ. Look, I understand that slip-ups could potentially happen. For example, you could forget how young some of the members are and send some not safe for work stuff on accident, but this was not an accident. It wasn't just like a few slip-ups. According to Tech himself, it was a running joke.
It's a joke. It was a running joke.
Of naked children? Is that what he was drawing? Like, what did he draw?
It's just so bad, dude. When Tech was called out more recently for this, I think the natural response would be to take the fall and walk it back. But this guy just went completely off the rails and decided that it would be a good idea to post the depiction of the minor having sex with BJ. He just put this out publicly on his Twitter. I unfortunately did see the images. One of them is pretty crudely drawn, with the other one being far more detailed. Needless to say, I scrubbed my phone's cache and muted Tech on Twitter. I do not know why he decided it would be a good idea to post this. Only after getting called out and flamed by fans and fellow creators did he decide to delete the tweet. Couldn't have come sooner, mate. This whole situation is absolutely insane to me, but it does also put the Zero stuff into perspective. If Tech had to come out and wholeheartedly condemn Zero, he would have had to condemn his brother as well. And to a certain extent, he would even have to condemn himself.
I don't think guilty by association really counts in this because everyone realized it was shit, even BJ realized it was shit, and never did it again. If you want to tag me with that somehow, that's cool. I'm not gonna get canceled for it, and I won't really care past this response, so yeah, that's all I have to say.
Okay, so humor me here. What if we remove the actions of BJ for a moment, so we're not using guilty by association? Let's see exactly what Tech is guilty of himself by comparing his statement to his brother's account of what went down in the group chat.
In this group chat that had people from 13 years old to my age, 19 at the time, the conversations would often veer off into like adult topics, like porn, sex, etc. Just thinking back on that now, that's like a red flag. I should have removed myself from the chat as soon as conversation started to veer off in that manner.
Oh yeah,
Yes,
because he
I was in the
would
group chat.
also be the person who was like running the group chat full of fucking minors who would like constantly talk about sex. It's fucking gross. This is all so fucking gross, dude. I don't. God, it's like it legitimately makes me sick to my stomach knowing this shit exists.
I was in every group chat because I was the leader.
Conversations would often delve into like adult topics, and they would share nudes of themselves and nude pictures amongst themselves, and sometimes in the chat that I was in.
Technicals owned a group chat.
minors?
Did you
own the group chat, Technicals?
With minors, yeah.
Okay, so you're just snipping at
I thought the word owned was funny.
Hold on. So you're telling me that Technicals at the age of 19 was the leader of a group chat where minors were sending nudes and lewd images of themselves, and he did absolutely nothing to stop.
No,
Yeah.
he said no. He said he owned the other group chat, right? I think this might be a slip up from John, maybe. Because I think he said he owned that one group chat, but then I think his brother said that they made other group chats where they would like share that shit, which would be like removed from like the initial group chat, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe when he said I owned all the group chats, maybe that's what it meant. But he seemed to like Technical's brother seemed to imply that it was the minors who created the group chats. So I don't know about that one. But
His brother seemed to notice that sexual stuff was talked about very often. So Tech, as the leader,
he was in all the group chats. Yeah, but like, but what does all the group chats mean to both these people? That's like the problem with me, right? Like, what does all the group chats mean? Does that involve the one? Like, was he even aware of that one when he made the statement? I don't know. It's really weird. I guess I need like more than just like a passing comment, because like you could say, the way that Technical's brother worded it is that he wasn't in the group chat, or at least Technical's brother wasn't in the group chat. And that the minors went off themselves to create the group chat, and it was full of minors. That was the way it was worded. So I don't know. These are like two inconsistencies in a testimony.
had to have been aware of this as well, right? And yet, he doesn't address this anywhere in his response at all. I'm not trying to imply anything here, but this is incredibly strange. I could not imagine a situation where I or anyone I know would
He was in the one where his brother posted nudes. Yeah, no, he was in that one. He actually said he owned that one. So yeah,
ever let this happen.
That's fucking weird. All right, dude. If the person would be removed from the group chat immediately. All right, that's like, why the fuck were they allowed in the group chat still? Who like thought that was a good idea? It's so like these people are so fucking weird, dude.
And
Holy
on
shit.
Messenger, you couldn't delete messages, so the image was just stuck there.
So you're saying the nude and lewd images of the minors were cached on your device as well? This just keeps getting worse and worse. Why would you ever let your brother post this video? It's so incriminating. It's important to note that when you're the leader of a group chat like this, where adults and minors are mingling, the responsibility to keep conversations from veering off into inappropriate directions does lie on you. It's also your responsibility to make sure that the minors are aware of boundaries so that situations like the one we discussed today can be avoided. It's a responsibility that Technicals should have taken more seriously. I would be okay with him if he came out and admitted that he could have taken more action at the time, but he's doubled down on his stance again and again and again. He was an adult, and letting this shit run wild was an absolute failure on his part. It's so incredibly irresponsible that I can't even begin to put it into words. His morals are clearly all over the place if he thought that this was okay. And just to remind you, this is the guy we're getting behind to tell us who should and who should not be let back into the community. Throughout Technical's time of creating investigations into Smash, I believe that he's done some genuinely great work. Some people have unreasonably had their reputations completely ruined and deserve a second chance. Technicals was able to vindicate these people, and with that, he achieved a certain level of credibility within the space. But some people are better left to the side. I know Tech likely feels a lot of attachment to these topics since it's affected him on a personal level in the past, but I believe that he's let his emotions get the best of him. And when you're working with delicate cases such as these, it's important not to let facts be dictated by your feelings. It pains me to say...
Did he just pull a facts don't care about your feelings?
But I don't think I can take any future Technicals video at face value anymore. And I invite you to ask yourself the same thing. Is this the person we should be listening to when it comes to who should and who should not be allowed back into the community? I'm gonna let you decide. But needless to say, I'm pretty disappointed. Tech, I don't hate you, man, but you've deflected everyone that has tried to knock some sense into you these past few weeks. So maybe something like this is the only thing that'll get you to listen to some reason. I hope you'll change for the better. To everyone else, thank you so much for watching. I'll see you again next time. Bye-bye.
That was great. That was a fantastic video by John. Holy shit. That was really fucking good. Hold up. That was really fucking good. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, dude. Holy fuck. I think that's it. I think that's all I have on the agenda today. I might come back tomorrow to do the research on Steam. I might do that.
I'll definitely join. Just tell me what time. Yeah.
Probably. I don't want to go as live as early as I did today because, dude, I've been streaming for 4 hours now. It's been a great 4 hours.
Jesus.
All right. I still feel like really energetic, but problem is, I have work tomorrow. And god damn it, I swear to God, I wish I could be fucking live 24/7, but I just fucking can't do that shit because I have other shit to do. But like genuinely for me, like streaming is like really fun. Like it's actually really, really fun to stream. I feel like much more energetic when I'm live than when I'm like not. It's really weird to me. Bro, who was that one guy that I debated earlier?
Tyrone?
Yeah. Why is he stupid?
I'm sorry. Usually, he gives a lot of good perspective, like whatever he talks about, like communism and shit like that.
I mean, he seemed like a valid communist, but like the second time he tried to like engage with like anything outside of his field, it was like really weird to me.
It's just, like,
I don't know. I think he did pretty well in those debates, dude. Holy shit.
Yeah.
I don't know. I might upload that shit because that was funny as fuck. Just under like a conversation with a tanky. Just. Bro, it was so. He's a Leninist too.
Yeah, he's an ML.
I don't like Leninists.
Oof, same.
Leninists are what tankies call themselves when they don't want to call themselves tankies. Just throwing it out there, buddy. Just like. It's the truth. It's just the truth of the matter. Like, I'm just speaking facts, okay? Fucking Leninists are just fucking Marxists and tankies. They're just tankies who don't want to be called tankies.
True.
To be honest, I don't fucking hate tankies as much as many people. But I don't know. Some people call them red fascists. I don't know. I don't like calling people fascists. I think calling people fascists is really harmful.
Yeah.
My definition of fascism is very, very. I think it defines fascism really well. I think that your friend doesn't know what the fuck a dictator is as well. He tried to argue to me that the U.S. was a dictatorship. I don't. We're living in a fucking dictatorship. I said even if that's true, it's still like clearly distinct from like Mussolini. You know what I mean? Yeah. There's a clear distinction there. As far as power is distributed.
Yeah, because it's like, for me, my only criticism towards him is just the more of, because I don't know, his view on authority is kind of cringe.
I don't know, dude. Like, my only criticism of it is just like, shut the fuck up when you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Lenin had some cool ideas, but Leninists are cringe? True. Bro, I like Lenin's literature, actually. Things that I have read have been much more engaging than Marx. Okay? Listen, Marx is boring.
What?
Marx is boring. Marx is boring. Marx is boring. Marx is fucking boring. No, hold up. I'm gonna read some excerpts of the Communist Manifesto on stream, okay?
Let's go. Get radicalized, chat. Get it
I'm gonna like read this off to you. How fucking boring this shit is. Hold up. Chapter 1. Freeman, slave, partition, and plebeian, lord and serf, guildmaster and journeyman. In a word, oppressed and oppressor and oppressed, stood constant stood in constant opposition from one another, carried on in uninterrupted, now hidden, now open fight, a fight that each time ended either in a revolution, reconstitution of society at large, or the common ruin of the continued classes. It's so fucking. Why you such a downer, dude? It's so sad.
I feel like there needs to be like a new, like, I would say another update or.
Did you read Homage to Catalina? Hold up. Sure, we'll do it on stream. Homage to Catalina. Okay. I'll read it later. It looks like something I'll actually find interesting. Yeah, dude, Marx is fucking boring. Okay, listen. If you find entertainment in reading Marx's theory, I can't stop you from doing that. What I can tell you is you're fucking wrong.
Damn.
As a person, you are defective. You should be gassed, and I mean that with 100%, 1,000% sincerity.
So true.
Bro. Is there any? You want to like try take some callers for the stream before we head out?
Sure.
Ooh, looks like there is somebody who's already waiting. What a gamer! What a real gamer! Hold up. Hop in the live VC. What a real gamer. All right. Oh, never mind. They left. Wrong. Wrong. Get in here. Wrong, you bitch. There you go. You're in. The person who was in main VC left, unfortunately. Whatever.
Oh, come back.
Whatever. But yeah, dude, I don't know. I find Marx boring. I don't read Marx. That's why I think it's funny whenever, like, I'm debating, like, a hardcore lefty, and they're just like, have you read Marx or Lenin? And I'm like, I don't read that boring shit.
I mean, you should, but
I could if I wanted to, but I'd much rather read interpretations of the theory rather than try and, like, build it from the ground up. Been slacking off, time to go back to scripting videos. Good for you, Paimon.
play Roblox right now.
No.
You're cringe. You're
Bro,
gay.
I think we're gonna wait till the 4 minutes and not 4 minutes, 4 hours and 30-second mark, and then that's when we're gonna end the stream. So I think being live for 4 hours and 30 seconds is cool. Yeah, dude. Do you have any afterthoughts of that debate shit that I had with that one guy?
All I had to say, specifically first Tyrone. So I think Tyrone, first off, like, I kind of like, I don't know, my brain just shut off, like, almost like a midway debate. But what I came to understand is you guys were arguing about like Walmart essentially having like, so if Walmart
That was like the
makes-
last bit of the debate. I meant like the earlier parts.
Oh.
The last bit of the debate was so AIDS, dude.
Yeah.
He literally admitted that, like, if I post it, that one's not gonna be in there because he literally just admitted that he wasn't even arguing with me. It's like so fucking repetitive. Like I got mad doing that part of the debate, and I you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's one thing to be bad at arguing. It's another thing to be bad at arguing against yourself. Like, that's right, American Skeptic. What's up, American Skeptic? How you doing, buddy?
Yo, buddy.
Yo, what's up?
Not much. We're finishing off the live stream today. Had an argument with that one guy. We're talking about it.
Yeah.
Did you saw
I
it?
saw very little of the live stream, honestly.
Aw.
Bro.
Yeah.
I know the debates are by far the most entertaining parts of the live streams.
True.
Bro, I just need to find more people to argue with. I just don't have enough people to fucking argue with, to be honest.
Yeah.
And then like when I do find somebody to argue with, it's never about like politics. It's always like we argue with the realm of shit that like nobody else is gonna fucking understand unless you're like we're arguing like really, like, for example, that one caller that like wanted to argue meta ethics, like that was interesting to me. It was fun. But like, if you're not into meta ethics, you're not gonna get much enjoyment out of that conversation. I mean,
Yeah, that probably would have been better as a video, probably not a live stream.
maybe, but like, I don't know, dude. I don't think many people are gonna be like watching my live stream and be like, hell yeah, meta ethics time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's kind of reflected by like the retention of people during that segment. I love having the conversations with people about meta ethics. I don't know if love. I enjoy doing it, but holy shit, dude. I just want to find like some more people to like argue with without having to go into like that deep of a subject. You know what I mean? Because like that's actually much more entertaining for an audience, I find.
Yeah.
Because then eventually we literally just boil it down to both of our meta ethical stances, and they're not gonna be able to convince me out of mine. At least I don't think anybody could at this point, because I've argued it so much. You know what I mean? I feel like if I would have heard the argument that would convince me over, if that argument were to exist, and I haven't heard it yet, so I'm kind of like assuming that it doesn't exist. You know what I mean? But yeah. We just literally get down to meta ethics, and they're like, "Oh, well, I disagree." And I'm like, "Okay."
I just want you to do your streams. You know that infrared and another like person like arguing, and they were just calling each other the F word and just like everything. I just want the base to just be like that all the time. It's just like just
Bro,
blood sports.
that was some blood sports with at the end with Tyro. Where I gave us some very funny insults there. I liked when I told them, "Do you need me to write it down in crayon for your fucking like kindergarten level brain?" This is the first time I've legitimately felt bad bullying somebody in VC.
Nah, you shouldn't feel bad.
I mean, he was an idiot.
Yeah,
He also called me a fascist. He also called me a fascist, and I don't take very well to that.
Oh yeah, I mean, once somebody like calls you a fascist, I feel like pretty much everything is on the table.
Bro, look, legitimately, me of all people, I'm probably as progressive as you get in the commentary community. Maybe wrong is like another. Are you in the commentary community wrong?
I used to like for 6 months in Shinto.
Yeah, I mean, wrong's about as far as you're gonna get. Okay, commentators don't come very progressive, I found. And to call me a fascist.
It's just like
I literally am. I'm known for arguing against like right wingers. I don't like.
Yeah, was there like a particular point or something that you brought up, which is why he called you a fascist? Or...
Oh, no.
I'm a sockdem.
Yeah, sock them.
Oh, okay, I see. All right.
Which is equivalent to a fascist because I like markets.
Yeah, it's pretty cringe.
And they were like, "Who would you side with, being that you're a sockdem and you like markets? Would you side with socialists or fascists?" And I was like, "Probably would side with the socialists, but fascists have free markets." And I'm like, "They also have ethno-states."
Yeah.
Like, I feel like there's a little bit more to being a fascist than the free market. You know what I mean? Maybe a tiny bit more to it. Yeah.
Like Sockdem's kind of cringe, but you're in the right direction. I definitely wouldn't call you a fascist.
Yeah.
Oh, shut the fuck.
Look,
okay.
well, you know, wish you were, you know, a little bit more leftier, but you know.
Look, I feel like if I go any farther left, all right, I might become one of those people, dude.
No, well, at least okay, because you're a sock dem, right?
Yeah.
What's your thoughts dem socks?
We pretty much agree on a lot. I don't know, they're pretty cool. I fuck with a lot of dem socks. We like disagree. In my opinion, the disagreement's very minor. Because between sock dems are about as close as you get to socialism in a capitalist economy. Like,
yeah,
it's as close as you get. So.
Yeah. Well, I would say, I don't know. I would argue that Bernie Sanders probably isn't really a social Democrat. I would say he's probably like a democratic socialist. So that's a little farther. Bernie Sanders.
Bernie's like
yeah,
more
he's a democratic socialist. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a little further.
Yeah,
no,
he's not
I thought it was a sock dem. I thought it was a sock dem. Because
does he advocate for co-ops? That's like the only difference, right? That's the major difference. My fucking political ideals are way off. That's my understanding of it.
It's just like socialism emphasizing democracy, I guess. For democratic socialist, I guess. I don't.
No, I think the major difference between the two is one of them's socialist and the other one's capitalist. So one of them like involves co-ops being a thing that you push for. I'm not sure if Bernie pushes for co-ops. I know really liked Bernie's stances on a lot of different social safety net programs. I really liked that shit. That was good.
He always points to like I think if it was not Norway. No, something
Sweden?
Denmark
or Sweden? Probably.
Yeah, like I forgot, but he always points to that countries and shit.
Yeah, Nordic countries are about as close as you get to sockdem policy. I think they're pretty fucking good, so.
Yeah. Feel bad. Okay, he might be cringe, but he's my mutual. There we go. I did the meme.
Look, he might be a dumb fuck, but we follow each other on Twitter.
Yeah.
Alright, listen.
Honestly, I feel like you're probably gonna go for left.
I might. I'm like, and I've been in the politics shit for a while now. I feel like I've settled pretty well. I think I argue for my stances. Effectively, to an extent. I don't know. I feel like I could get better at some arguments.
No, you were definitely good. Yeah.
Yeah, I say you're probably a lot better than I am.
Than any person average on this website.
My politics are epic gamer. My politics are saying every single racial slur in one day. Speedrunning racism to 100%.
Yeah. Been there, done that.
I actually did do that at some point. I would like everyone to know, and I have no shame in this because this is probably my proudest achievement. I did go on the Wikipedia, or not Wikipedia, Wikipedia. I went on the Wikipedia article of ethnic slurs. I said all of them. This is something that I did at one point. I wouldn't do it publicly now, but there were different times. And
you did do it publicly?
No. Depends on what you mean by public. It was in public, but it was not on a social media platform.
That's public.
So I did do it publicly, yes. Now, none of it was derogatorily aimed at anybody. I just wanted to make sure I had it 100% down. Okay? I was getting into competitive racism. Okay?
That's a mood. Yeah, there's probably some pretty horrible footage of me back in high school still floating around out there somewhere.
Bro, there's probably dude, I swear to God, if you could get my old like Team Fortress 2 chat logs somehow, or you could find like the old shit that I used to say in VC, I swear to God, I would sound like the most bigoted person in the world.
Oh yeah.
I definitely called at least a couple people lispy queer. That was definitely something I remember doing. And it was not like supposed to be, it was just like you say the most like horrible shit that you can think of. That's what you do in like that setting, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Gaming
brings out the worst in people, all right?
For real. Oh my God. Listen,
yeah.
I think I remember, because I remember, I don't know, I was kind of like more very like right-leaning, and I remember someone sending me a video because I think they were in my, and this happened in I think New Year's or something. So I was upstairs with my, with couple like of my, couple of my cousins and shit, and then someone brings up like fucking welfare. And I went off saying, these black people, they're using all the welfare doing nothing. Blah, blah, blah. I think someone sent me, I think I still have the video because someone recorded me saying.
Did you use the term welfare queens or?
No, but okay. I just saw a couple of videos of not PragerU, no. Was it? I don't know who was it. Either it was Ben Shapiro or someone else.
I don't know. All neocons are the same to me. I'd honestly, this might be a hot as fuck take. I'd rather argue with a legitimate Nazi than a neocon, because neocons think they're well intentioned. So if they're like pushing woman-hating bullshit, or they're pushing minority-hating bullshit, and I say, hey, this kind of hates my minority, they're gonna think like I'm attacking their character. When I'm talking to a Nazi, they already know that they don't like black people. You know what I mean? They know that they know they don't like black people. And I can kind of convince them maybe you shouldn't hate black people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be honest. I feel like both are pretty similar. It just really depends who you get, because I feel like both probably try to dance around what they actually believe.
Oh, paleocons are the worst, actually. They're the ones who actually dance around what they believe.
Yeah.
Paleocons?
Oh.
Cons.
Yeah. The worst, though, are the like fascist and Nazis who say like, "Oh no, I'm just neocon," or "I'm
a neocon."
Yeah,
I don't like black people.
Oh, guys,
I don't like black people. Neocon.
Black people.
Nice individuals of African American. I'm a very big fan of black people. I love BBC.
But do you love black people?
I love black people.
What the heck is...
Bro, my only very conservative, I think he's conservative. I don't know. He's probably schizophrenic, but it's Jesse Lee Peterson.
Yeah.
He's my favorite.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Is he the black guy?
Yeah, he's the one with,
Anyway, I think that's it for the stream today. I gotta call it off. I gotta do shit off
Yeah.
stream.
Damn week.
Bro,
Pussy.
this was a banger live stream.
True.
This live stream was fucking awesome. Okay?
Yeah.
This is a great live stream. I'm gonna nuke Japan.
Oh. Oh, okay.
I'm gonna
before
complete the
you
trilogy
Go, okay, before you go on
in
log off,
Roblox.
tell me this take. So, breaking news. Illinois introduces a bill to enforce unvaccinated residents to pay out of pocket for their hospital treatment if they catch COVID, saying that they must assume the risk and take responsibility for their carelessness.
Based.
What are your
Based as fuck. All right. If you refuse the vaccine at this point, I've done a shit ton of research into the vaccine. If you refuse it at this point, you're dumb fuck, and you probably deserve to die of natural selection. Just throwing it out there.
True.
You want to hear my hot take?
Go for it, buddy.
All right. So, like, as far as the vaccine goes, I mean, obviously, there's some people who can't take it for medical reason. That's fine. But the people who are just refuse to take it, even for a religious reason, fuck those people. Honestly, I don't really give a shit what happens to those people. They should be the last ones to get a hospital bed. If somebody else who comes in who got a vaccine and has COVID, they should get fucking kicked out of that goddamn bed. We should like literally have like fucking pigs out there like tackling them and forcing them to take a fucking vaccine.
end the stream.
Yeah, whoa. Okay.
All right. That's base. All right.
Yeah.
See you all in the next one. All right. Peace, you beautiful motherfuckers.